Okay, there we go. And we're live. Didn't have my starting soon screen up when I normally do, but that's fine because I'm ready to go. Welcome. We're back with more Dragon Age. And oh my god, I can hear myself, which means you really hear me echoing, and boom, fixed it. Okay. Right then. Open the screen manager up. And there we go. Good? Really good. Yeah, we're good. Alright. I still have some rest, so open it up. There. Okay. Time to get to it. So yeah, as you can see in the stream title, we are 55 plus hours in. I think, let me check the time. I think it's 56 or something. I don't know. I stayed up like too late last night again. I'm addicted to this. It's definitely my game of the year. Might be my RPG of the gen. I don't know. I don't know if it can beat Cyberpunk. I've already put more time into it than Cyberpunk. I haven't gotten around to Cyberpunk as much as I'd like to, and I haven't played Phantom Limb, so I still can't say. But I'm in love with this. Like, as far as action RPGs go, this is absolutely peak. It's down. Just eating some food so I can get all gross and greasy and shit.
Hello.
Oh shit, he's here.
Yep.
Bro, how is it?
Oh, you messaged me.
Huh? Yeah, I did. Yeah,
I didn't see your message until just now.
I thought you got it because of my message.
Nah.
That's funny. Well, there we go. Have you got it set up yet? You downloading shit?
Yeah. I'm downloading shite.
Bro, so did you?
You
I
you
ordered
already know
mine
I got
last.
that Suicide Squad installed.
Bro, it's a real one. I don't even think there's improvements, but
I'm
hop
sure
in
it'll
and
run better generally. Cause
hop in and play the new episode that dropped that I still haven't gotten to play because I'm addicted to this fucking Dragon Age game.
Yeah. What's it called?
I ordered mine with my now that it's out. Now that it's out, yeah, I was able to payment plan it, so I ordered mine at 4 a.m. I turned off Dragon Age and I was like, oh shit, before I go to sleep, let's see.
Yeah,
You know, I
was
express
so
shipped
I was
that
so
bitch
lazy.
too.
I just took it into GameStop, whatever, and they gave me like 250 store credit, and then I bought the little disc drive.
Oh, you don't have it. You didn't have it displayed yet.
No. Because I was lucky, because like on the website.
Yeah, they're sold out like everywhere. A lot of places, at least.
Yeah, and they're like, and it's like, nope, we don't got any. We don't have any in 50 miles radius of your selected store.
Does their online stock is their stock does it just lie online?
Wrong.
Is that
it's wrong?
Okay, so that's
because I called them.
So
and
I
like,
just need to start going.
I
need to check out GameStop more because I literally don't go to GameStop because I used to check. I go online to check if they'd have something in stock.
You think the website would be right?
Well, because literally, like, if you go to Best Buy and ask if something's in stock, you want to know what they fucking do? They pull up the website. Literally, like, they do that.
That's what I do at my job.
Yeah, because, like, the only person who has a more accurate count than the website is, like, the stock guy in the back who's got the
inventory manager.
Yeah, with the little scanner that literally, and, like, the special spreadsheet with literally everything that's been scanned in. Like, that's the only person who has a better inventory than the online one. And that's only because he'll know stuff that hasn't been scanned yet. Like...
Yeah.
Yeah,
like, so I called them and I'm like, "Do y'all have the disk drive?" And they're like, "Yeah, we got one left." I'm like, "All right, can you hold that for me?" And they're like, "Yeah." And so I go to trade it in, and they're like,
"I've been kicking mine around at my feet. It's literally been like a footrest for me for the last fucking right here. Just for the stream, it's been sitting on my fucking feet this whole time." Because I was afraid they might be out of stock places, so I bought one. And...
GameStop seems to be the only place that has them.
Yeah, online it looks like they're really hard to get. I was lucky to get mine from like. I think I ordered mine from Best. Oh no, did I get mine from Sony? Yeah, I think I did. And then yeah, so mine will be here. I don't know. Let's see it. If it ships tomorrow, is today Thursday or Friday?
Today is Thursday.
Okay. If it ships by tomorrow, it'll be here by Monday. I really hope it ships by tomorrow. Because it said it was preparing. Let's see. Let's check.
If you're lucky, your label will be printed tonight, and then it'll ship tomorrow morning.
Yeah, so, because when I ordered it this morning at 4 a.m. or whatever, I got a confirmation email saying the order's being prepared, so I'm like, okay. Hopefully, as long as it ships by tomorrow, it'll be good, because I did the express shipping, because fuck, I'm not waiting any longer. It's like $10 or $20 on a thing that I'm already breaking into 4 payments, so like, fuck it.
Yeah, and like, I saw like the Digital Foundry thing, they come out, and they said like, it's pretty good. It's what you would expect from a pro model console, right?
Are people already shitting on it?
Yeah, and people were like, "Oh, all this for only 10% better performance from the CPU." It's like,
yeah. How many do you? Yeah, okay, wise ass. Tell me how many games you know on your PlayStation are CPU bound, and that's the bottleneck in your system. Go ahead. Tell me.
Like they tested Cyberpunk. They tested
people.
Cyberpunk, a game without PlayStation improvements, like the Pro improvements, right?
And it ran slightly better.
It ran like 10-15% better.
Yeah, that's honestly, that's better. Like on some stuff on the PS4 Pro, like we had to be really, really desperate. Like I remember when like the PS4 Pro came out and it was like, well, technically Bloodborne's like 5% better at loading.
Yeah, it's like
maybe?
the PS5 or PS4 Pro, like it genuinely just kind of like was not an improvement. Like
it was only an improvement in that like in
the games that it was selected.
They gave like they had like I don't know what the overall performance increase was. I think it was only like it had like 20% more processing power to work with, like on average or combined between the two. Between all your different specs. I think it was like roughly like 20% better, but like it was also they could prioritize resources towards that or whatever. The big thing was that the PS4 Pro was doing that unfortunate thing where if they sold it to you as a console that would hit 1080 60 on every title native, it would have been solid, but they sold it to you as a thing that would sell you 4K 30, but it wasn't actually 4K. It was checkerboarded 1800p bullshit. And like it was one of those things where like it was better. Like I mean, I had a PS4 Pro after my PS4. Like I've done the whole thing. Like I had an Xbox One and then I had an Xbox Series. I had an Xbox One and then I had an Xbox One X. Yeah, like so I'm used to seeing how big or small those changes are. The PS5 Pro compared to the other ones is by far the most substantial upgrade for a mid-gen refresh on one thing alone, and that's PSSR. That's it. There you go.
I was about to say,
like that single-handedly makes it the biggest upgrade for a mid-gen refresh of a console.
Yeah, because it's like yeah.
They just added DLSS to it. Like you have the PS5 and then you have the PS5, but with DLSS. Like that's it.
Yeah.
Like it's a no fucking brainer. There's no argument.
PS5 just uses FSR, like some shitty FSR.
Well, no,
it's like FSR 1, I think.
I don't even know if the PS5 has FSR. These games are generally using just resolution scaling.
Yeah.
They're just using traditional.
They're using sampling. You actually have proper, like, resolution scaling, like how it should work.
Instead of fucking tempo aliasing.
Yeah, instead of according to Digital Foundry themselves, it's better than FSR.
Which is good because FSR is definitely not as good. Well, it's at least not, from what I've heard, FSR is at least not as good as DLSS.
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, when I say
I will be honest and say that. Yeah, I will be honest and say that DLSS is the only one I've ever I'll be honest and say DLSS is the only one that to this day, if I don't know which version you have to run it on or how high quality, but it's the only one of those scaling, resolution scaling things I've seen that like I pretty much can't tell. Like
literally the only time I see a difference is when you're on a performance.
And to be and I never turn it that low. Like I always have it on balance or quality and like if
quality because that renders it at 1080.
Yeah, and so for me it's like, and I don't even have the frame gen stuff because I'm still on the 20 series.
Yeah, I'm on a 3. I don't have frame gen.
Okay, that's only 4. Is that only the 40 series?
Yes.
Yeah, it's been so long. Like I'm one of those people where I always pay a little bit of attention, but I only really pay attention when I'm like it's my turn to get shit. Like.
Yeah.
Right, like in between in the years where I'm not buying stuff, I don't follow the tech as closely. I just follow it enough to know how it like works a little bit. Okay, now I get to go fight a dragon. Bro, this game did you with your GameStop credit, did you pick up Dragon Age? Huh?
No, I did not actually.
You fucking don't. They gave you game credit.
No. I told my brother because what's it called? It was technically like a gift to both of us. So I was like, dude, I'll just give you half. And so I'm just giving him the rest of the card. And I'm sure he'll use it to like buy V-Bucks or some shit.
Oh, the PS5 that you have as a gift to both of you. Okay. I thought.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought you were saying. Okay, I interpreted that wrong. Never mind. That makes sense.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Okay.
You basically. He never used the PS5 anyway, so I was just like, whatever, dude, I'll split it.
You're like it's mine, but its value is half his.
Right this way.
Yeah.
Careful though. Yeah. Nasty creature. It's already killed 11.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
I get paid tomorrow or tonight anyway, so I'll just
then, dude, this game is so good. Like, the one thing I'll say that I think would really help, if there's any chance you might bounce off of like the writing, think of the protagonist as someone written from the perspective of like a person playing, like a person who is actually playing the game, like the way that like you or I would like respond to a situation, and it's a lot more enjoyable and believable. Like a lot of the time the things he says, I think if you imagine them as like John Hero, the protagonist of the video game, it seems corny and silly, but when you see it as a guy in this situation, like how we'd actually react, you're like, actually, yeah, no, that feels right. Like I think that's why people feel it's like cheesy or corny or whatever, is because it's that element of like, no, there's an awkwardness from it being like realistic, like the way a person would talk, not the way like some fantasy hero character would talk, you know, like he's written, at least the male protagonist is written and voiced in a way that like very much he says things and responds to things the way I can imagine you or me or like someone I know responding to something, right? Like he doesn't have that like holier than thou hero persona esque thing going on, you know. Yeah, they definitely do a good job of making it kind of a blank slate and then incorporating the different elements that you've chosen to go with for your character building and stuff. But I think that's why some people have bounced off of the writing a bit, is because they're imagining it from the perspective of like reading about a protagonist in a, like, you know, if you read a book about like, you know, I don't know, A Way of Kings or like something like that, you read about a character from their perspective and how your typical fantasy protagonist is. Like, you know, they're very, very self-serious, right? They're in a really dire, you know, they're in very dire situations and stuff, where this character, your character recognizes and acknowledges all of that, but the way they respond and say things is very much just like how a guy would deal with it. Like, oh, I'm just a dude in this world. Holy shit! Like,
just thugging it out.
Thugging it out. I do love how some characters will use sun slaying though. Like fucking, I think it was Harding. Oh my god, I think it was a pun. I'm just realizing. But she's literally like, oh, she's like, oh shit, they go hard. I was like, I love hearing that as a line in my fantasy game. I'm not gonna lie, because like, have you watched Vox Machina?
No, I have not.
This game gives me Vox Machina vibes. Like Vox Machina is it's a animated show.
I've heard of it, but like
on Prime, yeah, and it's based on apparently it's based on a Critical Role D&D campaign, right? Like it's based on like one of their most popular ones ever or
That's the one
something.
with, like, isn't like Kratos in it or some shit? Like I think I
No.
see him in there sometimes.
There's a guy that looks like kind of like Kratos. Like Grog looks kind of like Kratos when he gets his beard. But
Yeah, there's a guy. I deadass just thought it was Kratos.
yeah, I guess when he gets the beard, yeah, he does look like
He's like pale white, and he has like
he's
the,
blue.
he has like the angular beard.
He's more blue, but yeah. Yeah, and but the show is like it's like a seriously awesome fantasy D&D show, but it's like a D&D campaign in the sense that like the characters still act and behave kind of like normal real world people in a sense. Like
Yeah.
not in the fact that they don't do cool fantastical things, but just like the way they speak feels modern like English. Like they're not trying to fantasy eyes, do that whole Tolkien-esque thing with it, where like
Everyone just speaks the most proper English and like.
you like when Frodo speaks.
Yeah.
Okay, no human being speaks like Frodo
Like
speaks.
Frodo, yeah.
We love Frodo, but no one talks like Frodo is written. Like that'd be fucking weird. You'd like roll your eye. Like when you hear Elijah Wood speak like a normal person, you're like, oh yeah, he can do that. Okay. I literally did the other day. I heard when he was like, well, I think he was doing an interview or something talking about his voicing the Scarecrow in Arkham Shadow, and like he was just talking about the role or something, promoting it, and like
Yeah.
just hearing him talk like a normal dude, it was like, oh yeah, I forgot he does Sam. Like he doesn't always have that like that sound. But anyway, yeah, like that's what I appreciate about it is like this reminds me of Vox Machina, is that it's like it's very much fantasy and it's very much self-serious about the threats in the world they're in. But I think that's where people get the whole like it's MCU-ish, is because it's not. I think the MCU made people think that writing characters who speak the way we speak.
People associate like normal talking with Joss Whedon dialogue because
Yeah, but
they end up getting quippy with it.
Yeah, like Joss Whedon dialogue is like it's the overly self-aware in a setting that's supposedly self-serious, right? These characters are appropriately self-aware. Like when my character questions something about the fantasy or about what's going on, they ask about it in a way that's kind of like, it's not, oh, this is some unbelievable fantasy thing that I'm pointing out. It's like they're kind of poking fun at like, oh, how does that work? Like they don't, like a normal person would who doesn't know something that's real, right? Whereas like it's not fucking they fly now. It's not that bullshit, or it's like that extra, yeah, like that's an extra level of like meta. Yeah, like that's an extra level of like meta awareness that kind of pulls you out of the storytelling. I feel like I think that's what people don't.
Yeah.
People don't have nuance when they talk about the MCU thing, but it's not just being quippy. Because lots of things are quippy, and quips are fun. And I think calling it quippy has made quippy a bad word.
That's why Spielberg movies are classics.
Yeah, like I feel like quippy has become a bad word because of how people use it for the MCU stuff. The problem with the MCU stuff
They
is
use
that
quippy in the same way that you use like they use it interchangeably with like snarky or witty or.
yeah, and like
that.
and my issue with MCU is that it's not even that it's all snarky and witty. It's that the characters all speak like no, it's that they all know that they're like actors. Like all the characters are speaking as though there's a certain awareness that this is an MCU film. Like this is a Marvel movie. This is a Star Wars movie. Like there's a certain like reverence for their own franchise that feels weird. Right? Like that's I think that's the weird part that pulls me out, is that there's this inherent like they don't acknowledge it, but they just kind of act like they're kind of always winking at you like, hey, we know what you're here for, we know this is like, you know what you're getting. Like that's how they're written in a way that's supposed to be like kind of fun and clever, but like after the 50th time you're just like, okay, we get it. Like, you know that it's a movie, you know that it's a crazy story and it's all wacky movie stuff, but like we like it still. Like we still like to be like in that, like I think that's the part that's missing, is like they're almost willing to make fun of themselves in a way that feels mean-spirited, I guess. Like or that makes fun of like their source material in a way that sometimes feels mean-spirited, right? Like, you know, people lost their shit. Oh, here's a good one. Here's an example. Here's an MCU-ified thing in a video game. Dante in DMC Devil May Cry, the reboot, when he fucking, in the first boss fight, in that fucking cutscene that sent all the fucking babies in a rage, he's fighting the boss and the fucking wig, and the wig falls on his head, and he looks like original Dante with the white hair, and he goes, not in a million years. That's MCU dialogue. Right there, where it's that, where he's cool and self-aware and
he's
modern.
Pointing at the camera and he's like, look, thing.
But like, yeah, like he's not quite pointing at the camera. He's not quite breaking the fourth wall, but he's brushing up
like,
against
he himself is not pointing at the camera, but like
the writer is. The writer is.
The writer is, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And that's
he's like,
that's
Cappy's
the
like,
difference.
can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah. No,
That's
so
why we brought our
this
dragon
does not
out.
have that. Like,
We fought this thing before and don't want to
like my character sounds serious, but he doesn't say. He speaks like a normal English speaking American voice actor would voice the character. Like, you know what I mean? I don't know how else to put it. Like,
a wounded and angry dragon.
Meaning?
That lair is a death trap. She'll rip us
they made him
apart.
sound like a guy, because I feel like
So we
Commander
challenge her.
Shepard was great,
Draw the
right? And
dragon out
Commander
into the
Shepard fit
open.
the role, but like
Then attack.
Commander Shepard also was a little bit too formal and serious no matter how you tried to
Sounds
play
good.
him. And anytime
Just make sure
he
everyone
wasn't
is ready.
serious, even like it wasn't
Are
that he was
you
always,
ready?
you know,
I've
it
got
didn't matter if
this.
he went Paragon or Renegade. He was dead serious all the time about everything, except for in moments that were like explicitly written to be a silly, like, character break, you know, like.
Yeah.
I'll say right now, this main character, at least the male version,
You and me
and the
now.
lines and stuff, because I don't know if they all have the same lines or if they switch between, depending on who voices it or what.
Everyone,
But
Yeah.
get ready!
this character is better written in voice than
Ready,
Shepard,
ballistas!
like, honest. And I am the biggest Mass Effect fan. Like, I really am. Like, I love those games more than anything. And like, this is starting to like eclipse Mass Effect for me. That's how much I'm
Wait
enjoying
for it. Wait for it.
Show you
Come
guys.
on. Come on.
Oh yeah, I blue skied it about it like a little bit ago. Yeah, I came to
You
the
skeeted?
realization, you're like, I'm not calling it that.
You know, the thing is because of the fact that people are resisting it and it's not just getting like laughed off, it's gonna catch. You know, it's gonna take hold
I'd imagine so, but
because we all hate it. I hate
came to
it
the
too.
realization that unfortunately I am a morning person.
Oh fuck! I'm so sorry. That's tragic.
Yeah, because I woke up at like the ass crack of dawn because like
Real mad.
I don't know why that's been happening so much, but like, well, sometimes I have to get up for work, but at like 6 o'clock I've been waking up at the ass crack of dawn,
Uh-huh.
and I was waiting for my package at like 9 a.m. and I was like, I'll go sit on the porch, and then I busted out my laptop, and I just fucking started writing up shit. I was like,
Did you actually
why can't
start
I do
like?
this ever?
Oh, you found out you're more productive earlier in the day. You have like the energy
Yeah.
to say shit.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then I started a short little write-up about Black Ops. Dude, I'm really digging that fucking game.
Oh, it's really good. If Black Ops will be there for me when I'm done with this.
Yeah.
Like otherwise,
Like,
I would.
I've already done both the Easter eggs. I'm like fucking Prestige 4. I have like half my guns.
Oh, did you
pulled
finish it? You
multiplayer.
fuck.
I did both of them. Yeah.
You should have told me you finished it. I would have hopped on to play it.
Let's go!
Well, it was like a last minute thing. My friend I was in a call. And they're like, "Yeah, you want to do the Terminus Easter egg?" And I'm like, "Sure, man."
Bro.
And it was like
Shame.
the most scuffed thing ever.
Watch out for those
Because like,
The Easter eggs is like,
Like, they kept
it's
going
actually really
AFK.
easy. It's literally
is.
it's just the boss. Like now
he's
that
got
I
so
know.
much health.
He's just he's just so tanky, and like we would have gotten it like if we had you
we would've blown
and
up.
if you were there on the run that I did with Jada and Lemon, if you had been there with us, we would have been able to clear it. Like it was just Lemon hadn't seen it yet, and you get messed up by not seeing it the first time. Like if we had one more person who had seen it, we would have he would have been.
I had all them, all of, like I was playing with 4 people. 2 of them had already watched the guide, and then 1 person just like joined after the first boss fight and leached off us. And, but none of them knew about the 3rd phase of the boss. So I just kind of like went to hide and cover, and I watched as all 3 of them went down.
Oh, lol.
That was okay, and that's all that matters.
Feels our anger.
I got like a calling card or whatever for being at round 30 without going down.
Still a lot of fight left to go.
Because you know how the guides always make it seem like you have to have all the best items, or else you're going to die.
Yeah.
That's what they. So we went to round 30 because they wanted to get like tier 3 weapons, legendary weapons. Or
it takes me so like just because you should have a tier 3 pack-a-punch and like.
Yeah, but they wanted both weapons tier 3, so I was like, yeah.
Yeah, like I think I'm gonna send it at tier 3 wonder weapon and tier 2 regular weapon, or vice versa, one or the other.
I was using my ray gun at tier 3. I had both tier 3.
Yeah.
But, like I would use my ray gun for damage, and then like my main weapon was just to proc like status effects, like elemental pop and whatnot.
And actually I think on the boss, I actually think regular bullets are better, and like the wonder weapons are better for clearing the horde.
They are. But I tested, like I was using like my AR, and he was taking more damage.
Oh, that doesn't work on him. Yeah. Does it overwhelm? Oh, it will. Okay. Oh, yes, it's good. Closer.
He's starting to falter.
Give it everything you've got. It's not getting away this time.
Oh my god, I fucked this dragon up. That makes sense. It is the one in the story versus the absolute monsters I had to fight as optional bosses.
Second dragon.
Oh shit. That's not fair. Wait. I may have been wrong.
Press the attack. Bring that first one down.
Why are you walking at it with a shield? Like, what is this trying to do? Oh, there's going in. Also, this game gets like very, very M-rated. It doesn't seem like it at first, but it does over time.
The blight grants you new life. Bring me their bodies once you are finished.
No way, no. How? Well, okie dokie dokie then, ma'am. Is this really about to... No way they're doing this. No way they... Bro, they're pulling a Dark Souls on my ass. This is nuts. That's not fair. That's not fair. I did not sign up for... Please tell me, are they both... Wait, no. Okay, so what about the other one? I need you to see... One? No, that's... Okay, well that's just unfair. So one of these particular... Okay. I guess as long as I just focus on what I'm doing... Fair enough. Okay. Let's do this. That. Followed by one of these.
Time to take your revenge. Let's bring it down.
And then we'll go for...
I can't.
Right here. This one's resistant to that, so here, here. Put you on this. Okay. And
In ignorance, you reject this world's salvation.
okay, that's cheap.
One dragon or two? Doesn't matter. We can't lose here. We won't lose here.
The blights can be tamed, turned to a greater purpose. But I
No,
must
no,
have
ow, fuck,
material
okay.
proof.
Let me... Wait, where's the other one? Where's your bitch-ass friend? Okay. Kill this. What? No. Cast the spell, big dickhead!
Here to kill a dragon.
Cast the spell.
And now we're gonna
Cast the spell, please.
kill two.
Oh.
There it goes. Get out of the way.
Clamor.
Nope. Yeah, I'm doing this.
Panic.
Oh
None of you will understand
no. Oh, we're fine. Okay, we're fine.
what the world could be, what it should.
No more.
Wait, what? Oh, what did you just shot at?
Viper.
Thought you could use a hand. Fire!
You're late!
Didn't want to arrive without a gift. Enchanted ballista bolts. You'll even pierce blighted dragon hide. Let's bring them down, Rook!
Oh, that was hype. Okay. Wait. That might be.
My arch
Okay. Right there.
demon was a unique.
And we'll go for this one. And this one.
creation. It will never rise again.
And then this. This. This.
It's weakening. Keep pressing. First one's almost dead. Keep at it.
There is no creation without pain, destruction, sacrifice.
One down.
Then focus on the second one.
And go.
quickly.
We will tame this affliction you call light, and remake this world as a pure, shining
Shit,
empire.
more reinforcements. All orders to me.
For the great
We had your back. Take these shots.
Just keep fighting. Loosen the lid for you.
Hey, there we go. There, first try. Easy peasy.
For Weishaupt.
Got it.
confidence, eagerness, all for naught. You think the blight is death? It is raw potential, a perfect tool of creation.
No! She's reanimating the dragons! We have to stop her!
Holy shit, good shot, man.
Killiane's wounded.
I mean, a headshot would have been better, but good job. I'm just gonna escape. No, Elgin. Now we run. They have to take solace. Get the fuck out.
Oh, sister. Do not be blinded by righteous anger.
They stole Rosakill from me, Algernon. My greatest creation.
A thrall is easily replaced. You are not. Without you, the blight is a brute weapon. Only your hands mold it into life.
The mortals deserve worse. But we have crucial work in Arth.
After it is complete, one resists.
The Dread Wolf's influence. His presence lingers.
Ever defiant. For now.
Bad habit. So what's the first thing you're gonna play?
You know what lesson I learned again today?
What's that?
Never bet against Rook. You can find the twisting path through any problem.
But the gods got away. And now Algernon has stepped from the shadows.
We came to kill a dragon, yes? And instead, we killed a bear.
That took two of the gods' pieces off the board.
And we have our revenge. And so does Treviso.
We destroyed weapons. The wielder still lives.
How do we find them? The gods, I mean.
Gillenane's the key to their plan. Elgranon said as much. And Gillenane mentioned Arlethan.
When was that?
After Elgranon cast his spell, I was close enough to hear them. Didn't you say the Veiljumpers have trouble out there, Evka?
Yeah, with the Venatori. Feels like more than a coincidence.
Finding them will be a challenge. Arlethan's enormous. They could be anywhere.
Easy or hard? This is the only move we have.
Tracking down Venatori.
And making them talk.
Good luck. We'll keep watch here.
Yes, much to do. If you have time for Lavendel, there's something I could use help with.
We lost a lot of wardens today. After Weishaupt, we need to be stronger than this to face the gods.
But we'll do what we can. We always do.
The wardens have your back, Rook. All the way to the end.
So that's Elgranon, huh? I didn't think it was possible, but we got lucky at Weishaupt.
We were fortunate Elgranon and Gillenane disagreed on her attempt at vengeance. But why did Elgranon let us live? We were at his mercy.
Solus worries him. Maybe even scares him a little.
Why? Solus is powerful, but nothing close to Elgranon.
It's not just about power. Solus has messed up Elgranon's plans before. Nothing's bigger than dragons. But they're clever enough to take flight once they smell danger. Elgranon smelled danger.
Whatever the reason, we made it through. And this time, no dragon escaped.
Thanks to Tosh.
That's why we recruited them.
So what's our next move, Rook? Arlethan, right? Help the Veiljumpers?
That'll put us on the gods' trail, but we need to be ready for the fight once we find them. Which means we need to help our allies be as prepared as possible. The 8 of us can't face gods without help.
Elganon's arrival certainly puts a dreadful emphasis on it.
So we help our allies.
And track down the gods.
And maybe deal with our own crap when we've got time.
Like finding out who Zara was working with.
Look, the mission's still the same. Stop the gods.
Which means?
It means we offer to help the Veiljumpers with the damn Venatori. Then we figure out what our other allies need and help them get it.
And us?
I need you focused and ready to face impossible odds. So tell me what that will take. We've got work to do.
So Elgranon finally showed his face, huh?
Now we've got to deal with both gods. And Elgranon showed everyone he's more powerful than Gillenane.
You play the hand you're dealt, right? No matter the odds. True in both life and games of wicked grace.
People died, Varric. My team's still not at their best. They're trying, but their own problems are getting in the way.
So deal with those. You'll strengthen your own hand and weaken the gods at the same time.
Why would helping my team hurt the gods?
The type of people your team's having problems with, they want power. And the gods have plenty of it. Those types will crawl over to the gods and see what's on offer. And the rest? They'll just keep making your job harder.
Still need to find the gods, though. The Veiljumpers are our best lead right now. We've taken down an archdemon and 2 blighted dragons. That's impressive. We even made Gillenane bleed. Twice. We have to keep up the fight.
You've got this, Rook. Just fight one battle at a time. Shit. You shouldn't have to deal with all this, Rook. The Sooner I can get out of here, the better.
Oh my god, they all have more stuff now. Holy shit. Some chokestones. Oh, shit. We have enough money for the thing. Oh my god, we're still 400. Sure. We have. Ooh. This might give us enough to revive, though. Okay, don't currently have any just with our teammates. Who sells the best? Can't believe my Visa doesn't have a store for us, so at least not bad. First good check and see if they spell to walk down with her. So just or something. Nope. Oh wait. Restore.
They finally took down the
Reach up there for me. Keeping safe.
Is there something there? Yeah, that could be good. Okay, let's do Yes. And go to
Come back anytime.
buy the thing. So this time to become a blood mage, blood mage, blood mage. Time to become a blood mage, sorcerer.
I've heard another lance.
Prepare well.
A shankle. Okay. Now we can play resist. So now here. Okay, so maybe let's spin things. Spells that cost me like 3 points, and then rather than just like the gold with them, you know? So, anything that's not it's just ultimate ability. This is the hot maybe let's do a little better. Okay, at least be next one. Unless I'm fire, my ability of range. This could be silly. Let's see. So I think we'll just stick armor. We don't need mana stuff. So yes. Deflect and resist. Deflect. There's the next impact receive, resulting in damage. Let's next to this. Thinking that okay, 90%. Armor, legendary medium tar. We can do those.
Hey, Bon. Hey, Breezy.
Oh, hello. I think Breeze is deafened right now, but how's it going?
It's going. So we got 1 week to get that term. Did you guys do the Terminus Easter egg yet?
Breezu finished it with a buddy like the other night, but I still haven't, so I'm definitely down to get that done before the guided mode comes out.
Yep, next week.
Okay. Like,
Yeah,
is
they said the 14th.
Okay, cool. No, that's perfect. So I'll definitely be down. I'm just trying to get a little further in this so I can have something out come
It's killing me not
Monday.
to go back and play that right now. To play Dragon Age right now.
What are you playing right now? Wait, I'm streaming,
East.
so if you can't
Yeah,
talk about
I can't say.
Okay. glad I caught that.
yeah. I was gonna ask you beforehand, but yeah, it's like what I'm playing. I'm enjoying very much so, but I've just been bitten by the Dragon Age bug, and that's like all I wanna.
I'm in love with this. Like it's like settling in more and more how much I love it because like we just had a big story like thing happen. Like a big boss fight, like another confrontation with the gods or whatever, right?
Is it the one with the triple snakes?
No, I did that. That was the first one, and then
so you're doing the next one. Okay.
Yeah, I'm being vague because I don't want to spoil it.
Yeah, that's the one I'm on my way to, or whatnot. I'm finishing up a bunch of companion quests and stuff.
Yeah,
like
that was me. I stayed up till like 4 a.m. again because I just kept knocking out side quests and companion quests. I was like, okay, one more, and then I was like, okay, now all I have left is the big story mission. I was like, now I'll go to bed.
Yep.
Yeah. So I did literally everything up until that, and I just did that. But like, then a whole new round of more companion stuff has opened up. Yep. Like, I'm back at the lighthouse. I'm like, there's a whole nother set of it. Like, this game is just so massive that like, I think that's a big thing that's not getting acknowledged. Is it's one thing for people to make the comparison to Mass Effect 2, but there's not a world where you get 100 hours out of a Mass Effect 2 playthrough.
No.
Not even close. It's like a 30-hour game. Like, it's like 40 if you really make... Like, I don't even think it's that long. It's the shortest of the trilogy. Yeah, so I don't even think it's that. I really think if you push yourself, it's like a 30-hour game at most, right? And this is just... It's everything I've ever loved about what BioWare did with that series. Moved forward 2 whole generations in all the ways I'd hoped for, and like, but with that heart of it still there. Like, I feel like I'm, in a weird way, I feel like I am getting like a Mass Effect game again, just in a fantasy setting. Like, and I get that that's kind of what Dragon Age and Mass Effect are to each other. They're just 2 halves of the same coin, really. But like, I don't know. I was looking forward to it, but I guess there was a part of me, I think, just because it's not Mass Effect and because I didn't really vibe with Inquisition, which was their last big one, that like, I was like, I don't know, we'll see how I feel about it. So to like, it just keeps kind of settling in that I'm like, oh man, I love this. I really do. Like, I think I like Rook more than Commander Shepard. Holy shit. Like,
yeah, no, for sure. I every day I'm like, man, I like this game more and more. Like, it's just, it's so crazy just how...
It's because it grows really well. Like, it's slowly pulling back layers where, like, okay, yeah, you know, it started out, like, I get it. It started out in kind of an open, kind of, like, a kind of more lighthearted nature and stuff. But that's given it the room to grow into the serious stuff, because then it'll do something. And a character will say something, and I'll be like, oh, that was M-rated, and then or like someone will die, and I was like, oh, that was gory. I forgot that we're playing like a grown-up game. Like, holy shit! Like, and
did
you makes those moments hit better because it's not like that all the time.
At that previous like god fight story beat, did you punch or persuade the warden?
So I save scummed it a little. I punched him at first because I really wanted to punch him, but then I saw who disapproved and approved, and I went and reloaded.
Oh my god, I did the exact same thing. Like,
we share a brain cell. I swear to God, we play these, like, it's really funny. Like, we play these games the same way. Like, the way you do your progress, everything. It's like I just know. I'm like, oh yeah, Jada's probably like right at like it's at this point. It's just a matter of who's put in more hours to that thing.
Yep. Exactly.
Yeah, no. I saw who disapproved and stuff, and I was like, damn. Like, honestly, that was one thing that's kind of been rough because I really like Valara, but like, she's kind of a softie. She's a little bit too much of a softie. Like,
yeah.
I wanna be able to be the hero sometimes.
I am right now very torn between Valara, Davrin, and Taj.
Oh yeah, I ended up like that scene I posted. No, that was the moment for me where I was like, oh,
all in on
they're,
Taj.
I was like, they're hot as fuck. Like when they spit into the fire into the pot, I was like, that was so badass that I think I'm attracted. That was so cool.
It's funny. My partner was sitting down to me like right as I queued up that cutscene, and I had no idea that's what it was about to pop up because I hit that one last night.
Like, and they do it too, like out of nowhere. Like Tosh just comes out swinging, like, "Hey, no bullshit. Tell me what's what." I'm like, "Okay."
Yep. And he was laughing. He's like, he had just seen the cutscene like online that morning or something like that, and he was like, "I wonder if Babe has seen that." And I was like, "Nope, not until just now." And I was like, all I said to him, I was like, "Ooh, I'm gonna get uppies. I can't wait. My little dwarf self. I can't wait to get my uppies."
Uppies.
I want my uppies.
Oh my god, that's so funny.
I just want her to pick me up and hold me above her head.
Like honestly, because I'll be honest, like physically, Tosh is not necessarily my type. Like I know some people joke about the muscle mommy thing, and like I have some friends who are really into that. And it's like, that's not really my thing, but like their attitude just like hit me upside the head. I was like, I love it. Like I love it's funny because this is apparently like a meme that because autistic people don't do well without tone indicators, that we are particularly appreciative of that very straightforward approach. And like that was it. Like it honestly, that reminded me of my fiance. Like she's normally very soft spoken and very quiet. But like when we first met, she was just very upfront about like, "Hey, I'm into you," and I was like, "Oh really? Okay, cool." Like, so no, that like it honestly like gave me like flashbacks. I was like, I love this character now. I was like, just so good. Before that, I was like, okay, I think Nev is like super attractive, but like she's a little snooty. She's a little snooty, and like I can be a little snooty, but I'm kind of kidding.
Yeah.
So I was like,
Nev is hot. I like her. She's attractive, but I just wasn't doing it for me character-wise.
Yeah, same. And I'm not a big, it's a silly side thing, but I'm not a big true crime person, so I'm not really into the private investigator, like, that side of it. I think the quest is fun, but like, it's just not my vibe.
I am enjoying her quest line and stuff, but yeah, I don't know, just overall, just not doing it for me.
Yeah, like,
it's a vibe thing.
Yeah, it's 100%. It's a vibe thing. Like, and it's funny because you just like you get like that's how you know the characters are well written. Like I was like in all the in the other games, it's like I've definitely like I feel like sometimes I'm kind of engaging with like the little dating sim mini game just for the silliness of it because it's fun. Where like this is kind of the first time where I'm like, no, like these characters feel like people, and like when that moment happened, I was like, I went from, oh, this is a cool character to like, damn, they're hot. Like, I was like, that's good writing. Like, goddamn. Like, so that I've just been loving that part of it. Where normally I'm kind of like, again, it's like it's fun because I know everybody has fun with that stuff, but like, it's hard to make it feel authentic, right? Like, it always feels a little like you're watching silly video game romance. It's like whatever. And there's some moments like that here where like. The one thing I don't appreciate is that Tosh is very, like, to the point, and, like, you know, like, I love that they're constantly just like, okay, okay, right? And, and now they're making, like, passes at my character in combat. Like, that was hot, and I was like, okay, Cash, that feels a little out of character. I appreciate it, but... No, I'm vibing with the whole thing. I just love that about it. Just that's what I was just telling Breezy earlier. Like, and I mentioned this yesterday. How, to me, the biggest thing I think that's putting people off is probably the way the protagonist is written, and I think that comes from an expectation of wanting to pretend to be a fantasy hero, whereas to me the character is a realistic impression in my mind of if you just threw me into a fantasy setting, right? Like the way they talk and behave, it's not fourth wall breaking, but they talk like people who speak modern English. Like they don't, they try not to throw around anything that's too much like modern slang wise, but like they just talk like actual people. And I think if you don't feel that way or see it that way, then I could see why people are like bouncing off of it.
Yeah.
But but yeah, like, cause I was telling Breezer, it's like the problem with the MCU commentary thing that people keep making is it's like the issue with MCU stuff is that it's sort of it's meta aware in a way that feels like it's kind of poking fun at itself. Hey, how's it going? Good seeing you.
Time no see.
I know.
I've seen. So you've been on that Dragon Age grind with us.
Dude, you're here.
We're
talking right now. Okay, so just so everybody knows, because I'm streaming, I'm also like recording all of this because I have recently made the very, very brilliantly simple decision that I say my best stuff and my most insightful stuff talking to other people, and it doesn't come out right when I try and script it. So I'm trying to like borrow me speaking from streams and stuff and record it so that I can like put that in, because I just sound better. I sound like a better presenter when I'm talking to you guys than when I write it. So just so everybody knows, in case there's any questions about that, I just want everybody to know that things are being recorded. I wouldn't use anybody else's what you have to say without coming to you and talking to you about it first, but just so you all know.
You're good.
All right.
You're good. Yeah. Yeah. I'm totally fine with using it. Just send me a cut. Or what? Not like of the money or whatever. Just like a edit cut.
No, for sure.
Send you an invoice.
No, I'll definitely let you know.
For using my. Come
'Cause,
on,
like, I love our
work.
conversations.
I gotta get that moolah.
Yeah, you gotta get that. You gotta get that show money. You know what it's like.
Don't.
They're paying you for them sevens. Bro, how much did Sega give you for that 7 on Sonic Superstars, man?
Oh, that was a lot less than they gave me for Sonic X Shadow Generations.
Oh yeah, true. Paying for a 9's got to cost them big bucks.
Yeah, it went from $0 to 0.
That's my that's my favorite.
It was very big. It was a very big difference.
That's like my bank account.
Oh man, yeah. No. Meanwhile, I'm like looking at looking at like how much it's gonna cost me if I want to move to Denmark. I'm like, can I afford Denmark?
I like, hey, I've always told people, like, and I've said this for a long time, like I've always been ready to move. Like nothing changed. My goals are still the same. Like it's been this way for a long time. Like I'm just trying to do my thing, and hopefully people like it, and then eventually I can escape. Because guess what? You can make content on the internet from anywhere.
That was
exactly.
It's a calculated decision. It's not just a desperation play. I swear. Engling or C. But yeah, no. So we've been talking a ton about Dragon Age because I was just telling Jada I'm in love with this thing. Like
It's so
I knew
good.
I knew it would be good, but it's like I'm this close. Like I'm. The only reason I'm not declaring it my favorite BioWare game is because I'm trying to account for my recency bias, so I'm holding off a little bit. Like, I'm gonna give it a little time, and after I've finished,
where I'm just like, yeah, no, this is my favorite game.
I didn't. Did you? So did you play? Did you love Inquisition?
I suffered through Inquisition because I love the writing.
Okay. Oh, no, I asked because I bounced off because I was not a super attached to Dragon Age. I played Origins back in the day, but I was young. Like I played it when it was like pretty new. Like I played it not long after it came out, and like I enjoyed it, but I don't think at that age I could appreciate like the value of being able to make all the choices you can make and stuff the way I do now. So I probably need to go back and try it again. I didn't play 2 because I'm a weirdo, and I'm like, even though Mass Effect became my favorite BioWare game, I didn't play it because I was like, oh, you play as a guy, but I want to make my character. Like I want to. That's it. I'm a nerd. At 9 years old, I started playing World of Warcraft because I saw on the box make your own character. I was like, you can do that. That's an option. That's the new best video game. Like, so when I saw that you were playing as a predetermined, like, it took me a while to like. I didn't play The Witcher until The Witcher 3 because I was like, Geralt's already a dude. I want to make my Geralt. Right?
right.
That's how I've always been. So like I didn't play 2 because of that, and then I finally tried Inquisition a couple years after that came out, and I picked it up. I played for like an hour, and I went to do combat, and I was like, I don't remember. I don't even remember what it was like. I just remember being like, this is gross.
I literally went to go replay it like a couple months ago, and I was like, man, like how did I sink like 100+ hours into this? Like,
Determination.
Inquisition.
Because it's a big game. It doesn't have to be a great game to be a big game.
Very big. And like going back to it, I was like, man, like I was so on the money calling it like a single player MMO. Like it feels so much.
I'm
like
frustrated by that game because like that one got 9s, and like I'll put it this way, I thought it might just be the Dragon Age isn't as much my cup of tea, but like my hot take is I think Andromeda is just as good, if not better now, than Inquisition, because
I agree.
I could at least finish. It was not as well written as I want a Mass Effect game to be, but I could at least finish it.
Yeah, I feel like it was like the Star Trek to like the Mass Effect OG trilogy Star Wars. You know, it was like we're going out and we're finding these things. And it was like a whole nice little clean slate.
Right. It was okay. It was
better.
Yeah, my big issue is just like the quality of like the overall, like I did not like the writer characters that much. I didn't think that they were like, I think that was, I can see now the bones. I can see what they're doing though, right? Like I can see what they're going for now, because I can see how they started with Shepard and how Shepard informed Ryder and how Ryder has informed Rook, like in the sense that like to me Ryder felt awful because they were trying to do what they've done with Rook and they just weren't quite there. Like they weren't as they needed that experience trying it to get to this point where like they have that more casual character. Like I was just telling Jada, I feel like this character is written not to be a stereotypical fantasy hero that you assign your choices to, but rather to be written like a person who speaks modern English. Like that's it. That's the difference, is these characters, they don't speak like silly fantasy dialogue, they speak like people. And that's what's throwing people off, I think.
Yeah. Like, I definitely get that. You know, like I'm like I'm not one of those people where like my my creative character has to be like a complete blank slate, like self-insert. Like I'm glad when like my character can have a little bit of backstory that like maybe I choose, maybe I don't, you know? Like, it's why I loved Geralt in The Witcher 3.
Oh, I forgot to ask Jada, when you said that there is dialogue, is your player character voiced in Baldur's Gate?
Rook. Not great company right now.
Ooh, that's a good question.
The fact that you can't remember, I feel like, makes me think no.
No, your character's not.
I don't think so.
Okay, because
I don't believe so. Yeah.
Because I think
kind of
a limit. I think that's where you get the difference in like quality. Like I think there's like there's the two different paths, right? You can do really, really complex dialogue choices if you're not gonna make someone voice it. And I feel and then I feel like they rein that in a little and have to work that system differently for games like this to make it so that they can voice it, which is where it's like, I think people kind of know that, but I think I think their expectations of what feels like enough or a reasonable choice is a little bit like unrealistic, right? Like I feel like this does a really good job of giving me a well-rounded thing, like, and they do it in kind of a roundabout way. They don't give me a ton of crazy special dialogue choices, right? They do it in ways where I will be watching a fully rendered cutscene that feels like it's an entirely scripted event, because I think it is, and they will just casually make a single one-line reference to an element of my character's personality or nature, whether it's their race or something I did or my background. Like, and it's like, that's what blows my mind, is it's not, oh, here's the Mournwatch dialogue option. Like, those are cool, those are fine, right? No, what blows my mind is when I'm watching a fully rendered cutscene and for some reason Lucanus just mentioned that I'm a necromancer. Like, what the fuck? How did they do that? Like, and I know the way they did that was they just did it. They did however many takes, however many times they needed, and I'm sure there's some writing magic going on to make it so some things, like, I noticed some lines couldn't work in a way that makes you feel special, but you could just say it without that context and it's fine. Like Emmerich said, like Emmerich, I was on Emmerich's side quest and he said something like very specifically, like, look what they're doing to our art or whatever, in reference to necromancy, and I'm a Mournwatch. And so I interpreted that as ours, like, because he's talked about he and I being necromancers before, but that line works regardless because he's just referencing necromancers in general. I was like, oh, that's just like smart writing, that they didn't have to write an extra line there. Like, I think it's that stuff that just blows my mind, where I'm like, they accounted for all these options in a way that is so scripted. Like, it's crazy to have that.
Consistently blew my mind.
Yeah, to have the high fidelity cutscenes where there's just, you know, that they just filmed God knows how many motion capture scenes and how many voiceovers just to get it, like, possible. Like, that's where all the money is. Like,
because, like, another example, like, even in regards to Emmerich, like, I think in the first like little personal quest with him, or I think second, where you're like in the little mansion.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Yeah.
And he like says like, "Do you sense something weird with the fade?" And my character's a dwarf, and he was like,
You're not
no,
very good
because I don't have a connection to the fade." And then he apologizes to you, like, "Oh, sorry, I forgot. You're a dwarf. Like, you don't have a connection
it's like,
to the fade." And it's like you wouldn't get that on any other race.
You wouldn't, and you know, it's like, okay, realistically, they only have to account for 4 races. They only have to account for 4 races, 3 classes, and 6 backgrounds. But that's so much for how many scenes are in this game. Like, like that,
like,
and how big the game is. Like, if this game was 40 hours long, it wouldn't be impressive. I am 55 hours in. I am nowhere near the end. This is insane. Like,
exactly.
And
like,
it keeps dawning on me more and more. Like, Jade and I were talking about it. It's like a thing where I liked it when I started. I knew I liked it day one, and I was expecting it would be good. But every day that I play it, I like it more. Like,
exactly.
It just keeps getting better, and I'm like, oh, and then I hear even from someone like SkillUp who just has nothing good to say about the game other than the ending is peak. I'm like, holy shit, okay, so even the haters like the ending. What's gonna happen to my mind? Like, am I gonna be
like,
okay?
If SkillUp loved it, you know, I think I'll, like, end up
I'm gonna be catatonic.
amazed,
I'm just gonna, like, curl up and be like, oh, I'm done with gaming today.
I'm gonna be speechless.
Yeah, so...
KG, what class you playing?
Class and race. What you playing? Oh, you said dwarf. Okay, you and Jada are both dwarves.
Oh, really? Oh, nice. Dwarf gang. I always love playing dwarf, especially in, you know,
I was gonna be a
Inquisition
dwarf,
too.
but I was gonna be a dwarf, but I had kind of decided on my class first.
Yep.
Like, okay, so I wanted to be a dwarf, but then I was like, okay, normally I pick dwarves, but the Kunari are up my alley for a non-traditional fantasy race. Like, I tend to like the Kunari, or like things that are just the different one, the original one to the series or whatever. I tend to prefer that thing, even though they're basically tieflings, I guess. But well, no, because they're dragon people.
They're dragon people. They'd be closer to Dragonborn than.
So they're Ara from Final Fantasy 14.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Actually, that's actually pretty close.
Yeah.
But yeah, so like, like I tend to try and pick something different. But normally I go with dwarf because dwarves have glorious beards, and that's the easiest to make my character. But yeah,
I didn't even think of that.
Yeah, so I started with an elf because I tend to like elves because I like the elf, like, just the basic elf stereotypes, and I like the idea that they're generally wise, or they come from like a species or a race with a lot of ancient culture and a lot of like magical influence. Like, those are kind of universal traits to most elves in games, right? And I've just always liked that. but like within good reason. Also, sometimes elves can't have beards, like in this game, and like my beard is like it's one of my only like identifying like features. I can like it's like my beard, my hair, my squinty eyes, like that. Yeah, like those are my things. So yeah, so I was like, okay, so I made an elf. I spent like 25 minutes making an elf, and I was like, I can't make an elf because it can't have a beard. So then I went back and made the Canary. And yeah, it was between Canary and Dwarf, but I ended up with this. So I was like, I think I'm gonna try Mage because I hadn't heard anybody talk about Mage.
I
So
saw
what's your
like
class?
so much coverage of the my class. I went with the Rogue because I didn't see very many people.
No one. I haven't heard anyone talk about all the previews. I think it was just coincidence, but all of the previews and reviews I heard were of Warrior. I think it was just again just like
I saw like maybe
it was just
one
coincidence. I just saw a number of people just that normally pick all stuff.
Our preview coverage that we did was most people played rogues and
Oh,
mages.
really? Okay.
Oh,
And so like most of our stuff
I didn't
was
watch
rogue
the
and
preview
mages.
stuff.
And then like our one of my coworkers on social, she went and did another preview, a separate one, and that one she played warrior. She's like, I don't think we have any warrior footage, so I'll play warrior. And so
what's
when we did our
bothering you,
space
Ballara?
last week or whatever,
if you can
we were
narrow it
talking about the
down.
classes, and
Nothing.
I was still like the
Don't
only
worry
person
about it.
on like
I
out of our
asked,
group of
didn't I?
speakers. I was the only person who picked warrior.
So
Everybody
it's just
else
it's just a. I think it's funny how we each picked the class we picked because we thought it wasn't. We hadn't seen other people picking it.
He's a monster.
Like literally, we all have the same within our relative perception of like looking at the game ahead of time. It was okay. The people I know or I've seen have been playing this, so I'm gonna do something different for each of us.
We're all just making sure we don't fit in.
We all gotta be
Can
hipsters.
can I say I'm very sad like hearing this now, the fact that we're not getting DLC and stuff for it.
Well,
That said, like, it's a
when I
thing,
saw
and I'm
it hurt
like,
me.
I'm happy.
I'm so happy for Mass Effect. Like I'm looking. I've never looked forward to a game more now than Mass Effect, just because I feel like they've proven to me that they've righted the course. They know how to do their thing. Like I know studios can't believe in the magic because that's how you get Anthem. But man, the BioWare magic is back, and I believe again.
The point I'm getting at though is I would have loved a Mass Effect 3 multiplayer tag on like post launched for
Like
Dragon
a horde
Age
mode,
Veilguard.
like well, you could
I would
play
have
a,
loved that.
oh like
Three-player
Ghost of
co-op.
Tsushima where they just like insert a
Yeah.
fully playable like.
Yeah.
Oh, I hate that
I
you
would
have good
love that.
ideas. That's so mean.
Yeah, because
no,
like
so-
playing it and seeing the preview coverage, I was like, this looks a lot like Gotham Knights a little bit. I know that's like a weird like game to compare it to, but it does have that like sort of animation base, a little bit more freeform than like how
It
Gotham
it
Knights
kind of
was.
has it kind of looks a little bit like a what am I thinking of? Like a free flow combat. Like the action combat looks kind of like that from a distance, yeah.
Yeah, and in the feel of it, definitely has like sort of those God of War-esque like mechanics and feel,
you're
you know, like
worried
the
about what
staggers and
you'll need to
everything. But like
do to
Gotham
stop
Knights
him.
worked like really well in like a multiplayer setting. They added their little multiplayer add-on post-launch. It was like 4 players, I
Little like
think.
raid thing, yeah.
Yep.
And
Hey,
like
welcome
it
back.
worked perfectly.
Join them?
Oh, hey, what's up?
What if I'm
I've
too
been here.
much like Siri?
Oh, okay. Well, you were deafened
Frizu
for
and
you were
Lemon.
deafened for
Frizu and Lemon both joined.
Oh, yeah,
We're-
Lemon-
the whole
Just
gang
like
is here.
welcome
The
squad.
whole gang.
Lemon,
Yeah.
now you're out of the
Whoa,
loop.
whoa, whoa,
You
whoa.
gotta go play Dragon Age right now. Like you gotta get in here.
Sirian and I were the same.
I mean, come on, like they put all I'm saying is they put a whole ass non-binary character in the main cast. Like if you don't, like do you are you a
I
transphobe?
want to say I'll keep saying no.
You gotta support your non-binary pals.
Yeah, that's I was joking,
you're a
Lemon,
bigot.
because Lemon is 100% a transphobe. Right, Lemon?
You heard it here first.
Damn, outdated. It'd be your own.
It really do, you know, not romancing the non-binary character.
I did. So That's all
Oh,
I'm
yeah, I saw
saying.
your Twitter.
Bro, that was the moment. I was like, okay, damn. Like
I saw that,
damn.
and then like an hour later, I got that scene, and I was like, oh my god, I still wasn't ready.
Also, this is a pet peeve of mine. I've already mentioned this before now, but I distinctly remember because I don't know. I guess I'm just that much of a hater. I watch people's things and I remember what they say that I disagree with. But Skill have said that like you can your choices don't feel like they matter when it comes to the romancing of characters because you can kind of just flirt with everybody all the time. And I'm like, they literally like you must have just like not played far enough or tried hard enough. Like you get to a point where
Some
it
people
says this
just don't have the riz.
yeah, like well, no, it's no, but it says you literally start an exclusive romance with this character, and guess what? Guess what's not happening? I'm no longer getting romantic options for other characters. Like you can still pick the heart, but no options for starting a romance or anything of that nature or anything more deep like that will happen. It's literally like he saw the heart as an option for the characters and was like, oh, yep, you can just fuck everybody. It's like it's a dialogue choice. Like I only ended up in that scene with Tosh just because the heart option was the line I wanted to say. It says you deserve kindness. Like it wasn't like it wasn't making a play at him, but like it had the heart symbol, so it was what it was. Like it's one of those things to me where I'm like, you can tell when people just didn't like see things through because that's just not true. And now 2 million people have heard this thing that's just not true. And I'm supposed to be okay with
Start
it.
turning evil, I'll do something about it.
I'm not even gonna lie, I did not watch Skillup's review for this. Just because
I only watch because he's
no ever
normally.
line up.
I only watch because on
I'm
anything
kind of
that
making
I
this up as I
expect
go.
to
Our
swing
team motto,
positive,
pretty
he's
much.
almost always positive
Let's
on.
paint
Like the
that on
only
the side
time
of the
he's
lighthouse.
negative on stuff that it
I'm
bothers me
sure
normally
Solus would
is something
love
that
that.
I expected to be divisive.
You good?
Right? Where it's like.
I'm good.
So for him to be
Thanks, Rook.
kind of the
I'll
outlier
see you
and not
later.
like this thing that is otherwise getting a lot of praise made me, like I'm like, okay, well, let's see what he has to say. And then he did the Suicide Squad thing where I'm just like, okay, everything you've said about the combat just makes me feel like you suck ass. Like that's the only explanation I can think is that you're literally too bad to have an imagination. Like that's the thing is I can't imagine how you play with this combat system and at normal difficulty or any difficulty for that matter decide that it feels too spongy and tedious and drawn out and it drags too much and it's
That
too
was one of the things I heard.
I think he said it was spongy. I think he said he started on Nightmare, and then he said like there's no point after the first you get like halfway through because they get all spongy. Meanwhile, I literally posted a clip yesterday of me killing a level 50 boss at 32 in 7.5 minutes.
and it took me and literally okay because I've been doing the same stuff you've been doing. Like I don't want to spoil what the boss is, but I just did a fight that's the main story fight, and it's it's a big boss, it's a big one, and like it literally it fell don't spoil it yet because Jada's not quite there, but yeah, that one, yeah. And I rolled over that shit first try because I had to get strong enough for the optional dragons. Yeah, so like I'm sitting over here and this is on nightmare difficulty. I'm like, bro doesn't know how to min max. Like, do you know what RPG combat is for? It's because you go into the skill tree and then you pick the good ones and then you don't suck and then you have fun. Like I
Pick the good ones.
Yeah.
like I don't know how, it's just like
No,
I could imagine looking
there's-
at the skill tree and thinking it's shallow at first glance, which is fine. But if you're going to tell me you played the game all the way to the end and spent God knows how many hours in it, and you didn't, at some point, it didn't dawn on you, or you didn't ever realize how much depth or interaction there is in this skill tree, or how many choices there are to make moment to moment, like, I'm just gonna, I don't even know what to say to that. I'm just like, what? Like,
Yeah,
you weren't trying.
My skill tree looks all types of weird.
Oh yeah, mine too. Like, cause I've started like I had my main build. Like I think I think you and I probably did the same thing. Where at first you started out going for a specialization that looked good to you, and then you got to it, and then you kind of tried playing around by mixing it with some other things or adding on top of it. And now I'm like in this state where like I've kind of flipped my perspective from I'm focused on like being a certain specialization to how I've picked like a damage type that I'm fixated on. So I'm just my thing is affliction. I'm just making sure everything is bleeding and burning and chilled and necrosis all the time. Like I just want to watch shit burn. Like and it lets me do that. So my skill tree, I'm like looking at it right now on my stream, is like all over the place because just have everything to apply all my different afflictions as needed. Like the only one I can't consistently apply for myself is shock. And that's just because I was like, I like the Spellblade skill tree, but I'm a hipster, and after playing with Spellblade, I think everybody that picks mage is going to play that because it's just a cooler rogue. Like you're literally
a lot of evoker too.
Like Spellblade is literally you are just a teleporting magic assassin. It's cool as it's the coolest thing. So I'm playing Deathcaller because I was like, okay, I want to try something that's going to be kind of harder to play. Like, let's see if we can do this. And I just now finally got I'm about to test it. I haven't gotten to use it yet. I just got this staff that turns me into a pure blood mage where I don't use any mana, I use health. It gives me a massive amount of health. Like, and I can spam my spells.
That's so sick.
Yeah, like, and I have all my necrosis and stuff, so I'm going to try and apply all my debuffs, like, and it's crazy, like, it's not, I think this is one of those things where if you go into it and you assume simplicity, you will find simplicity, but if you look for any of the depth, like, detonations and, like he was talking about how, like, the only interesting thing is, like, that can really, like, make things easier is, like priming and detonating. I'm like, bro, that's, like, tutorial level. I'm like, that's like I use detonations to buy me a second. Like, come on, like
that's all they're good for. It's like basically, it's like, oh, I can slow
I use them
down the boss for like
literally.
2 seconds.
I use them to slow down so I can do something better because like once you learn how the system works, you can do so much crazy shit. Like
exactly.
Whether it's just buffing like a single damage type to hell and back, or making it so that you're like just burning the enemies down with a ton of different debuffs, or like you can give yourself all the different enhancements and all this stuff. I'm like, I could play, there is at least an entire playthrough worth of content for each class, and I would be willing to say you could probably play each one more than once if you just wanted to, like, if I wanted to just focus on the Evoker and the Spellblade more instead of what I've been doing, I could probably get another playthrough out of messing with those. Like,
absolutely.
I picked up a really solid two-hander last night, and I was like, I realized, like, I'm like level 37, 38 in, and I'm like, I think I've swung my heavy weapon, like, alternate to my sword and shield, like, maybe 20 times in the last 30 plus hours. I'm like,
or realizing that you can switch and how they benefit each other. Like for a while I was playing the Spellblade because I was like, I just really love the parry, and like it's kind of early in that side of the skill tree. So I was like, I don't know, like I don't really want to be a staff wielder as much, even though I like the necromancy thing. No, like now I just got good. So anytime I need to parry, I just switch weapons and then parry. Like,
yeah, there's so much
and it happens so fast. It lets me. It gives me as long as I react fast enough. Yeah, I can swap weapons and parry whenever I need to. Like
I was seeing some clips on Twitter that was like making me want to switch to the warrior because you can literally switch weapons mid-chain and it'll carry over like the attack chain.
Oh,
and like
really?
You can make like custom combos pretty much with like the two weapons.
See, that's so cool.
Like, oh my
that's
God.
a layer of depth that I never would have, like, that you can't just see looking at it. You have to, like, again, it's that stuff that when you play a game at a higher level and you, like, try and learn the ins and outs of it, you see where you have to be the person that you, instead of going, okay, I want to do this, you have to go, what does this let me do? That's, I think that's the mind shift, the mindset shift you have to, like, have to enjoy stuff like this. You have to be the person that goes, what can I do? And it goes, boy, let me tell you.
Because like how many people are going to realize that like if you do a single dodge, it lets you continue your attack chain instead of rolling so that you can get your finisher off. You have to like
fuck out of here. No, it doesn't.
Yeah. It's like a whole
like that's a min-max thing I don't know because I've been like mostly I tend to finish with either final attacks or I tend to finish into a charged attack, right? And I'm generally
I don't even make it to final attacks with my build now. Like the enemy
like the way
dies.
right now, like honestly, I only attack fodder enemies if I'm using, because like if my particular, I'm only attacking if I need to switch elements to my other weapon type, just as a backup in case, of a resistance. Because the way I play right now is I literally spam spell casts and then generate mana standing still. I dodge if I need to, like, because I have a thing where you can just literally, I tap guard and then I tap square and I lose my shield and I'm vulnerable, but I just stand there and like Super Saiyan charge up my mana, right? Like, and then I can keep casting spells. So like I literally, with all these bosses, like some of the hard ones, it's funny because I'll just stand there charging mana until they attack, and then I cast a spell for the iframes, and then I go back to charging mana.
And like part of the reason I picked Rogue, because I was looking at like a little bit of preview footage, and I was like, man, it looks like they're pressing a lot of buttons here, and like lo and behold, you play Rogue, you're pressing a lot of buttons. It feels like Final Fantasy 16, like you're like using all of these different
like this is so active. Like when you get into hard encounters, like I love being able, I love that the skill wheel pauses, because holy shit, it lets me take a breather. Like I love that I can sit there and be like, okay, wait, okay, before.
Wait till you play. Have you gotten around to Forspoken yet?
No, it's sitting right here on my desk, but I'm gonna as soon as I have free time, if there's such a thing.
The reason why I bring it up is because it has the same kind of skill wheel for all your spells and stuff that pop up. And then you use like another option, because you have 40, like by the end of the game you have 40 spells at your fingertips that you can chain between.
Oh my god. Oh yeah. Okay. I've seen that, yeah.
And so
sit your ass back down.
But the reason why I bring it up is because you can go into your settings and you can turn off the slowdown inside the when you bring it up. So like
just to be faster.
Yeah. And it's not even like, I wouldn't even say to be faster, but also like
it changes it together smoother.
Like
it's a skill check
because so like what I did with that game is I turned the difficulty up to max right off the bat, and then I also there you have a further enhancement that like increases the damage you take from enemies. So I was basically, it was a 2-shot death from any enemy in the game. And it was great.
But like look, and that's how I love playing games, because it's like a good combat system. Like I said, a good combat system will shine at its highest level. Like that's also where all the cracks appear, right? Because it's one of my favorite. It's still one of my favorite points that Joseph Anderson's ever made about like criticizing points of games, is that at the highest level, when you play combat, when something's really difficult, when you die in one hit, you know when a hit was bullshit and when it wasn't. If you're honest with yourself and you're not just a person who cries wolf at everything that kills you, you know when that should have landed and when it shouldn't have, or when something gets you that like you know when the iframes are right, or when something's not tight, or when something feels
it homes in on you from further away than it normally was because it has a homing property.
Yeah, or
like,
it literally
have hit me.
or it teleport like magnetizes you into the grab attack. Yeah, like you notice that shit at the highest level because every hit counts, right? In a way that you just can't really. It's not. So if you can enjoy games at that level, which I think we do, it's like then you also get to see. It's not just where you see where they're bad, you also see where like they're really good, because a game that holds up to that that's where it's peak. It's like, oh, okay, like it's not it's not doing anything dumb to be hard, right? It's not just making the enemies tankier and tankier and tankier. It's not just throwing more and more and more of them at me. It's introducing interesting challenges and asking me to answer them in interesting ways. And sometimes the thing is, a lot of people think of games and they go, oh, that's spongy, right? Or that, and like, I no longer take that. I now decide for myself alone for the most part, like if I think a game has enemies that are too spongy, because 9 out of 10 times, telling people that a game has enemies that are too spongy or they just increase the health to make them harder is a skill issue thing. That is a way of telling you
And
right?
The 1 out of 10 time is the Division.
Exactly, literally, right? It's the Division. Yeah, Division has spongy enemies, but most games that people call the enemy spongy, right? It's not even just like a skill issue in the sense that they're playing wrong. It's that's an indicator to you. Hey, do you want to be here forever? No, you need to do more damage to make this go by faster. It is literally the developer telling you to min-max. Like, it's like, hey, do more. Find, like, we wouldn't... It's the simple idea that no game is going to ask you to sit through a 30-minute slog for a regular main story quest fight. And if that's the experience you're having, the game is not too spongy. You missed the cue to do more damage. You need to try something you're not... It's a skill check. Like, I think people use enemy health as a point of criticism these days because it's an easy thing to say. And I think it's actually a really cheap way of making the excuse for you're not good at the combat and they don't want to... Difficulty can be done in two ways. They can make something take so long that it's not a reasonable fight and you're gonna die, or they can make it kill you in one hit. Like, those are kind of your options. Make it kill you faster, or make it kill you over time by drawing out the fight, right?
Yeah, is it a battle of attrition or a battle of skill?
Yeah, and in a battle of attrition, there's always the same solution. Do more damage faster, right? It's about giving any fight where you're in a battle of attrition, that's the game's cue to give up everything you can for DPS. Like, make any concessions you can to make this reasonable. Like, it's weird because you'd think people would pick up on that, and I think some people do. But I think it's easier to say, oh, these enemies are too tanky, and so the combat's really tedious, rather than for people to have to admit, oh, I'm not playing optimally, so it's taking too long, and I don't want to have to engage with the skill system, and I don't want to try different things, and I don't want to engage with what they've created here. I want to play it the way I want to play it and do enough damage to win on the hardest difficulty. It's like, go to a fucking buffet, dude. Like, you're not here to play games, I guess.
Like, there's still people that are playing Devil May Cry 5 like it's Dark Souls, doing the same, like, combo, dodge away, go in an opening, do the same combo. And it's like, please, dude. Like, Elden Ring's right there.
And like, I feel bad because it's like, I used to be that way, but like, I always say that because I say I used to be that way, and I'm like, I was 17. My excuse was my brain wasn't developed yet. Is yours not developed yet? Like, because I sometimes say these things and I feel bad, like I'm hypocritical. Like, well, I used to say those things too. I'm like, I was a teenager. This was literally like almost 10 years ago now that I used to feel that way about stuff. It just time flies when you're having fun. And since I've been an adult capable of critical thinking and trying things for myself, I've had a lot of fun with games. Like, and so time has flown.
I distinctly remember a time about like a couple years ago when a game was actually praised for having areas that you'll come back to because the game tells you like, oh, these enemies are tanky. You might want to come back later. I distinctly remember that game. It's on the tip of my tongue though. I can't seem to remember.
Oh wait, what was it?
I can't see it. Fucking Elden Ring.
Oh, does it do that?
The Elden Ring. Well, it doesn't tell you, but like if you go to an area that you're not supposed to be at, the enemies are going to be too tanky, and everyone praised it. Was like,
oh yeah, it's intuitive. Yeah, it's intuitive gameplay. If they're not taking enough damage, oh, that's your sign to try somewhere else, and everybody goes, because they're right, they're not wrong. But if you know that, then you have to extend that knowledge to every other fucking video game, you dunce. Like,
if one RPG tells you that isn't the Division, and what's it called? You play another one that still isn't the Division, then you should apply the same rules.
I know maybe this is radical for a critic to say, but I think when engaging with art, to enjoy it, to actually understand what it's doing well and what it's not doing well, you have to at least at a starting point give it the benefit of the doubt. Why? Because it's interactive, and interactive things take time for you to learn. right? And if you discard the game before you finish learning how the fuck it works, then you didn't actually really give it the chance to be good in the first place, and your criticism isn't valid no matter how many hours you put in afterwards.
Yeah. All right.
Anyway,
There's the big thing. The big thing I would say is, you know, to Breezy's point about like if a game tells you one thing, like take that lesson to another games. Like that is a big part of what a lot of gamers in quotation mark are missing.
Gamers trademark
because
experience.
They don't because a lot of people don't experience a wide enough berth of games. They stick to one genre and they play one type of thing, and then they go to play one other thing, and they're like, this isn't good because it doesn't do this that this other game does, and it's like, well, you're not
yeah, that's how I felt when I was that's how I felt when I was 14. Like, you know, it's like, yeah, I felt that way. They're 100% right. You want to know why? Because I fell in love with the Souls games. When I was in high school, when I was 15, 16 years old, I played Dark Souls 2. I thought it was the greatest thing ever. I went back and played through Dark Souls 1 again because I'd struggled with it the first time and didn't get it, but Dark Souls 2 kind of made the formula click. I played Dark Souls 1, fell in love with it. Bloodborne came out, became my favorite game ever made ever. Right? And then I put them on this pedestal, and anytime I played an RPG or an action combat game or a dark fantasy game, insert thing that had Souls-like element anywhere near it, and I instantly made comparisons, and I didn't give any other games the chance to be themselves and to be interesting. I compared them to the thing I liked. And I didn't enjoy shit until I grew up enough to realize that's stupid and that you just have to play things and let them show you what they can do. And then you can kind of decide. Like, some stuff still isn't for me, but I've never played a game that isn't for me, that other people, or that is widely beloved and critically acclaimed, where I couldn't understand why the game is beloved and acclaimed. Right? I've never, and so that's why I get so frustrated with other critics, is because I understand that everything is subjective and we have our preferences. But I have never played a quote-unquote great game or a masterpiece as declared by other people and actually thought, nah, this is actually just shit. Like, I've never, you know what I mean? Like, I've understood why, I don't like this because X, Y, and Z, and these elements aren't for me, and they literally are the opposite of my tastes. But I can see why it's still a masterpiece for other people. Like, and I totally respect that, right? Like, and instead of giving it a score of X, Y, Z because how I feel and how I felt, like how I experienced it, I just won't comment on that game because I realize, oh, that's not for me. So my criticism of it, no one's going to appreciate that criticism.
It doesn't matter. Like, at that point, like,
criticism that matters. Yeah, criticism that matters comes from people who understand and love that thing and can deliver that criticism with respect to the people that are doing their best to make it good. Like, you can't come at something from a perspective of, I don't like this thing as a starting place, here's how it should be better. No, the people that get to tell them how it should be better already like it the way it is. that's the rules now. Like, them's the breaks, kids.
Yeah.
Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
Oh yeah, Bond.
Yeah. Oh yeah, how's the PS5 Pro going? Update us.
I was just about to say I booted up Spider-Man because that's the only enhanced game I have on disc, so it was a fast load.
Yeah.
And
the age of digital is better though, right? So good. I love all digital all the time.
Yeah, I think Star Wars Outlaws is still downloading.
Poor Breezy here on Discord with us, but also back on 2010 internet at the same time.
Yeah, my internet's like
two different worlds.
And it's not like dude lives in the mountains of Montana. You're on the East Coast. Like, I'm not gonna dox you, but you live in a place over there. Like,
I live in
a state.
I know you live in the boonies in your area, is what you say. Country. But you live in a Virginia or a Carolina or something. You don't live in the middle of nowhere in Appalachia. Like,
I do live in a Carolina.
Yeah. So
and the
Oh, that's enough information. I know exactly where Breezy lives now. I figured it out.
On the way.
That's actually incorrect because I can give
hit you
people
with
my
an
address
axe.
and they still can't find my
That's all
house.
that matters.
So,
I'm not most people, Breezer.
it doesn't appear on Google Maps. I'll tell you that much.
Shortly.
Yeah, Jada's got the IGN hookup. She can pay a developer for their like tracking data on you that you submitted in some user agreement. That
Oh my god.
that's how the deep state. That's how the deep state and the woke games industry collude to make the world a worse place. Sorry.
Yeah, they actually keep exactly where you live on file and not just scan your computer for like whatever you
downloaded Ubisoft Now or Riot Vanguard or EA Origin. Jada knows where you live.
Nah, it's not even that. You know those EULAs you sign anytime you play a game? Yeah, that gets all your information right there.
Nope.
Downloads it all.
Like it literally says.
Brain.
Yeah, it literally says to IGN folks only.
No, not even IGN, just me. It's just straight to me.
Yeah.
It's just straight to Jada.
Oh my god.
Gotta read the fine print.
Yeah, you have zettabytes of everyone's information just saved from all the EULAs that they didn't sign from playing Activision games.
Yep, just directly in my brain. It downloads
every Call of Duty player ever.
Oh, your poor brain.
Yeah. The brain rot's real.
The amount of MAGA or Trump clan tags Jada's had to
So
save.
I haven't
for her brain.
actually done combat since starting this. Let me go fight something. Oh, I still have to talk to everybody. Holy shit. Okay. There's so many people to talk to. I love it.
That's
Yeah, I love
not what
that
I
feeling
meant to
when you come
do.
back to the lighthouse. And it's like
I love the
4 different
lighthouse.
exclamation
Okay.
points.
The lighthouse
meeting with the
is
threads.
brilliant.
The threads.
I think they perfected
What for?
like
Hub
the
zone.
area.
Yeah,
It's
like
on Ava.
literally
I'm hoping they have
the
something.
perfect RPG hub.
Dharma said to invite
If you're gonna
you.
make one and
Someone's
set it
always good.
You can
outside,
decorate it. You can not engage with it at all. They,
Actually, the best home
God.
location is Sanctuary from Fallout 4.
oh, God.
I thought you were gonna say from. I didn't know if you were gonna say from Fallout or Diablo, because I think they're.
Neither. I was talking about Borderlands.
Oh my god, Jesus! These games have no.
Specifically Borderlands
There's no
3.
original games.
Specifically Borderlands 3.
I hate that one so much. I love that game, but I hate that fucking ship. It's so awful to navigate around.
Borderlands 2 Sanctuary is like the most perfect hub, and then Borderlands 3 is like, okay,
like,
but what if
fuck
it
you.
wasn't?
Yeah, like what if we made
if
it
you're
a
a
really
submarine?
shitty RV? Like, yeah, we just made it a really shitty RV stacked on top of like storage containers. Like, okay.
Yeah, guess what, liberal? Go talk to Lilith back in Sanctuary.
Oh,
Good
God.
luck
And
having
there's no
fun getting
fast
over
travel
the.
point to where she's at.
Good. Or oh my god, on PC there was this weird bug too, where like if you're for a long time, like you go into the mini map, and if you didn't change a specific setting, like the actual fast travel option wouldn't show up over the zones that you go to. So like I didn't know for a really long time because of the way my screen looked. I couldn't see the prompt for fast travel because it wasn't like on your mouse or on the key command. It was down at the bottom corner of the screen, and it was just barely cut off by a weird field of view bug. So I didn't know you could fast travel in Borderlands 3 for a hot minute. Like,
You're like planning your play session like it's Elden Ring around talking a little.
Bro, it was hellish. I'm not. I felt so stupid. Like again, it
That's
wasn't
like if you
my
had to
fault.
go all the way
oh my
back to the
God.
bottom of the map to go to the round table hold.
Yeah, literally. Like, oh my god, that'd be so toxic. Now my
Randy
place looks
Pritchard
like
and his
a,
magic
shaded,
tricks.
elite dangerous.
my place looks like a proper Navarin death hold sanctuary for emo kids. Like I just need the My Chemical Romance soundtrack and it'll be lit.
God, I haven't messed with the decoration at all.
I only did it because
in Dragon Age.
if you buy one of the themes or whatever, you'll see them. They're called I think they're called themes, but it'll redecorate the entire main area of the where you live and stuff with a theme of one of the different major areas. So there's Elven, Navarin.
Oh, that's sick.
And the different ones.
I did not see that at all.
Yeah, so here,
probably missed those
if you pop up here, I can also throw it up on Discord,
second.
but
I'll pop it up on my stream. I'll pop it up on Twitch in a second.
But I'll show you from the outside so you can see it. So the this statue is a decision, right? So you have this guy out here, which is just its own unique choice, which is right on this pedestal. and you'll probably be behind a bit because stream stuff. But that's this one. So I have the Navarian thing for this, but then the buildings, like,
you could change that.
But like, see this, like how there's all the skulls and the tabards and like that on the back of that building and all over here. And then if we go to the actual hold itself, you can see the big green flags and the skulls and all that. And then we go inside, and like there's the green fire, and then the watchers for the Morn Watch and all that. Yeah, this is all one decoration choice.
So cool.
Like, this is all one choice, and you make that decision up here at the top of the stairs. Change decor, and yeah. So I only bought like these just because I went to experiment with them. I didn't know what they were, and I found them when I was just messing around, and they changed like the entire theme of the lighthouse as a whole.
Oh, that's amazing.
Yeah. See, now it's Elven, totally different vibes. Like the lighting is different. Like.
That is not the bonsai I was looking for.
The statues are different. And then you have your actual room that you can decorate. I think, is it this one or is that
This
no?
game better have Fallout 4 base building, or I'm not gonna fucking play it, Bond.
Bro, just add it on.
I only play games with Fallout 4 base building. That's it.
And then you have your personal.
My options are very slim.
Then you have your like.
Rook, we gotta set up a camp in every region.
Yeah,
Bonsai, what is your Twitch? I could have swore I followed you.
Here, let me grab a link for you.
It should just be Bonsai Boy Gaming on Twitch, right?
Yeah, but
yeah, I just got it. It popped up.
Okay. But yeah, so here's my like actual room where I just set up like my basic like my emo kid stuff.
Ad, bro. You don't have to wait.
Yeah.
Here's the worst part is I used to do scheduled ad breaks, but those it turns out are way worse because like just on average you like because my whole thing was I just wish I could turn off ads because I don't have enough people that watch the stream and it wouldn't. It's a marketing thing for me. I want people to see it so that they like come hang out. Hey, thank you for following. But
yeah, I thought I did already, but apparently I missed it.
Oh, you're fine.
Oh no, this is cool.
Yeah, so here, yeah, so this is my little bedroom, but here I'll show you the big thing that I was just showing everybody. So here's the choice where you make it, and here's the original, right? Here's just your basic lighthouse that everyone else has, and then here's what I have it set to, and I'll show you where the big features are. But,
bro, I haven't even looked at that table. So that's probably why.
It changes everything. Like it gives you a whole remake of the entire place. You have all these skulls and all these like Navarin references, the green fire, like all the decorations in here. And it's not just in here. I'll go outside and it's like on the outside of the buildings and everything too. Like, and then the statue in the middle of the courtyard. That's its own independent thing, separate from the other stuff.
I've been messing with that. I've got like 8 or 9 of those ones.
But the skulls here and all this are all that's all from just the decision on that one thing, and they're only like 500 gold or something, and you just get them from your different major faction areas. Like you can get them without being a certain level. I've had this since really early.
I just hit max faction on in the Necropolis.
Let's see which other ones I can buy.
Or whatnot. I hit the max faction rank there.
Yeah, I went there first because I've been trying to get that blood staff that I just got. So that was my first one I maxed out.
They had a shield there that basically I think it's while charging my shield throw, it just deals necrotic damage around me to people.
Oh shit, really?
Oh, that's so cool.
Or maybe it's something else. It might be a different effect because I didn't end up buying it because I worked towards getting. I was like, oh, I really want this unique shield, and then I unlocked it and it was like 6,600 gold, please. And I was like,
yeah, that's me. Mine's 6,500, and I'm like,
I was like, I have 10k right now. I could buy this, but I'd rather buy all these other things and upgrade. So I'll come back for this later because
that was me. There's a bunch of stuff I kept wanting to upgrade.
Yeah, I was like, my shield is already pretty good right now, like build wise. I was like, that's the only thing I do dislike. I don't really care for most of the unique gear in the the
So
I
they
feel
should
like
have themes. So yeah, you have
really
to be. It's so this one's 700 gold.
But there's some other ones that they really force you to sacrifice your build for that one effect kind of thing for a lot of stuff, and so.
So so for here, this one, like I just went to the shop for the Shadow Dragons, because I haven't bought theirs yet, and yeah, you can go if you go to the valuables and collectibles, they look like this. They're these little tabard, these banners. Yeah, to Winter theme, a foreboding style.
It's the banners in the things. Okay.
Yeah,
So I've
they-
bought a
There were
bunch of those.
paintings.
I just haven't found the. I just never saw that little pop up for the book to
yeah, the
actually use them.
yeah, they're called the
Go figure.
themes, and they changed the whole thing. It looks really cool. So yeah, I just stumbled upon that on accident, like day one, because I see a prompt and I click it. Like I just walk around.
Because I literally thought they were all paintings. I was like, I do not need this many paintings.
Oh yeah, no,
I'm
those,
not engaging with this.
I will buy this stuff because I think this looks cool. Okay, but anyway, yeah, so I just wanted to go to a shop just to show that example. But I was also really happy with the character creator because literally everybody that's seen my character says he looks like me. I'm like, yeah, I did a good job, yay!
I saw it like the second day or something. I was like, how many hours did he spend?
I spent like 30
get
minutes,
this
not even kidding.
face scan.
It just
NBA
worked
face scan.
out.
That's convenient.
I need to go to Lighthouse. Wait, yeah, let's go back to this.
Hey, Bon, have you seen anything about the new episode in Suicide Squad?
I have not seen any. I want to play it so bad.
Because I'm looking at it right now. Bane, Scarecrow, and Two-Face infamy sets are returned with additional tiers and master variants.
I know. They're doing such a good job. And like, I'm literally over here,
And
like,
then I showed you on Blue Sky, dude.
I know, fucking Dominic Terrassen finally said something. He said something good, and I'm like, well, no. I'm like, I'm not playing right now. I need to be there to shill. I need to tell him. I need him to get the word out. If I convince him, maybe PC Gamer makes an article, and maybe the tide turns, and maybe my game survives.
I pitched or whatnot. We were talking about like Arkham stuff because they like made an offhand comment about how Batman is important to their game slate and stuff like that.
Yeah,
And
I
so,
saw
like,
that.
So I think we like ran a graphic today about like is there a new Arkham game in the works because of this? Like, is Rocksteady making
not.
a new Batman game? Like, that would be really cool. I'd
I
be
hope
totally
not.
down for that. And then somebody was like, they're the good ones, right? And I was like, yes, they are the good ones. They're like, and then somebody was like, but mine is Suicide Squad. I was like, no, nobody just understood how to play that damn game. It is a good game. People
It's
just
so
do not
good.
understand it.
And it's like, it's
then
not
they
even
were
hard to, it's not even hard to understand now either. That's
It
the
is
worst
hard.
part.
It is very hard for the common folk to understand.
Well, like, but they all understand Destiny.
Yeah.
Bond, remember?
Well, they
when I
don't,
told
but,
you
like-
about the most popular Reddit post on the Suicide Squad subreddit.
Oh yeah, didn't you tell me that
The
they
most
asked?
popular question.
What is
that
it? Oh
everyone
my,
asks.
it's gonna hurt me. What is it? I forgot already.
Hey, my shield keeps getting depleted for no reason, even when I'm outside of combat. Does anyone have a fix? And it's
And
literally
it's-
always
the
the hot potato
grenade.
grenade.
Yep.
It's always the hot. Oh. And they literally have
Literally see
every
it
week. You
every
said
month.
or every month.
Or when I check it, yeah.
It's always at the
It's always
top.
like in the top 10.
There's no hope,
the average
man.
gamer is
But see, here's the
we
thing.
call them the
the
yellow
a-
painters.
you can yellow painters. We can call it the average gamer, but here's a point that I think just like I don't want to talk about it too much because politics is sad and depressing and gross. But and no one wants to talk about that right now. But like one of the things that's I think that like I saw Alyssa Mercante mention it, but I think other people are kind of dismissing a little out of hand is that like the people talk about like how there's this pipeline from like the nature of the way people talk about games and all the hate and vitriol in this space and how that's translated to those same beliefs and feelings in, you know, just in general in politics and everywhere, right? But like a lot of people were dismissing that in a way that I don't think anybody ever stops and considers that like it's not just more people play video games than watch the news. How do I know this? Because more people play video games than have cable. So,
Right.
you know what I mean? Like, so this discussions that happen in and around video games do affect the greater social discourse in a meaningful way. Like, that many people on Earth are engaged with this form of media, and it's the largest, most profitable, most popular form of media on the planet by a massive, massive margin, right? Like, I think people are really quick to dismiss the idea that, oh, well, you know, it's just games and it's just people in the weeds talking about nerdy stuff about games and stuff. It's like, no, like, when a conversation, because that's the thing, right, is we see how our conversations about like nerd stuff lead out into, you know, people have conversations about that stuff with different content creators and different outlets and stuff. And then you see the negativity, right? You see where all it takes is someone who's a little bit in the know, right, to say something really hateful or negative, right? And then that trickles out to someone that's a little less in the know. So you have your people that are like, say someone who actually plays games, like, I don't know, like a let's say Skill Up or whatever. Let's pretend he's a really hateful person. He's not, but like just a version of him that's like really actually like bad to people, right? Like I disagree with him, but he's not that at all. And like someone like that, right? They give credibility to someone like an Asmongold, right? And then an Asmongold pushes that out and it reaches someone even more removed from games, but still in that space, until the narrative about the choices and the quote unquote politics and all this other garbage in video games has actually affected the wider discourse about a social topic. Like, and people go, oh, that's like a little extreme. Like, it's just games, bro. It's like, there's a pipeline here though, where people get their information. And when this is the media that so many people 18 to 35 engage with, I think it's really kind of crazy that everybody wants to like dismiss the fact that no, I think the way games get talked about and where the information in that space comes from directly or indirectly affects the wider narrative that we have about people and culture and identity in politics and all these other things.
It's gaming is the most profitable like art medium right now. It makes more
money
than movies,
more than everything combined.
TV shows,
all the rest of them combined. That's what's crazy. People don't understand. More than every book ever sold, more than every film, every song, everything, all of it combined. Video games do more than that. Like people, like, so that it's crazy to me that people don't really see the fact that this medium is serious and the conversations that happen around it should be serious. So it's not just, oh, it's some dumb person saying some negative thing in nerdy game Spaceville. No, that person who's a popular streamer for games or a popular content creator for games or, you know, whatever, that person reaches an audience greater than CNN. Like,
on a regular basis.
Yeah, on a very regular basis. And I think that's the crazy thing about it, is that like people just kind of dismiss, they don't even think about that. They think of these streamers and these other people and they think of them as entertainers and celebrities and stuff, but they don't understand that their reach is literally greater than people who turn on the evening news. Like,
exactly, like despite what your, you know, boomer
despite what your boomer parents think, more people listen to Asmongold and Aiden Ross and XQC and every other dumb fucking Oompa Loompa piece of shit out there than actually watch the news at night or know what's going on in their town or any of that shit. Like, so the fact that there aren't, you know, that's the issue. Is it's like, okay, with that respect, right? Because I was talking to Lemon about this, and I'm curious what you think about it, Jada. Is like, there's not really, like, I think IGN makes a solid effort for being a place that provides good information, and when you guys have real stories and stuff, they're good. Like when there's real reporting and like important stuff going on that gets talked about, those are good. But I think you'd agree that IGN doesn't have the image or the perception in the wider public of like a news organization, right? Like,
no, I mean,
like along the lines of, say, a BBC or a CNN or a something more quote unquote formal.
No, not like that. I mean, so like,
because you have to appeal to an audience that's also younger as well. Not that's your primary audience, but you're not just appealing to grown adults thinking about the world.
I won't speak to our business practices and stuff like that, or like what our motives. I won't speak to that type of stuff just because it's not my place to speak.
You're just one person, and
but like what I will say, and this is from me, like, before joining IGN, like, the focus has always been on just informing the public about, you know, stuff that they are interested in.
Yeah.
That is generally, like, the vibe I have always gotten from the company, and I don't see that changing or whatnot.
And yeah, and I think
Gyro
that's
joined.
and
Totally
there's
didn't say hi. But
and there's some really no, and there's some really awesome like I've just hear some really
and we do a lot of like we have some
oh yeah
excellent
some
reporters that
and
do
some really good
great,
very
that do
serious
some-
stuff like yeah
that do a lot of very big reporting and things like that, and and there's and it's funny because we do a lot more of that type of stuff than people realize.
yeah, and that's why I was
so-
kind of that's what I was kind of trying to say is I don't want to like dismiss that because
No,
I've
yeah,
noticed
but-
as someone who's been looking for it, I've realized, like you said, at the end of the day, most of the time, if you go to quote unquote fact check something about video games, you kind of go to the IGN article, right? Like if there is one,
we're the first stop for most people about anything, regardless if they like us or
exactly
quotes hate us. We're the first stop or whatnot for most people, and that's a lot of it is from our expertise, and a lot of it is from how long we've been around and as an institution in the industry. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, 100%.
Our company has the same birthday as like Nintendo. Like
oh, wow.
founding, like not like our company's been around as long as Nintendo, but like the date that our company started like did with Nintendo. So like it's a funny thing, but like it also like added to, like it's a funny coincidence, but like it adds a little bit. Like it's a weird thing, but I'm getting off track. But we do a lot of that stuff, and a lot of time people will see that stuff and are like, "Wow, you should do more of this." And it's like we do a lot of this. The thing is we cover so much stuff that it
gets drowned by a lot of the pop culture.
It's very difficult for people to see all of it, and it's like
no, it is. I mean, I open IGN, and if I don't know, I'll be honest. Like when I go to the actual IGN website, I very rarely would ever go to like the homepage because it's kind of like it's easier for me to just type in IGN and see the latest story, right? Than to navigate all the different stories that are there, right?
And we put out a lot of stories every day.
Literally, like I'll go to look for a review. Like I remember I went to look for one of your reviews or Travis's reviews, like the day it was posted or the day after, and I had to like do the load more like 3 or 4 times. Like, God damn, it was posted 14 hours ago. Where the fuck is it? Like,
yeah, we have one of. I'm biased, but I would say we have one of the hardest working news teams in the biz. Like they're just constantly on top of it.
yeah, no, there's tons. There's always stuff coming out. I mean, and it's not automated. I mean, like I think a lot of people think that they see a Twitter post or they see an article and they think that there's some automation to that. It's like, no, a person has to even the most simple statement or post or report has to be a person typed this shit out and pushed publish and got the information and put in the citation. Like someone has to do that shit.
It's a lot. It's not one person. Like there's everything goes through an editor, and then like if there's a video component that goes through a whole video team with separate video editors and a whole syndication team that does a lot. Like nothing is done solo at IGN. It's very rare if there's any project that is done only by one person and just one person alone. Like
so what I was getting at is that like is in with IGN being kind of the closest we have to like a news outlet or news organization, right, of that kind of scale, but still having that kind of, I think part of it is a certain amount of there's a lineage or there's things attached to the legacy of IGN having been around all these years, right? People have a perception because it didn't start as what it is right now, right? Most of these companies they started out writing about games very much as a fan site, writing just reviews and cool nerdy shit and fun facts and top 10 lists, and it grew into, oh, now you're a real site and you have real access and now you can talk about some cooler stuff and so on and so forth until it became, all these things that they are today. But a lot of these things started as something simpler, and so there's that kind of people form their opinions of these things throughout their life, and if you formed your opinion on IGN back in 2010 and aren't going to change your opinion on it, then like people aren't going to, you're not going to suddenly take that seriously.
Not even like changing your opinion on anything. This goes
but
for
reevaluating,
yes, reevaluating, but also like adapting to like the fact that things are not the same as they were.
Yeah, time change.
10+ years ago, 5 years ago, things weren't we're very different. Like it's
Right.
The world is constantly updating and changing, and like if you're like things have to evolve and change with them. Otherwise, they go extinct. They disappear.
With that in mind, it's like I think about how as a news thing, right? Like I feel like there needs to be, or I feel like there is I don't know if even people care, but I feel like we need something out there that feels like a proper that feels like that proper news outlet that doesn't have that extra association with all those other elements that IGN has branched out into over the years, probably out of necessity just to maintain being profitable and a business, I'm guessing, right? But like you said, it encompasses so many things.
Before
IGN,
this year, I
IGN is not.
Informer.
Yeah, like I would have said Game Informer as well, but even then, it's like, I think that's kind of what, again, those things still have that kind of baggage of having the origins of fundamentally being consumer first, like fan oriented publications, right?
Right.
Like, and I think that's the thing that's still kind of missing is just a more like, as big as video games are, we need a formal, this is the video game network that people go to for all just video games. If you need video game anything, just video games. And it's not about it's not about the more fan site element of it, right? It's more about just having that reporter level look at things where it's just talking about things from a grown-up's perspective, talking about the financials and the business stuff, all that shit that gets posted on that goes to Bloomberg or goes to your like business companies and all these other things that try and set themselves up as these more formal sites or whatever, these more formal places, but their readership and their audience and who they're trying to appeal to and the people that read that shit aren't gamers, like, and people that know games, right, don't go to those places. Like, no one is, you know what I mean? Like, I think a lot of people might go, oh, well, Bloomberg's talking about something video game related. If it's like, yeah, but I know that that's just Jason Schreier. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's not Bloomberg with all the authority of Bloomberg's, all the work that they do for all their crazy financial reporting, right? Like, that's what I mean, is there's that missing element of a place where people go just for that kind of stuff, that deeper look at how the industry is, the conversations happening around it in a social regard, like, and you'd think there would be, given the nature of how much this medium reaches so many people now, right? Like, I think that's the problem, is there isn't any perception of the medium online or in like just out there in the world as a thing that adults discuss and think about deeply and has ramifications for the social issues and changes that we talk about in the real world. Like, it's still kind of treated as just, oh yeah, that's that hobby a lot of people engage with, but it's like, imagine if it's kind of like if all the same hate and vitriol that is coming out at movies or at games, imagine if all of that, exactly that, was directed at Hollywood and then some.
I mean,
right?
You do get that in Hollywood, but
you do. But like, again, it's such a small industry compared to games now, right? Like, how many more people are committed to the hate in games than in movies, right?
Yeah.
And it's like, imagine if all your movie stars, right, were under this, that they're wealthy and protected and stuff. But imagine if your movie stars were faced with the lack of protection and daily constant flood of hate that developers and news media people in games are, right?
I'd argue they are.
But they have the resources to be protected from it. They're rich.
They have more resources and they're more well off. And it's also a thing where when you're when you're a movie star, you have an agent that protects you from these things. You have protections.
Yeah, exactly.
Most celebrities and movie stars do not have a social media presence for a good reason, because that is an element where that type of stuff tends to
break through,
bubble up from. So they avoid it. There's also the element of they have a lot of that stuff. They still get a lot of those things, but it's just it's drowned out more by more positivity that is there.
And there's also a lot of, again, when they do face really extreme right, hate, there's generally, especially that reaches the public eye, there's pushback. There's solidarity on some level, right? You see that where people kind of come out to say, okay, we say this is not okay. Like, celebrities are people too. Like, leave them alone. Like, you know what I mean? There's that whole thing that kind of happens when anyone really steps out of line or is particularly hostile or malicious or awful in a way that, again, catches public attention, which is, you know, always way too big of a way, right? But that,
Like
that's what I'm getting at.
in like a Star Wars project.
Yeah, like, and that's what I'm getting at is like, okay, so these people have all those protections and stuff, right? And their industry isn't as big as the one that we're talking about right now. Like, that industry isn't as big as video games. And we're like, so all that same vitriol, all that same hate that you get there, right, is being directed at the same kind of creatives and stuff, but without all those protections. And they are more representative of the scale of the conversation than even what happens around celebrities and in movies. Because again, we acknowledge the size of that industry. Like, so that's what's crazy to me is, again, I just don't think we don't get that massive pushback, right? Like, there isn't any real call for that out of like necessity, right? Like, I don't think there's that solidarity. I don't think people really treat it that way. And I don't think it's not because people don't care. I think a lot of people care, are in that same position, and they show it amongst their peers and with each other, right? But it's like, they don't get that wider public support, right? They don't get that wider, oh, this is wrong, you shouldn't treat people that way, because you don't have anyone really coming out to say anything about it, right? It's not on the evening news. It's not making headlines. It's, you know, it's just, game flopped, developers in dire straits. No, a game isn't doing well financially, and now 40 people at this studio are getting death threats. Here are their names, and here's who's attacking them. Like,
the reason why you see as much of that in the gaming industry versus the TV movie industry, personally, my personal thought process on it is because most gamers, capital, not even capital G gamers, little lowercase g gamers,
just people that casually play games.
They do not know who makes those games.
And I think,
they just target the studio or one individual person,
and that's where you're right.
And they get
so right.
blown, and they follow that. And whereas you watch any MCU movie or anything, and like, you know who's in the movie. You know what I mean? Like,
and that's what I mean is, like, I think that's what I'm kind of, you're kind of bringing it there for me, is like, that's kind of what I feel like that. I don't know if it's because there's not the means, or there's not the resources, or the people just haven't come together to do it. But like that, we need that platform in games, right?
Yeah.
That makes it so that people know that shit, right? Yeah. Like, you only know a movie star actor's name. It's not because he tells you his name. He goes, "Hi, I'm Brad Pitt. Thank you for coming to see my movie, and here I am as the star of your next favorite film." No, you know it because people talked about it, because it was reported on, because their names get known, they get passed around. People make a point of, right, treating those people in that way. Now, I get that movies and TV and all that, it's going to be different, right? It's fundamentally different. But there's the nature of the fact that, is it not, that's like the missing link. I feel like as a collective, there hasn't been that like movement to make it so that people understand that medium. Like, there's no one, again, because I don't know that there's an outlet, at least like maybe there is, I don't know. But I haven't heard anything about a place that is actually able to make it about that, right? Make it about keeping people informed about games as an industry, as an art, as a social thing that exists, right? Like, we have different elements of that.
That's it right there.
Yeah, like, we have different little parts and pieces of that, but we don't have anyone.
Games as art.
Well, and we don't have anyone that is committed to making that the point, right? Because it's not necessarily always going to. I understand why, right? At the end of the day, like IGN is not owned by a person, by a single person sitting here thinking deeply about how much they love video games, or a collective body of people working together and talking about how much they love video games, it's owned by shareholders. Like, right? So I'm imagining, right? Isn't it a public company?
IGN?
Yeah.
IGN is a subsidiary of a public company called Ziff
Okay.
Davis.
Okay, yeah. So that's what I'm getting at, right? Is they are beholden to other factors, i.e., making money, right? That kind of sometimes, whether because of lack of time or lack of people having the idea to get around to it, whatever, there's not a means yet or an incentive to make that thing, right? And I think that's what our industry.
Say that last part again.
Like, there's not, they don't, whether it's because there's not the time, I was trying to imply that if people wanted to make something that was more in this sense, right, they don't have the time in their day-to-day right now to, say, create that and not use up resources that have already been allotted for other things. And, again, the company has to make money, right? Like, that's obviously the priority at all times because it's a business, right? And I think that holds things back, obviously. I mean, I think that happens with any kind of...
I mean, that's any business. It's like figuring out, like, you can look at any business and say, like, hey, like, there's things that these businesses want to do, but they're unable to do because, hey, we don't have the resources, we don't have the people, we don't have the bandwidth.
Yeah, we can't just pivot to this or that.
That's any company.
Yeah, and so I was covering that base, is just making sure that that's what I'm saying, is that it's not any. I didn't want to put it on anybody that you work with or anything that things don't look a certain way, right?
No, yeah, trust me. There's a million other things we would do as a company if we had.
If you could like if the staff there could just do what they.
If we had a magic wand, no, it's more of like if we just had a magic wand and could just make those things happen, we would. But the thing is like, doing those types of things aren't like, it's not something that you can just be like, all right, we're going to do this today.
Exactly, because you have all these things, these commitments, and an established business and a company that already operates a certain way with certain priorities that work and keep it going, right? Keep people employed and keep that business doing its thing, and it works, right? Like, and so that's what I'm saying is like it's weird that we don't have, and I think we need to have in this industry, in this space, something that can be that more formally committed to the information side of things, right? But again, that takes people and resources. It's not something that any one person does or any like individual just makes happen. You have to have people come together to do that. And I'm hoping that something like that starts to take form, because right now there's a ton of incredibly talented journalists and writers and reporters and all sorts of people and games media people that don't have a job, right? And I'm hoping some of them or someone out there is enterprising and thinking about these things or throwing these ideas around to bring people together and try something. Because like, I really think that now's an opportunity. You have so many talented people with the chance to step into something new, where before they were XYZ at, another outlet already. So like, I don't know. I just think it's weird that we don't have that more formal discussion, we don't have a news site for games that is strictly that boring adult news site, like, I don't know how else to describe it, right? It talks about the real shit that grown-ups need to know about the industry and about the social conversations happening around games. Again, you have tons of outlets that talk about some of those things, but no outlet that is the commitment is just to that stuff, right? It's always, and I understand why, because click-through rate probably supports actually engaging with pop culture, not talking about it on a deeper level.
That's the issue, is nobody is clicking on those things. Like, I don't say nobody, I shouldn't say nobody.
Oh yeah, I was going to mention that.
That audience is definitely niche, and it's trying to bring people to that. Right, that's hard.
Most audiences, they want... I see this in live streams where we do things, and like, perfect example, we did Gamescom Brazil this year, Gamescom LATAM, I believe, and that is it's a very different Gamescom than most people know of. That's like in Germany, very different. This one was primarily very panel focused, so they had the developers for CD Projekt Red for Cyberpunk 2077 there, and they talked for like 30-45 minutes about like their process and how they built things and why they had to do things and their pitfalls and all these other things that went into making that game. that, you know, so many people out loud love, but like the audience listening and watching is like, this is boring, show us a trailer. Because that is what the attention span of a lot of audience members have become now in this day and age. They don't want to hear, they don't care. They just literally do not care who's making the game. They don't care who is whatchamacallit, on stage, unless it's a very big face.
Very
if
well,
it's not
yeah.
like, if it's not Kojima, they don't want to hear
Yeah.
somebody talk about it. You know what I mean? They just want to
Yeah.
see the new trailer. They want the shiny. And like, I'm not saying this like all audiences, because there's a lot of people out there that do enjoy it. But the vocal ones, the loud ones, they're like, I don't want this. I just want to see the trailer. And so,
Yeah.
and this is, you know, this is a very generalization. There's no.
Oh no, I know you're like,
It's very
100%.
anecdotal. I don't
I get
have
you're talking about.
documentation but like, these are things I've witnessed during, before, and probably will continue to witness after my time with IGN, whenever that ends up being. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So like, it's one of those things. I've seen it with like, so it's.
But like, if what I'm getting at, right, is that
right now.
if
It's
we
a
look
weird
at
spot.
if we look at this, but like what I was also trying to get at is that if we look at the scale of that industry, right, even if that what you're talking about, I agree, that's just an awful vocal group of people that like that just don't care, right? But if we look at the scale of the industry and how many people it reaches, right, then am I crazy to assume that there is just a really, really large quiet audience that might actually be catered to, and because they don't have that thing, they don't show up for it? Right?
There's always the possibility of that. Yes.
Because I just look at the scale of the industry, right? And there's so much vitriol and so much negativity, and when there's a lot of centrist pandering, tiptoeing crap.
There is more. I will say this: there is more positivity in the industry than there is negativity. The difference is right now, because of how
Where
things
is
have
it?
been changed.
Can you show me?
Because how things have changed. The industry is the algorithms right now are circulating and pushing the more
Negativity
negative
bias.
stuff to the top. That stuff is what's getting pushed because of the climate and who's running the social media programs and stuff like that. So like that.
Yeah, that's definitely a big because I'm just like, because I guess I'm glad to have gotten your opinion on that, because I'm thinking in my mind, just there's got to be a way forward, right? It doesn't have to be today or tomorrow or next week or next year, but there has to be a way forward where even if you go back in time, even when things weren't this hostile or whatever, it was never that people have been more informed and more understanding and had better access. Like, it's always just been, less bad, And I think that's the thing, is there has to be a way forward to make it better, to help people see this thing seriously. And it's like, as the audience of people that plays games ages and gets more mature, and the demographic shifts from the majority of gamers aren't 18 to 35, but 18 to 45, right? Like, or whatever. As people continue to play games, and that just become the massive normalized thing in our world that it is, like, I feel like we need more perspectives and more places or outlets, or whatever you want to call it, more ways to get that to people. And and there's so many smart people right now who I hope, it's one of those things where you can't just experiment with people. But if this was The Sims and I could just try things and see what happens, it's like there are so many people right now that are really talented who don't have any work, who could collectively put together an absolutely killer news media outlet for games. Like, it's right this minute there is a veritable mass of people to draw from that could just establish that thing. If they if enough people could come together with also the other skill set and business talents that you need to develop that. Yeah, exactly.
The thing is in the industry, you'll see
you need someone that can lobby for that.
You need, yes, but you also, the thing is like, a lot of these businesses aren't profitable for a while. There's a lot of sites that aren't profitable for a very long time, and it just depends on It all depends on like
you have to be able to show
other
growth. That's the
arms.
when it comes to investment these days. The only thing that you have to be able to show growth, like over profits, over revenue, over anything else. You have to show that you can keep getting bigger, and they'll let you bleed money for 20 years like Amazon.
There's a lot of things. There's just a lot of elements that go into like it's not just as simple as like.
And it could be
you
that
see
there
something
isn't
like,
somebody
like
with
what is it called, Aftermath right now, which is what you're talking about. You're talking about like
yeah, I've heard little
people.
bits of that. Like I haven't actually checked them out too much, but I've heard that they're like a fairly
look to that point. This is something that you're talking about. You're looking for, but even you who are looking for that hasn't spent the time to go and check it out. And I'm not putting as a dig as you.
No, you're fine.
I'm
You're
not
fine.
putting as a dig as you, but yeah, like this is just the point.
And
like,
I will say, just in my defense, that's because I've always wanted to say my piece more than I want to hear anybody else. Right? I already feel that way. I already agree with all those people, so I don't want to. You know what I mean? Like it's the.
But that's the thing, like, and that's the point I'm getting at is the fact that like because I'm going to assume based on our conversations you are an educated person.
I mean,
like,
I'm high school educated. I tried to go to college.
But you're an educated person to a degree, right?
Yeah.
Maybe not with.
I try to be informed. I try to be knowledgeable. I put a priority on. I put a priority on the value of knowing.
Yes, that's my point. Is like because we are intellectuals and those types of people, we often don't need the validation that a lot of these people crave, a lot of other people crave from other sites, and so like that's why a lot of times it's tough to get the clicks because if it doesn't have like a catchy headline or a thing that you're uber excited about, like it's hard to get people to read stuff.
I feel like we've. I didn't
read a lot of stuff before I started with IGN, and I read a decent amount, but I was like very picky because it's like you. I was like, I want to form my own opinion, unintrusively without any other takes from other people. I don't want it to color my opinion on something. So I want to experience it myself first, and then I would read things afterwards later just to compare. The thing is that's what a lot of educated people do. Some educated people will,
and that means your thing doesn't get clicked in the first week because those people are busy playing and informing their own thing.
Exactly. So like it's a chicken and the egg kind of situation. You know what I mean? Like it's like you need one or catch-22, I guess. You need one to get the other, but you need the other to get the first one. And so like
I guess I think
it's a very tricky situation.
I guess and maybe this is just copium or just, looking to hope for something better, but I think now, right? Like I don't think anybody can deny unless I don't believe in miracles. The next 4 years are going to be really rough. I think I cannot understate how important I think it is for people with the skills to do so, to help create a positive space in this medium, in this industry, right? Like, and I see those people. Like, I don't want to pretend like I don't. Like, I see them, but it's like, I don't know if it's the nature of independence, or if it's the nature of just the way things work as people who are trying to make it out there, like people just trying to do their thing and get by. But I see a ton of great people who are doing well and making that thing, but they don't have. We need those people to come together to make something together behind the name of just a thing, right?
It's tricky. Like it's not an easy thing, and like that's the whole thing about building communities. Like, and who knows? Maybe down the road, the positive influencers with positive outlooks and are have good morals and are doing more good than bad for the industry will come together and do something like that.
Because I see people online, right? Like, just as an example, like I see like Paris and Khalif interacting on Twitter with each other sometimes, right? And I'm like, I know, okay, as you confirmed for me, Paris does his own thing, so Khalif does his own thing, and I'm like, these are two people who, if you got them together and more people, and their energy, the kind of positivity, the kind of thing that they're doing, came together with other people to spread that as a larger collective community and message, I feel like that could have so much more power and reach so many more people, because no matter how good you are at something, unless no matter how good you are at something, only so many people are going to like one person, right? It's kind of the power of, it's the gift and the curse, right? It's how IGN is so big that, people just call it an IGN review, but it's also the curse of no one looks at the author, right? But that scale is kind of what you need as a starting place to get the message, to get people to listen, right? Is you have to be something big enough with enough reach and enough respect already when you put your foot in the door, that you can establish something bigger. And I don't know if it's just, again, people have their own different things. I just threw out names that I knew, but like,
no, for sure.
Just the idea that like, I'm surprised, as smart and talented as the people are out here, I'm surprised that there aren't more pushing for that, or that they haven't. And again, maybe it's in the works right now. I don't talk to all these people. I haven't worked with them.
There are people that are trying to do those things, that do come together and do those things. The problem is, at the end of the day, is like, it's a lot of work. It is a lot of work. It's not just as simple as being like, hey, I've got a big channel, you've got a big channel, you've got a following, I got a following.
No, it's totally different. You have to learn how to be a completely different thing if you are going to... Yeah, they're different jobs entirely. Like, if you're going to learn how to be a part of a team of people that are going to put together this larger thing, you're no longer a content creator doing your thing with some other... It's not a collaboration anymore. It's a new thing. You have to be able to put everything aside for a new thing. Like...
And
I see that because I saw that with Second Wind, right? Where like they tried to do that, right? And I followed Frost. I don't know if you saw any of the drama with that, but Frost was, he seems like the very reasonable person, and he said some very practical, but not necessarily had some harsh words for the state of things when he stepped away from that, and maybe that's it, right? Is maybe at the end of the day, right? It could be as simple as there are not people that have the charisma and the financial and the business skills to help establish that collective thing. Because that sounds like that's their problem, is literally they have the people and the talent to build the network, and allegedly somebody did not do the best job at leading and using money in a way that, makes it conducive to maintain this growing structure. That's the rub I got
it's
from
a lot of that, and then it's also like building a brand from scratch is tough. It's not, even with they like take Paris and Caw, they both have big followings. Them coming together and building a brand from scratch, if people don't know that it's them at the forefront when they just see the brand on something, like, people are more, even like their followers may skip away if they hadn't seen the announcement that's happening.
And it's so, inherently the risk that, like, again, it's one of those things where no one in the space is necessarily so successful that they can just be like, oh, I'm just going to take the chance on some other thing and make that important and platform that on my side of things at the same time. Like, and that's a huge take, and like a lot to ask of people. Like, yeah, like that's why I said, like, I know that it's one of those things where it would need to be the right combination of people who are already the right amount of committed to their own thing and prepared for another thing, right? Like, people are always in different positions with that stuff. So I get that that's probably the hardest thing, is that you kind of need a perfect storm of people looking for an opportunity, and I don't know, the right people or person or whoever to get those people support or get them funded so they can do something with it, right? Because I think, yeah, like you said, I mean, money's the big obstacle for most of it. It's, you can have a great idea and you can have the best writers in the business, but you still need someone who can stand in front of a VC and get them to put $200 million into it.
Yeah, it's building a business is not easy, and it's a lot of work and a lot of time, and a lot of people
I've seen where it goes wrong. Like, I've seen firsthand, because I won't talk about it in too much detail, but like, that was the thing, is I helped start and run and manage a business that was bringing in a lot of money and doing very well, and then people started making decisions against my own better judgment, and against what I tried to advise. Decisions were made that just have kind of just put it in the hole. Like, it's never gonna really be successful again. Like, and so I don't get paid. I don't have a job there anymore. Like, and that's one of those things where I saw in real time all these pitfalls that would have been easy to avoid, but it's so, people get so wrapped up in the moment and they get so excited for things, and they get this energy that it's, you don't look out for the dangers on the road, right? Like, and again, most people that fail with a business don't go back again. And I think on some level you have to see failure to understand how to do it right, because it's not intuitive in any way.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, in the business side of it being complicated, yeah, like, and I'm glad that this is why I wanted to talk to you about it, because I know you would have that insight into just like, you know, you all have an informed perspective on that and confirm a lot of what, you know, what I know to be true, but like, it's good to hear, right? It's good to hear that there probably are the people there, and there is the potential and the room for that possibly, but the roadblocks that are in front of it are the same roadblocks in front of everybody trying to make a living and start a business and do anything. Money and the public.
Money, time, energy, and then a lot of it's also luck. There's a lot of luck that goes into it.
100%.
Being in the right place at the right time and starting the right initiative at the right place and having the right name, and there's just so many.
I just
like, yeah, it's a lot. I wish it was something simple as just like,
it's definitely not simple. It's definitely one of those things.
And I'm not saying that you were saying that. I wish it was. Like,
yeah.
You know what I mean?
I do too, because like I look at it and it's like, I think, I don't know. I have thoughts and I have ideas, but it's like I still have to become someone that people listen to before any of that shit matters for me, right? So I think about it from the perspective of, okay, what do I see? Where do I see potential where other people can have that impact? Because it's like, I know that we're gonna need it. Like, there needs to be, we aren't alone. I've only been at this for like just over a year. I've met a ton of people that feel the way that we feel, that love games, that love art, that are decent human beings, like all the basics that we prefer to, you know, see in people that talk about this stuff, right? And they need somewhere to go as things continue to get worse. Like, I feel like it seems like one of those things where some of those people are checked out, or like you said, we get our information elsewhere. But like, I feel like the tide of negativity as it continues to grow and is definitely going to get worse, right? Like, now more than ever, I think I'm hoping, right, that other people, and that hopefully at some point even myself, can find a way to make something like that, because I mean, there needs to be a safe haven. There's nowhere right now that really feels like you can go and you have like reasonable people talking about things on the same page as a community, right? Like, and again, there's an element of, I'm sure you and most of the people you work with are probably on the same page, right? But like, you also can't just all be able to say all these different things all at the same time. Like, people have different responsibilities and different commitments, and there are different expectations and about how things are presented, right? Like, you still have to be able to. I'm sure IGN has rules about who it can and can't alienate as an audience, right? Like,
if I had, you know, like even just two of me, I would output double the work and double the thing. Like, there's so much more stuff I would love to create and do at work. I'm just not able to, because it's not in my I have to spend my bandwidth properly, and that's you know, with any job. It's one of those things where I just, you know, sometimes I just do not, like, we always want to do more, and we're always trying to do more stuff and bring more stuff to people, but it's at the end of the day, you know, each person can only do so much.
Well, what I was getting at too was less the wasn't so much, you know, like, not what you can or can't do in terms of like output. I meant more like in terms of this IGN still again has to, like, I'm sure has to appear as a fairly like neutral-ish outlet in the scheme of things, right? If that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, we have you know.
You can't be there's a reason IGN doesn't title their articles the way Kotaku does. Is what I'm getting at.
We have our own set of editorial guidelines.
Yeah.
That's the best way I can put it.
Yeah, and that's what.
Like
yeah,
every outlet does. You know, we have our own editorial guidelines, just like Kotaku and GameSpot, and everybody has their own editorial guidelines. And I'm sure there are things that are very much the same, and there's probably things that are slightly different and different focuses and stuff like that. So.
Yeah, and I guess I can speak rather than speak to what those are or whatever. It's more. I think you'd agree that's the perception people have, as IGN is a, relatively speaking, kind of the more neutral body in the watch to normal, reasonable people. Obviously, the crazies think whatever they think, but I think most people see IGN as a fairly neutral outlet in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, I mean, we try to appeal to as many people as possible.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like, that makes sense. Yeah.
You know.
Hey, I'm gonna dip real quick. I'll be back.
Okay.
Later, Lemon.
We'll miss you.
Later.
But yeah, like that. Yeah, because I think that's I don't know, like that's what I'm saying is like IGN is neutral in a sense that I don't think IGN can or has the means to, or really the initiative or motivation to, as a company or business, to be that safe space, right? Not to say it's not, but you know what I mean, like what I'm talking about in the sense of trying to make something new that can be more for the people that get this, right? That get what we're talking about.
I mean, that's something in my job as as a community manager. I'm always trying to create a space that is safe and welcoming for everybody who wants to be a part of our community, and removing the people who are acting against that. The problem is there are more people on the internet than there are of me.
When you're also working you're working against 15 years or 20 years or however many years of IGN's relevance on the internet and people's interpretation of it. Like, that's what I'm kind of getting at when I say something new. Is it's not like IGN can't do or doesn't do this. It's sometimes something has to be new because most people already have decided how they feel about IGN.
Yeah, they already have.
Right,
they've already locked in their brain how they
even
feel
if it's
about
not even if it's not bad, like even if it's just totally neutral or whatever, most people have known about IGN and have their image of that in their head and have for so long that it's not going to suddenly appear as something else to people, right? Like, you can do all the stuff you can to keep people away from it and to keep bad actors away from it and stuff, right? But because it's that kind of, because of the impression people have gotten from the past already or whatever they feel, like, they're going to keep showing up because they just make these assumptions because it's IGN and they saw something a decade ago. Like, that, you deal with a lot of that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and so that's what I mean, is like, it's more of a new in the sense that, yeah, not that people can't do it or that, like, there isn't very active effort to make things better and improve things from that side of it. It's just like, perception is a two-way street, and like sometimes the only way to change perception is to start with a fresh one, right? And I think that's, because again, I don't think there's a lot of people out there that, generally speaking, would think of that as the place where, oh, this is the place where I go, and like, you're going to do everything you can to make it that place for those people so that when they show up, they know they are in a safe space, right? But like, you still have to, like, getting people into a place is oftentimes their perception from, like we said, however long ago, over all the years that this company's been around, right? Oh, IGN published a story that someone thought was sexist in 2005, so they've been telling all their friends for 20 years that it's not a queer ally, so now those people will just not go to IGN. You know what I mean?
Which
like,
isn't the case at all. But
but I
get your example. It's like saying, like, pick, whatever fast food place, like, say, like,
any news media, like, I'm just gonna be like real, like, any news media outlet that has been around for as long as IGN has and existed in the last 25, if you existed 25 years ago and you were doing news media pop culture stuff, you publish stories that would not be acceptable today. That's just universal, right? Because the world was different, right? That's what I mean, is there are people that develop their perception of it because of something that wasn't okay 20 years ago, or that was okay 20 years ago, and things change, and then they still decide, oh, I'm not going to reevaluate.
Okay 20 years ago, but people didn't realize it wasn't okay 20
Yeah,
years ago.
you know what I mean. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I get it. I'm just setting. I'm being.
No, you're good.
So
We're establishing the basics that these things were never okay, but people are actually having the decency to say they're not okay now. Let's change the rhetoric around that. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
It's how we. No, I'm 100%. I'm autistic about the way we say things. How we phrase it matters, and phrasing it as these things were never okay, and making sure that is clear is 100% valid.
I mean, like look at G4. Back in the
day.
That's
like literally one of their clips popped into my head when I said what I said about media 20 years ago.
Yeah, like look at G4 when they.
Oh my god, they're thinking about Japanese games. Oh my gosh.
Yes, exactly. Genji Days of the Blade for PS3.
Oh,
that whole spiel on X-Play.
It's so good. It's so bad, but it's so good.
So atrocious. So bad.
That flashbanged me when I first saw it.
Yeah.
I was like, whoa.
But like, I saw that back in the day, and I was not educated at the time, and I did not realize how bad and how flat out racist it was.
Well, yeah, and like you just don't have context. Like, it's one of those things where you can see something back then, and things become normalized for us too. Like, that's the nature of it. Things are normalized for everybody of the time, and I think that's what's missing when people say that times change. It's not just times change, so the rules have changed. No, times change, so people are allowed to now care about something that before didn't bother them. Maybe
it didn't bother them, but they didn't.
But even if it didn't, they are allowed to change. They're allowed for it to bother them now because they think about it now, because it's present, and because people have brought it to their attention that it's not fair. Like, it's not like you have to have held a grudge throughout history. You have to have been wronged for all of history to realize, oh, the way people are being now isn't fair.
The big thing is that there was a lot of people that were upset about a lot of stuff that was covered and how it was covered back then. But
you didn't have the internet as vocal.
The internet was a very new thing back when G4 was like in its heyday. The internet was still like becoming a bigger thing. Like, this is dial-up years still at that point. So, this is early 2000s. This is dial-up years, and what you call it? So things didn't spread as fast. People weren't able to communicate as openly and call people out on things. So like, it was a thing like where people may have had that grudge for like 20 years. Like, it's a possibility. It's just they didn't. There was no way for them to. Make it heard.
Exactly. Yeah. And so that's what I'm saying is, like, there's that element of people's perception could have been informed by things back then that, again, even the best of us can be a little bit hypocritical about some things where you'll literally go, oh, I feel this way now, but that person or that company did this thing back then that wasn't okay. And it's like, well, but were you going to throw a fit back then too? Right? Like, you have to extend the same kind of courtesy to, right, that
oh yeah,
when
for sure.
when we're talking about perception. And I think that's a thing that people don't do with, for example, IGN or any company, any public entity that has an image, right, that's been around long enough. Its perception's affected by that age and by all the years it's had to build up stuff, right?
I like playing Call of Duty. I've literally just been sitting here fucking doing zombies this whole fucking time.
Sorry this ended up like off track a little bit, but like, yeah, I've been talking to Lemon about this a lot lately, because like, I'm the kind of person where like when I'm the kind of person where when I look at what's going on, and again, I don't want to dwell on it because it is what it is, but when I look at like the state of things right now, socially, politically, like, and the importance and the role video games and the social discourse around them has to play in it, I just look and I'm like, we need something new. Like, there needs to be like, and by new, I don't just mean people aren't doing enough. No, there's a lot of people doing the right thing, but individuals aren't enough. Like, and however, and it's like, okay, so now what are the limits to that thing, right? Obviously, you have the same issues, right? That for me, it's enough to confirm that is true, that thing is valid and should exist, right? Getting people to support it, having the resources to do it, those are the roadblocks to making anything, right? But validating that a thing should exist, that's step one. And I think that, you know, that's why I talk about it, is because I think it's important that, yeah, I think I hope that other people see that there is an audience for that stuff, because they show up for all these things in all these places, but they're quiet. They're not the people that fucking leave all your comments and throw fits or get excited about stuff. They're the people that are just appreciative of, oh, hey, you're just talking about stuff and talking about how it works and how it was made, and you're not here to shit on it, and you're not here to make me feel bad, and you're not here to like attack my identity or, you know, just say your unfiltered toxic bullshit. Like, there are people that will just
that stuff has no place in the industry whatsoever.
Yeah, no, I get that. I mean, just that, like, again, it's not that it's rampant in, it's not obviously on the side of the people actually like outlets or anything. Like, this is a consumer. Sorry, I want to clarify. This is like for the gamers TM, right? Yeah, like for those people, it's like, I think that they're loud and they're always going to be loud, right?
Mm-hmm.
But there's nothing of scale that's just as loud yelling back. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
there's a lot of places that are respectful, that do their best, that try to be professional, right? But there's no one, I just don't feel like there's enough out there that's really swinging for the fences on that. That's like, no, this is unwarranted, this is not okay, we're setting the record straight, here's the facts, here's how this shit works, right? Like, there's an element of, like, and again, that's me as a person who's inherently like a bit aggressive about those kinds of things, where I want to see something like that, and instead of going, these things should be different, I go, okay, how can I make this, right? Because it's not, I don't think you get anywhere by going, someone else's thing should be different, you just gotta make your own thing, right? Like, and so that's, you know, that's,
that reminds me.
Like,
I was gonna say it's like 20 minutes ago, but it completely slipped my mind. But
wait, I didn't finish talking.
we were talking about like how like uninformed people are, but how big gaming has a thing in it, like a role in everything. I saw a tweet earlier, because unfortunately I opened Twitter instead of Blue Sky. This guy said, nobody wants to admit it, but these had way more of an impact on the Democrats losing. It was just like, it was like a 3x3 or a 4x3 list of like the things all the nerds trademark hate, where it's like She-Hulk, fucking The Last Jedi, a movie that didn't even come out during this presidency. Like shit like that. It's like, and I wanted to tweet just like a guy who thinks any of these had any remote like,
oh my god,
role in it, because like I don't think She-Hulk lost Kamala the race.
Like, and it's like, it's not like, and it's again, it's that like, it's that like, what is it, like a mile wide and inch deep, like, you're like reaching for like in the right direction in theory. About, I agree that games indirectly have an effect on things, but like not in that, like, if you like, because that's kind of that, like, yeah, like that's kind of, yeah, that's the kind of point I'm making, like, yeah, but the discourse that comes up around shit like that because of you dumbasses, yes, agreed, you do fucking make disgusting, horrible points and create ridiculous movements and try and manipulate people with propaganda because of your hate, just because
like,
you saw a movie you didn't like. I agree.
Yeah, if you can recognize that all art is political, then you can make an argument that in some way, in like
Stalguard's one of them.
5 degrees removed, 5,000 million degrees removed, She-Hulk did in some way, you know, like,
right?
The Last Jedi had something to do with it.
Wait, this is some, we're like going for the butterfly effect here. We're like,
it was like an indicator of like the
a female-led show fails, a woman doesn't get the president.
Yeah, like the acolyte was on there, like, holy
like
shit,
the butterfly, literally the butterfly effect,
like making the argument that like she lost because She-Hulk's ratings were high enough. Like, that's like so like
that'd be an interesting interesting math study to do. Like, what is the correlation between She-Hulk's ratings and Kamala's ratings, and how does it relate to the fact that they're both women?
All I'm gonna say is that Trump is only both his presidencies he won was against women. He did.
Yeah.
He lost.
Yeah. Yeah.
I saw one where it's like Trump when it comes to running against women. It was like a LeBron James edit.
It was just like, it's like, oh, that's cool.
I mean, if you're gonna be sexist, then let's go all the way and just say bro can only fight girls.
Like,
Like,
you know,
if you want to play that game.
It just speaks to the rampant misogyny in our country.
Oh,
you know?
100%. No, and it was like this is really upsetting. My mom, who is 60 something, told we were in the car and she said, you know, I was talking to a friend who told me, she's like, and she said, this is my mom's friend told her, who's roughly her same age, like, you know, I knew that there were a lot of men who hated women, but until yesterday I didn't realize how many women hated women.
Yep.
And it's and that's someone, and it's like, and that's someone, you know, in her 60s, seeing that.
White women.
Yeah.
White women.
Yeah, no, I mean,
Vaughn, have you seen the breakdown of the
oh
poll?
yeah, that's yeah.
That is a poll. Yeah, the poll breakdown of it. It's like that is white women hating women because black women and Latino women showed up.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Well, and it's one of those things where when you look at the percentages too, like I see some people like in some narratives about like different minority groups and like, you know, like Latino men not, you know, showing, but like you also see the demographic, and it's like at the end of the day, if all the white people voted correctly, then it wouldn't actually matter.
Yeah, you know,
so
I mean,
like you can, if you really want to, you can just blame the white people. Like,
we do, yeah. We do all know.
Trust me, I do all the time.
Yeah,
but don't worry, America is becoming too diverse, and it's not a nation of white folks anymore. Obviously, based on those voting numbers, as you can see, America is clearly like 40% brown people making all the decisions in this country.
Yeah,
You have to remember, we're run by a secret cabal of whatever ethnicity they hate.
of insert hate breed of the month. Oh my god.
It's the trans lesbian black women cabal. Is what it is.
And they're disabled.
Always to point out. Oh
Led
yeah,
by
and they're
Jada.
disabled too. Yep. Yeah, well, I'm not disabled, so I can only be second.
Okay, well, I said that before he tacked on disabled.
It's so funny how the headcanon some people get with things. It's
properly
insane.
No,
I can't imagine going through life thinking that way.
The line much more.
What are you working on?
Well, it's like as Lemon and I are watching about
I didn't see
Lemon and I are watching of I think it was Vosh, who basically summed it up in really simple terms. That it's like, you know, as we all know, there's an epidemic of misogyny in this country amongst sexually frustrated young men, and it's like, wow, that's
absolutely.
It's like it's crazy that like when you dial it back a second, it's like, oh yeah, it's a bunch of dudes can't get laid, and so the world's gonna burn. Holy shit.
It's a very sad. Very sad.
Like, and the worst part is they can't get laid because they're shit people, and they won't be better people to get laid, so that's why the world has to burn. That's the short version. Like,
you know, we post a lot of graphics about meteors just missing the Earth, and I'm like, one of these times it's got to hit us, right? One of these times it's just got to be the reset button.
One of these meteors has to hit Hustlers University in particular.
Like, oh
Wherever that building is established.
There's not a building. You know there's not. It can't be real.
Yeah, there's no building. I'm fucking lying.
Oh my god. Yeah.
Hi, Atreus.
I don't know. I definitely hope that, like, it's something that I don't think we'll, you know, what I've been talking about. I don't think we'll see any things have the opportunity to crop up right now. It's going to take a little bit because there's just so many, the industry is just pulling back massively, and there's too many people that don't have anywhere to go, and there's not enough money around. Like, it's just one of those things where people aren't going to be, you know, the people with the funds that give out all the money to get shit started and to start new businesses are not going to be throwing it behind anybody, no matter how charismatic right now. Like, so it's one of those things where I think about this stuff because I like to look to the future, and it's like, you know, okay, if you're ready when opportunity comes knocking, right, and you already have plans, that's when shit actually happens.
Yeah.
Right.
you know, because you know.
Yeah, but I like the past more, so we should go back to that.
Well, like you said, it's about getting lucky, right? But everybody gets lucky once or twice. Eventually, sooner or later, you get lucky. But it's did you have a plan? Were you ready to take advantage of whatever luck came your way, right? Were you open to as many opportunities as you possibly could be?
The only past we need to go back to is the time when we guillotined the rich that were taking advantage of society.
Yeah.
No,
Can I get an
you know what the worst
amen?
part is? You want to know what the worst part is? In another universe, Donald Trump is a staunch liberal progressive whose phrase was no. Another universe, hear me out. Another timeline, another universe, okay, multiverse, okay, totally different. Can be we're talking Bizarro Superman, okay? Like so in another timeline, Trump is a progressive liberal candidate whose "Make America Great Again" catchphrase is explicitly
George Clooney or something.
No. Wait, let me finish. His "Make America Great Again" is explicitly a call to a return of the great times of the 1950s and 60s, in which they taxed corporations at 80 to 90%. There we go. That's the alternate timeline I want, where that's the version of the 1950s that he wants to bring back, and that's the person that he was, and he wasn't, you know, a rapist and a felon and insert whatever other awful, horrible things. There you go. That's my alternate
They call him
timeline.
the 34 timer.
God, that's that's my alternate history timeline of a world where, like, you know, Rome suddenly stops collapsing is one in which, yeah.
Alright, where's the...
There are things you can learn from the past, and those things are tax corporations for all they're worth, so that they can't afford to pay one person all that money.
Like, absolutely.
Like that's the thing, is like the golden age of the American economy. Yeah, like that people talk about, like, man, remember when a man could go to work and his job could pay for a house and a car, and his wife could stay at home with 2 kids, and that was normal. That was the American dream. That was what every, you know, minus all the racism and misogyny and all the other awful shit, you know, right? From an let's talk about from an economic standpoint, right? When that was the American dream, yeah, corporations were taxed out the ass, so everybody had everything.
Like, FDR's rhetoric...
They were giving out business loans like candy. Like, if you had an idea, it didn't matter how stupid your idea was. You could have the dumbest fucking idea, and you could just be like, hey, I have a dumb fucking idea, can I have some money? And they'd go, do you want to be rich today or in a month? And they'd be like, okay, well, you have an idea, sir. That's enough for you to be rich in this economy. Like, that's what it was like that.
If you were white.
Yes. They even
offered you the money. They looked at the
Now, the 1960s economically for black people might have been maybe just tiny little bit different. I don't know.
Just
not
know.
my field of expertise.
Not my field of expertise. As not a black person, I'm not sure, but I've heard, as I read in my history books that weren't at all doctored.
Sources tell me.
Sources tell me.
It's been lost to time.
Sources tell me that was not a great time
Unfortunately, it may
economically.
be the case pretty soon, but...
That's right.
Oh my god.
But yeah. Yeah.
But
what were we talking
we're
about?
Here. See, that's the
Dragon
thing.
Age.
A year ago, I didn't know.
That's right.
I know. Here's the thing. A year
Dragon
ago, I didn't know any of you, and now today we're all talking about this kind of stuff, and we all agree and believe in relatively the same thing for the thing that we care about, and just people, right? Like, I think that's proof enough that like community can happen. Like, we can find the like-minded people, we can find the people that understand, and we can show them that there's a place for them, right? And hopefully they'll bring their friends and they'll all show up together, and we can kind of build something more than just some people having conversations into something about, that affects people, that makes the discourse better, right?
But that only happens when we get Concord. That's the only reason why.
Bro.
True. Because I sure as hell wouldn't have met it. guys, if it wasn't for Concord.
I know, that's so crazy. Like, it's such a silly, wacky thing too. Like, of all the things, like,
It was a canon event.
it was like, I'm too sentimental. Like, I wonder if it'll let me transfer my data for Concord to my PS5 Pro, even though it's non-functional. Like, wonder if it'll
Every time I look in the fridge, I see Concord grape juice, and I sigh a little bit.
I refuse to I refuse to uninstall it, and like I still have all my footage.
Same.
I haven't deleted any of my Concord footage. I won't, because I'm gonna
any of my gameplay capture, it's like that's just permanent space.
Yeah, because I'm gonna
on the hard drive now.
Someday I'm gonna just like come back and be like, I'll be posting some clips, or I'll make a video of something about first-person shooters, and I'll pull out the Concord archive footage, and I'll have a bunch of people going, "Whoa, what is that sniper? Whoa, that's so crazy! Whoa, what game is this? I've never heard of this. Why can't I?"
Is fire.
This is fire. What are you playing, man? I've never heard of it. That's some sick FPS gameplay. And I'll just be like, "Let me tell you a story, you bastards."
And we go into the unskippable cutscene.
Yeah.
Once upon a time.
I'm so... That... I swear, I know I've said it, and it's silly, and it is what it is, but, like, that shit radicalized me, okay? Like, I cannot...
Yeah.
I'm just... That made me not okay with it. You know, I've been saying a lot of the same things for a while now, and I've been pushing for a lot of the same stuff, and I've been trying to direct my energy and my content and all of that in a better direction, but, like, that was just... Some shit just hits where you're just like, oh, it all kind of clicked for me just all at once. There was like a bunch of people who are incredibly talented. Like, people will say, again, like, I hate the idea that... I guess my thesis is, and you call me crazy, my thesis is that if all these people that don't take any responsibility, if all, you know, not any of the professional, I didn't see any outlets that, like, gave bad reviews, but if all these shitty content creators and all these supposedly unbiased reviewers and all this other garbage, right, if all those people that, you know, supposedly just give fair commentary and just talk about the facts, right, if they had all said good things about Concord, if the sentiment about Concord in the space, in the social discourse was that this is a good game, and those people had actually tried it and people had talked about it differently, right, in this alternate timeline, it would be here and it would succeed. And I think, and a lot of people will say, well, no, they don't affect the sales that much. People see an ad and they decide whether or not they want it. And all the normal people that have never gone on YouTube or never used the internet fucking saw and did the ad for Concord and they didn't want it and they didn't know about it, so it just didn't get bought. And I think that's cope. I think that's denial. I think that's a bunch of people who make content not taking responsibility for the fact that what they say about games costs people their jobs.
Mm-hmm.
Like that, it's that simple, because it's easier for Moist Critical and Skill Up and every other person to say what they say with the extremity in the way that they say it, because they don't feel the need to pull their punches if they can tell themselves, well, you know, I don't need to. It's not like it's going to change anything. And it does change things. And I think that's like, again, we see how big this industry is. We see how the way people talk about games affects their perception of them, and it trickles outward, right? It doesn't matter if, like, we see our space as small and the people in the know as like a small group, right? Like, someone in the know, enough of in the know, quote unquote, right, gets their feelings out to other people, and from there it extends outward, right? Enough people play games
Get my food
that...
over your back.
You're good, yeah. Enough people play games that your casual just talking stream...
Don't go anywhere.
Your casual just talking streamers that play games sometimes, when they go to check out the discourse on a game, they go and look up information, they go watch a stream, they watch a reaction, they watch someone else's video, right? And that informs that wider dialogue. So it's like, that's my biggest issue with this stuff. Like, that's why the whole Concord thing, I think, just makes me feel so strongly about it is between that and Suicide Squad, I genuinely believe that, like, regardless of what PC Gamer or IGN or any of the outlets post, because I know that most of those people and places, I'm sure, are all, you know, again, doing their best and being professional and respectful, and they're not in that vein, right? Regardless of them, I think that if all these content creators actually, you know, held themselves accountable for how people talk about and treat games, the discourse around how games are talked about would change substantially and very quickly, right? Like, it's really that simple. It's that when, like, when the loudest voices, especially the ones that have done such a good job at portraying themselves as unbiased or not, they don't have a foot in the race. They're just a player. They're just a gamer. They're just
We're just here for you.
We're just here for you.
The most biased, like legitimately.
Like honestly, and it's
everybody has a bias. It's a matter of how you
are you honest. Yeah.
How you utilize your bias and how you speak about
like
the bias that you have.
Like I don't know if you saw my
biases.
I don't know if you saw my tweet / skeet for those who wanted.
We're not calling it that.
No, we're not, but it's gonna happen anyway. Like I was watching just because again, I generally like get good information when Skill Up does his little news segment. So I was watching, and he just said a couple things, and he was going over, you know, the reviews and the commentary on Dragon Age, and then just, you know, reiterated his thing, and he said, and I quote, again, this is where the way you say things and your responsibility as someone talking about the news and trying to be serious, and your personal bias and how you feel about things, you've made it so clear that there's no separation there. Because he said, and this, I'm going to quote it. I wrote it as a quote. I took out like 2 words because it was a little bit much, but he said net, whatever the fuck that means. I think just like all in all, right? Cutting out all the bullshit. I don't think Dragon Age Veilguard is a success for BioWare.
Yeah.
I'm like...
It's because they're moving goalposts and stuff. Again, once again, as always.
And again, and like that's the thing, right? Is this is a person who does not associate with, and definitely and has you know, discarded or disowned or talked down to and said, no, I will not deal with the hate and the racists and all those shitty people, who doesn't aspire to be anything like those types. And I still think that, and people will defend him to the death because he's not like that. And I'm like, yeah, he's not like that. That's not my point. It's that the way he talks about games gives people the ammunition to say that stuff about them, because he's not addressing it with nuance. And if he is, right, then it's not informed, right? Or he's just wrong about stuff. Like the way he says that, the way he reports that and says it in a video, right? The man is a great presenter. He's very good at what he does. It's why he's so successful. And the way he says it is very convincing. And it's the dumbest fucking thing I've heard all week. Like, you know what I mean? In the sense that, like, that's the closest we can get to a, you know, an honest person's take before there's actual, you know, financial reports to go off of, right? A supposedly informed person delivering their unbiased stance on how the thing is, how a game is doing, right? And I'm just like, I might think GTA 6 is a 5 out of 10 because it's probably not going to be for me. But you're not going to hear me calling it a failure for Rockstar unless they take a net loss. Like, unless it does an unceremoniously massive flop. Like, that's what I'm saying, is it's just that inability to actually be the person they're pretending to be in that presentation of things. It's like, you can't set people up to think that you are this just honest, well-meaning source of good information and then inject every bit of actual information you try to give with a ton of bias, like you're just talking about a product again. Like, it's just, that's the stuff that baffles me, is it's like...
The biggest thing I'll always say is, like, whenever I try to speak about games in a professional capacity, is I never want something I say about a game to prevent somebody else from discovering something they may love. Because I'm not I feel that I have very good taste in games.
Mm-hmm. But you know, you don't like everything.
But many people have that kind of same opinion of themselves. I actually think I do have, you know,
Yeah.
I think I'm beyond
Yeah.
that. Because I'd say I play 75% of everything that comes out, and then I try to play, you know, 50% of the big indies that come out, you know,
Yeah,
and then
I
I
mean,
try
like,
to play other things in between and smaller projects and stuff to like keep myself informed and see these trends and things like that. Are people
like
doing
that
well?
you're literally like you're right where I'm at. Like that's it. Because you're preaching to the choir, because it's one of those things where I'm like, yes, I get it. We all think we have the best opinions, but you want to know what's really crazy is the other person I know, you, who plays as many games, if not more than I do, has a shockingly similar opinion on the vast majority of them as I do, right? Like, and again, like, and I'm sure where we disagree, it's fairly simple to see why we agree to disagree, because it's like, oh, this was really bad for your taste in a way, and it was not bad for mine. So I, like, you know, again, like, oh, this thing really put me off, so I didn't get to enjoy that game. Or I'm like, oh, I looked past that one glaring issue, so I enjoyed it. Like, you and I, you get that, right? Like,
yeah, and it's like, it's another thing. Like, I'm not going to say that my opinion on every I ever state is the correct opinion. That's never going to be the case. I am going to be.
But I am confident saying it's more informed than most.
But I also will, you know, it's one of those things where I will reevaluate that opinion over time. And
yeah, you'll give it that and that makes it even more valid, because you make that effort. And I do the same thing. People, like, that's how you know people don't get it, is like they won't even speak in a way that allows room for them to reevaluate. You know what I mean? Like, that's the difference in how you criticize something. Is, are you talking about this as a thing that's just never going to be for you ever, and you don't get it? Or are you talking about this thing as something that, like, you know, you might come back around to, but right now, for who you are and your tastes and what you're enjoying, things didn't work for you, right? And again, I think that that's important to discern, because there are things that are worth actually criticizing, right? It's like, I hate the idea that there's objectively bad and objectively good, because that's stupid. But we know that there are things that pretty much across the board are hit or miss with people, or things that if you swing something in combat and there's no screen shake and there's no physics interaction when the hit makes contact with the enemy, we go, that felt bad, right? And I don't think, and you know, and I don't think, I don't have to tell
like,
you, you can't.
What was that
Sorry.
game that Ubisoft did? The gods, like, used to be gods and monsters.
Phoenix Immortal. I did not like that. Yeah.
Yeah, Phoenix Rising or whatever.
Is it because it make you think of what I just said?
Yeah, no, because that was my biggest complaint. Like, every trailer that I was like, I don't. Every single attack that lands, I can't tell that the attack landed. Like, there's no feeling of oomph when these characters are in combat. There's no good combat feedback in that from a visibility standpoint, as opposed to like something like a God of War, where you can feel every single parry, every single axe, or blade strike.
And see,
you can
that's
feel that by watching a video without even playing it. You can,
and that's what kills me, right? Is that, like, I can take, and I can hear you say that, right? And I mean, I had that same experience, so I don't have to just take your word for it. But hearing you say that, if you said that about another game, I know that you understand all of the things we just described. So when you tell me the combat in this action combat game feels floaty, that's objectively correct to me. You understand whether or not it feels floaty based on these things that game developers will use to describe their own systems. You know, like, we don't have to know how to code a game to be the people that have spent enough time and give enough respect to the people that do make them to know some of the tricks, to know some of the basic terminologies for how things work. Like, we know screen shake and feedback and hit stun and yada yada, these things that make melee combat feel good. Like, and that's the difference, is I think that, like, my issue is that there's so many people in the space where it's like, I don't think you should be able to have a widely respected opinion on games if you don't have that insight. Like, and that, I think that's where that's where so much negativity comes from, is because so many people are the kind of gamer where they like a lot of games, fundamentally, but when they don't like something, they cannot assign any of that truly to themselves. The best they can do is try and say, it's not good in these ways that I care about. But it's like, no, it's not that it's not good in those ways, it's not to your taste. And that's why, like, I get so caught up on the way people talk about that stuff, because it's like, I don't trust that most of the people telling me stuff like that, again, with exceptions like you, understand what they're saying, right? When I hear someone now like Skill Up talk about a game, after the experiences I've had with both Dragon Age and Skill Up, and I hear how he talks about combat, I'm just never going to take what he says seriously about combat seriously again, because, like, why would I? Like, this person's demonstrated to me that he doesn't understand these fundamental things that make a system engaging or interactive, and he's discarded them. It's not that they are there and they're not to his tastes and he's acknowledged them. He has demonstrated that he won't engage with it deeply enough to find them and then comment on them after, right? I could argue that I'm not personally interested in, like, some of the skill options or where they go or how much you can use your weapons or whatever, make up some thing about the skill tree that I don't think is done well, right? Like, some of the bonuses are kind of plain, right? I get it. I get that they just have to have plain stuff. You gotta flesh it out, right?
Yeah,
but
you know,
if someone
said
said
elemental resistances and stuff, but I think they did even like things like that, like adding the elemental resists on skill trees.
Oh, it's substantial. It matters for us.
I don't know if it's the same for, like, the mage as it is with, like, the warrior, but, like, they're doubled up to where it's like it's fire and ice are together.
Exactly. Yeah. No, it's the same. So, like, mine, it's necrotic, fire, and frost kind of work together, but, like, electricity is kind of works. Electricity and frost and fire can kind of work together, but electricity and necrotic are, like, on opposite ends. They don't pair up at all. Yeah.
Oh, I'm talking about, like, on the skill tree, like the nodes that give you, like,
oh yeah, like, yeah, I get plus 10 frost resist, plus 10 necrotic, or plus
so
on the same one, yeah, like together.
Okay, so yeah.
Yeah,
so
like,
wait, you have a frost and necrotic on the same one?
Yeah.
Oh, so they're a little different there, because my
oh,
frost
so
is
you
with fire.
so that's cool. Yeah, they have
for rogue, it's shock and necrotic resistances.
Yeah. So that's cool.
Yeah, so they've rotated your prior. See, like, again, there's layers. Like, there's so many, like, we're discovering as we're talking about it. Like, but that's my point, right? Is that, like, you can't tell me that you beat the game in 50 hours when I just found that out 55 hours in, talking with 3 other people that know how to fucking play the game. You know, like, at some point, my reality does not line up with the story you're telling me and the qualifications and experience you claim or pretend to have. And that's what's killing me about some of these people, is it's like, I don't hold anything against you, but there's, as a person, for what you have to say or how you feel about a game. But when you try and present it, when you try and dress it up as this more formal, more proper, less biased thing, and then when criticized, you throw your hands up and you go, well, everybody has their own opinions and subjectivity is implied and there is no objective. And I'm like, but that's not how you fucking talk. Like, that's not.
Yes, reviews as a whole are subjective. That is correct.
Yep, but you can't use objective language in your subjective review and expect me to go, how long do I suspend my disbelief for your disclaimer that it's all subjective, right? Like, how?
But you can be objectively wrong about elements in your review. You
100%.
You can say something like, objectively wrong, like, you can't unlock this thing until chapter 4. But if you know, to the people who actually engage and know what they're doing, and then they unlock it in chapter 2 because they did this side quest and found this hidden thing or did this conversation right.
Yeah,
it's a different story now. Now you're objectively wrong about
and the difference is whether or not you're going to be the kind of person who either makes the effort to be ahead of the game and know all of the that you can know about it and speak from a genuinely informed perspective, and B, what my preferred method just in general is just always account for that element in how you talk about things, right? It's kind of what I was getting at when I kind of fixated on good and bad, and stuff like that, is it's not just about the wording. It's about the association that I don't think you can prove things are good or bad about a game, but first, and this is not on a person-to-person basis, this is on a game-to-game basis, you have to prove that you have engaged with it deeply enough to be the person to give that criticism. Like, and that's the thing, if you don't like something when you start, and you're in the position of, I'm not going to open myself up and let it show me what it's going to do, then you're never going to be the right person to talk about it. And that's the difference, is if I don't like something, I haven't gotten to the point where I've written like a length review in any recent time about something that I didn't like. But because I'd rather just move on. There's so many things I do like. But if I were to talk, again, in the games I do like, there are things I can criticize about them, right? But I can deliver that criticism comfortably and confidently, because I know that it's, first of all, I know that I'm giving nitpicks and that they're tiny, silly little things, and I give that disclaimer all the time. And that also, like, it's just, I don't know. It's crazy to me because someone like SkillUp, right, goes and talks to these people, right? These are people that get invited to see these games and speak with these people, right? And I'm sorry, but I would be embarrassed as fuck to say some of the things they say and then sit down across from the developer that made the game. Like, and that's the perspective I write from now, is I want to be the kind of person that gets invited to talk to the developers and does interviews with them and spends time engaging in that and in that environment. And I could not imagine trying to defend myself against a developer saying, so you said my game was bad. Because there are a billion things a person could say in response that would make me feel like shit for having said that. Hey man, I was trying my best, and like, I was working on this very specific thing, and I think I did a good job at that thing. And I was really working on that and looking for feedback on how that element of the game could be better. And I know the other parts weren't so great, but like, it kind of hurt that you just kind of shit on the whole thing because you didn't get that part. And I just look at them like imagine if he said that to me, I'd like, yeah, he called Suicide Squad creatively bankrupt, or someone did.
Dude.
And I'm
pretty sure it was him.
It was Monty or something.
What I will say, developers will rarely sit down with anybody without that, like, just openly shit on their game and stuff
I know.
that.
I know.
But B, when they do, like, developers are very. The thing is developers are also very open to feedback, because they
that's
know
what I mean. Like,
that games are subjective, and
so that's exactly.
And so, like, they'll ask. What they will do is they won't, regardless of what their opinion of the person is at the time, they will ask them, well, what didn't you like about it? How could we, like, they literally ask these questions to try and learn more so they could try and improve for next time. At the end of the day, they are trying to hone their craft and make it better for the next.
That's why I'm so like caught up on this, is because that's exactly how I think about it. I think about it from the perspective of someday, if I am in that position and they are sitting down talking to me as someone who's informed and interested, and just because I'm being respectful, and they'll talk to me about their shit, whether on or off the record, I don't care, right? Like, in the context of them talking to me about, hey, what could be better, right? If I don't like something, right, first of all, I want to have said it that I don't like it in a way that makes the most insecure, most self-conscious, but brilliant developer on earth, whoever they are, still feel like they can ask me why I didn't like it. I want the way I said that to be considered, because these are artists, and not every person everywhere that makes something great is a fully well-adjusted, grown person who has it figured out. Some people have their issues, and they still make really good stuff, and they still deserve to be able to talk about it and get feedback on it. Right? And like, I imagine that it's like, hey, if I'm going to say something negative about a game in any way, I say it with the consideration of this person asking me what they could do better. Right? And for starters, my starting place is, well, hey, for starters, I didn't mean that I thought it was that bad. Like every time I think of saying anything extreme, I'm just like, or anything hyperbolic or calling something just downright bad in some way, like I instantly think of the person who fucking made it being like, oh, well, like, what do you, like, hey man, like, what do you think I could do to make it not suck so much ass? And I just feel like I'm so sorry that you said that I said it sucks ass. It's just not for, like, I just feel like a shit person. Like, you know, like, it's empathy.
Like, let's be real. There are some bad games.
Yes, exactly. And I want to be the kind of person
that are bad.
And I want to be the kind of person who can say what's bad about a game to the person who did it and know that they and have them take away something positive from what I said.
It's all about how you talk about
Yeah.
bad games. Because there are bad games. I mean, look at like last year we had that Kong game.
I highly, if you haven't yet,
year.
I highly recommend the video. That just because it's exactly about what you're talking about. Is Never Knows Best did a video like a year ago that really kind of helped kind of guide my trajectory a little bit on this topic, and it's literally like, I think it's just bad video games is like the title, but it's a defense of bad games in the sense that like, okay, so he talks about Kong and Gollum and these things, right? And he goes through it, and his point basically, right, is that what we're talking about, it's how you say something, right? It's that he went through Gollum, and yeah, Gollum, he said it's not a very good game, and it was even worse at launch. And here's some issues with it, and here's some of the things that, you know, could be better. But like, he's like, but you know, there were elements of it that I really appreciated, and there was some stuff that impressed me and surprised me, and it wasn't this creatively bankrupt, empty, vapid experience. And if and he's like, and that's the thing, right? Is if someone said this thing is just shit, he's like, no, I don't. The gist is I don't feel comfortable saying that it's just shit when it has incredible music, and there were elements of the narrative that I appreciated, and the gameplay wasn't so bad when some elements of it were fixed up, and I could see the ideas that they were going for. Like, there's elements of a flawed thing, and a thing can be flawed. It can be a bad game, and that doesn't mean we should talk about it like it's discardable or the people who make it are discardable. You know, like, and that was the whole point of the entire video, is just, even the worst games, again, short of like shovelware mobile things that are made like in a sweatshop, you know, like short of that kind of stuff, anything that's being made is made by a person, and most people, it was the simple idea that no one sets out to make something bad. No one sets out, no creative, no artist, no developer sets out to make something you're not happy with or that you don't enjoy, right?
Yeah.
And with that perspective in mind, it's just like, okay, so knowing that they want you to like it and you don't, right? How would you say that to them in a way that makes them feel, you know, like they can take something positive away from it? And like,
sorry, I got to sidetrack because this is wild. Macaulay Culkin of Home Alone fame just signed on for season 2 of Fallout.
What? Okay, that's wild. That's cool though.
Wait, what?
That's actually great.
Yeah, Macaulay Culkin, that is crazy. Like,
not a thing, if you didn't want me to.
I wonder if
it's okay. I mean,
I don't know.
Now it is.
It's getting
Nev
crazy.
found me more cereals.
Yeah,
I've read them, all of them, multiple times.
That is cool. I'm excited.
And I thought maybe I could try
I need
it,
to finish
write
writing, watching the first season.
Not like Varric Tetris, but my own
very
sort of
good.
thing.
Very good. One of the better.
I'm bad at finishing TV shows because I want to go play video games.
All of that.
That's why I generally watch shows while I play games.
For inspiration.
Yeah, I generally can't, because like when I'm that's the one side element of what I do, is that like, because I'm always like, when I play a game I try and either stream it or talk about it, or
yeah, if you're streaming and stuff like that, it's a little bit tougher.
It's
for
just
me,
something
it's
else.
Like a lot of times if I'm watching something at the same time I'm playing a game, I'm rewatching something that I've already finished.
Yeah.
So it's
a refresher.
It's just like, I don't even need to
pay that much attention.
I don't even necessarily need to like look at the screen, because I've watched it, you know, multiple times, so I know what's happening on the screen. I'm just listening and appreciating the writing and the jokes and stuff like that. But yeah, sorry to interrupt. I just
Oh, no, you're
looked at my
fine.
phone,
Interesting is
and that
certainly
was
a word.
That's crazy news, though.
crazy.
But it works.
Crazy.
You're
I was
fighting
like,
ancient gods and
But yeah, like,
everything.
I just...
And you know
The
the rest.
the point I was getting at was just, yeah, I mean, like, I've kind of beat the dead
brought
horse at this
everyone
point, but yeah,
together.
just, like,
You're
I don't know,
a
it's
good
the way you
person,
talk about stuff
really.
matters as much as what you mean by it. And just because you dress things up in a lot of words that make it sound like you're giving people all this respect, you can't say, with all due respect to the developers, what you made fucking sucks. That's not that. You know what I mean? That's not how. Did you hear the first part? With all due respect, like, no, what?
With all due respect, this game is creatively bankrupt.
Like, no,
With
like
all due respect, I fucking hate you and everything you stand for.
Yeah, like, exactly. It's like, no, like, if you're gonna criticize something, let's step away from the hyperbole. But, like, before you're, like, we can't do that because these people, for starters, they don't even engage with the thing properly. Like, I just couldn't imagine doing that. Like, I couldn't imagine playing a game that way as an adult. Like, I did that when I was a teenager. That's how I played games when I was a teenager. I'd play a game and I go, oh, it doesn't feel like the one I know. It must be bad. And, like, that's it. That was the end of the story. Instead of, like, letting a thing be interesting, letting it grow, letting it show me what it can do and what it can be. And it's just like, yeah, I don't know. I sometimes try and rationalize it because I used to feel that way. But nowadays I just look back and I'm like, well, the explanation is I was a teenager. And that's, as an adult, I can't actually rationalize feeling that way. Like, I was young. I didn't know better. I didn't have experience. You're, like, the people I'm referencing half the time are 30-something. They've got a decade on me. They supposedly do this for, you know, have done this their whole lives. And they've made a career out of talking about this stuff. And I just can't imagine your whole career being built on the backs of the art that other people make and not doing everything all the time, every single second that you can, to make it clear that they have your utmost respect and that you are strictly discussing things. And it's not just saying you have my respect, it's the words you choose. You don't get to say you have my respect, but also the thing you made sucks ass. No, you say you have my respect, and so here's what I didn't enjoy about that, and what I think you might have been able to do better. Like, you don't, the hyperbole, the need to sensationalize it.
I
like,
wouldn't even say what I think you could have done better, but I would say, like, what
yeah, like, I even feel weird about saying that too.
Something that, like,
I would have preferred.
I think I would have connected better with something that
or something that I think would make more sense to people from this perception or from this angle, right? Like, it's always like, it's giving that consideration, but even when I think I might have a better idea of it, right? It's like, I might be able to tell them why that their combat feels floaty because we've talked about being able to identify floaty combat. But, right, I would give them examples of games that do a good job to look to so that they might be able to get reference, because I don't know how that game necessarily made it look and feel so good, but another developer might be able to see the trick. They might be able to understand the tools that they used to make that look good and go, oh, that's what's missing from mine, right? Like, it's just the idea that you can, I want to have that conversation with them, and I hope someday I will, and that when I have those conversations that they'll take me seriously and respect what I have to say, because I've made an effort to make sure that they know that I respect what they do and that what they make is important and that it deserves to be treated with respect, even if I don't like it or don't vibe with it, that, like, it's art and it's valid and, like, good for you. Please keep making more of it. Like, yeah, like, whoever called Suicide Squad, like, calling something creatively bankrupt, right? Like, are saying things like that. And I'm just like, if you're not talking about an actual, like, cash grab mobile game, like, of the most degenerate form and variety, like, I cannot reconcile with saying that, because it's just like, you know, how, if you have any idea how much work goes into making anything, especially a video game, like, and to look at just what anybody achieves, how could you say that to those people? Like, I couldn't imagine telling the developers at Rocksteady that what they made was creatively bankrupt, and having someone from that team ask me why I felt that way and having to justify and rationalize that to them. Because, like...
You see, it's because your game doesn't have Batman in it.
It's
But,
because
like,
like, wearing a gun.
But again, like, I'll hear people that I feel like, again, some people can appreciate great games, and that's awesome. I'm glad you appreciate it. Monty's a great example. He can appreciate Alan Wake 2 in a way that when he talks about it, his experience and the you know, video, the project that he delivered on that is awesome. It's an art piece in and of itself. He collaborated with other people. It's an incredibly long project, and it does nothing but just shower praise and love and admiration and respect on the process of making Alan Wake 2 and what it means to him and to other people and how incredible it is. And it's like a 4-hour extravaganza of just, it's amazing, right? And he is awesome at that, right? But after what he said about Suicide Squad, I'm like, okay, but you don't know how to talk about things you don't like. So maybe go learn or sit down and shut up, because you committed nearly the same amount of effort to spending 3 hours. Like, again, these aren't grifter videos where these people sit down and just talk to a stream on a camera. No, this is a fully edited, high-quality video essay that's 3 hours long, just deconstructing why Suicide Squad's a giant, disgusting piece of shit, right? And it's like... Bro, like, how can you be a creative capable of making the thing I just described, and also then just, like, spending that much effort and that much of yourself on a thing that you hated? Like, that's how I just know, right? Like, some people are just a little bit not there yet, right? Like, maybe you're good at talking about what you love, but you're certainly not informed enough or understanding enough or experienced enough to comment on the things you don't like, right? Like, that's the really big issue. Is it's like lots of people can talk kindly about the stuff they love. They can identify the hell out of what's good about a game, right? But when they don't like something or they're disappointed, they just become cavemen. Their IQ drops to 40 and they start beating rocks together and going, "Why game bad?" Like... And it's draining, because it's like I used to go to these people to hear informed opinions about the medium that I love, and then I just see that they still don't get it. It's like, I've told other people before, it's like, maybe if you make it too early, maybe if you find success with the right narrative too soon, you just stop growing, because the algorithm doesn't encourage you to grow as a person. It encourages you to stay the same forever. But, like...
Sonic.
That's the only theory I can come up with for how these people, like, having the comfort and freedom to actually engage with games on the level that we do without the stresses I have as unemployed gamer poster child, right? Being someone who has a full-ass, like, career and a massive following and a livelihood funded by this thing, right? How can you not take the time to look at the thing deeper and to grow and to learn to appreciate it on a higher level? Like, and I'm sitting over here stressed out trying to figure out how I'm gonna, like, pay rent, but I'm still over here like, nah, art is art, man, and you gotta give it time and respect and treat it with some decency, and it'll give you that back. Like, why? It's crazy to me. Like, that I've coped to the point where I'm just like, yeah, the answer is that they got successful, and then when you get successful, you stop growing as a person. So, like, I guess, yay me, I will just continue to fail until I am so enlightened that everything I say is perpetually right forever.
Well, it's like they say, there's no such thing as a good billionaire, you know.
True. It's true, because you fundamentally, the way the system works, you cannot generate $1 billion without hurting other people. But yeah, it's just like, man, I don't know, that it drives me crazy, because it's like, where's the pipeline? Like, how I'm trying to find the other people. It's like they exist, but half of them are getting fired right now. So since having met you and spoken to other people and stuff, Jada, it's like, I'm like, oh, it sounds like the people that get it are currently writing about and working in and talking about games in the games media industry. Oh, wait, they all just lost their jobs. Never mind. It's like Jesus.
Oh,
Like
God
there's
damn
no,
it.
there's no break. It's like, oh, it sounds like the people that I've been looking for. It turns out they were there all along, but now they're all unemployed because America is out. It's like, okay, well, showed up a little bit late to the party. That's cool.
You missed the train to
I mean,
unemployment town.
I was telling someone the other day. I was like, you know, on the bright side, I'm in the same spot that like, imagine if I'd started sooner and gotten ahead of it, and like, I was like, had just started my job at like GameSpot a year ago or something, because I had done all the work in the years before that, instead of being a stupid young person who didn't know what to do with their life, and I'd actually gotten my shit together. It wouldn't matter because I'd just be unemployed anyway because they all got laid off. So, guess what? Guess being an unemployed gamer is the new is the new meta, because the silver lining is I'd be here anyway.
The unemployment meta is crazy.
I mean, like, I'm literally like, okay, here's the thing, right? Is like, I'd love to at some point, like, go from, I don't care if it's through content creation and independent, or it's through an outlet or an actual job opportunity. I would just like to like be able to survive and keep doing what I'm doing. That'd be awesome. But like, that's not going to happen outside of independent work right now, because who's going to hire me for shit when like the editor-in-chief of fucking Game Informer's unemployed? Like, they got options. They don't need me. Like, there's so many talented, experienced people on the market that are like having to switch industries because there's no work for them. Like, ain't nobody's going to want fucking unemployed, uneducated McGee McFuckstick over here. Like, it's one thing when like the best people actually have jobs and things are okay.
So to be fair, and it's not like a thing I agree with or like, but you actually aren't in like as terrible of a spot as you think, because a lot of times these layoffs and stuff will happen, or people will leave, and it creates spots that are at lower salary for more new people that are coming in to the industry. So like, you know, it's one of those things as well.
Yeah, I mean, and there is that side of it, right? And then again, like for me, it always is I always have the angle I'm working at is, you know, I'm trying to build something from the perspective of I'm never going to have a meaningful CV to give people, so this is my portfolio, right? Like, that's the idea, is if I can build up enough of myself here, whether it becomes its own thing and does what I need it to do as a career, or it's a way to demonstrate to other people that, sorry, I was too autistic for college, but I swear to God I can do a real job. Like, whatever it ends up being, I'm okay. Like, it is what it is.
Yeah, that was intense.
Because that's definitely one of those elements of it where it's like, you know, just realizing that you're on the back foot there no matter what. Like, so it's like, you know, if I am, then at least I am still doing this thing that can show people, oh, you know, I'm literate.
That's bugged right.
Right.
There goes.
I'm literate.
Statistically speaking, that puts you above a lot of people.
Yeah.
True.
Well, honestly, I'm pretty sure a college degree
there.
is like really like, people look at it. If you have a bachelor's degree, they're like, literate. Like, that's why most people like, they say you need to have this or this degree and like an associate's or bachelor's degree for like most entry-level positions in most basic career fields, regardless of what your degree is actually in, is because, oh, they got through 4 years of college. They can't be that stupid. It's not a guarantee that they're intelligent, but they at least can read and write probably pretty well-ish.
Not even that. It's more of it's more of a thing as like the way I've always understood it.
Can you take marching orders?
Like, no, is you can stick with something and complete something is what all it's a metric of.
Oh shit! Well, then I
gotta
keep doing this.
That is literally the metric of having a college degree, because getting a college degree is not a difficult thing. The difficult thing is being able to stick with it and do it for 4 years is the hardest part about it. But it's not even the thing is that doesn't take into effect the financial cost of it. Like,
The
it's
hardest
one of
part of
those
a
things
college
where
degree is giving a shit enough about it for that long.
it's well, and that's what they think. That's what they look for. That's what they see. It's like okay, this person was dedicated to something for 4 years. It's kind of like having
So if I have a good YouTube channel for 4 years, that's basically a college degree, is what you're saying. Endorsed by IGN.
And it depends. It would be more if I was you as a hiring manager. I would look at your cadence. I would look at your growth. I would look at all those types of things for it because 4 years of YouTube videos, yeah, that's good. That means you have a good track record. But does that mean you're posting a video once a month every 4 years? Are you posting one every day for 4 years?
See, I'm glad you're telling me this because this is exactly how this is so validating. You have no idea because this is exactly these are exactly the hypothetical questions I told myself I need to be able to like answer with my channel, right? Like I'm currently like I've been reworking some stuff and I've taken the longest break I've taken since starting, which is that I haven't had a video out in like 3.5 weeks now because I've been trying to readjust my writing and all the stuff we've been talking about with other people about where I want to take some things.
And that is okay because if somebody is like really looking at your history that deeply for a position,
they'll see
they'll see that. They may see that if they go like back all the way, like say this happens
in a year or two.
You're doing 4 years but they see at the 2-year mark, hey, like you didn't post anything for 2 months here. What happened in this 2-month period? They just want you to be able to speak to it. And if you be like, hey, I took a look at I analyzed my channel for the past two years. I looked at what I did. I looked at what was working, what wasn't working. And I decided to rebrand or change my strategy about how often I was posting, what I was posting, when I was posting, how I was headlining, how I was doing all these things in an attempt to improve my numbers. And if you can show like this showed improvement over the course of the next 6 months or didn't show improvement. So then I went back to my previous one and saw that I was getting same values. So like then at that point I had to look, was it actually me? Was it the algorithm change? And you just need to be able to speak to your experience.
See,
that
like,
is what
everything
jobs are looking for.
Everything you've just said is so validating because like this is exactly how I talk about, like if Lemon was here they'd be laughing right now because these are the things that I bug them with at like 12 o'clock at night, like when they're like, can I go to bed now? And I'm like, no, let me talk about this for a second. This is literally exactly the stuff that I'm like, because it's one of those things, it's a shot in the dark. Like it is, like I've always known that. I know I'm just shooting, making my shot, hoping it works, hoping against hope that something works out for me. But I've seen how, as someone just with reasonable skills, it started out as, okay, I'm going to take this long shot on being a content creator. And in the process, as someone who's just observant, I'm going, oh, wait, I'm learning and building marketable real skills that might be valuable and could get me an actual other job if this isn't the path, right? Like I'm just being realistic about how this has built up a skill set for me. And it's like, okay, so when I look at the videos and what I've made and like talk about planning stuff, those are the kinds of things I'm always asking myself about are like, okay, how does this look in the perspective of someone asking those questions, right? If someone were to ask about how often do you make it, like those are the things I prioritize. I prioritize the cadence. I prioritize the uniformity of the presentation of my channel, right? It's little things like that. I have an answer for every question someone could ask because I'm constantly working to improve it. And I'm like, doing all that extra stuff. And it's funny just hearing a person say, oh yeah, these are the things that I would look for. Because it's like, oh, I'm just guessing. Like I've really just spent the last year just being like, I hope that this would look good to a professional if they looked like at just a year of work, because I don't know, like I need something to hold on to feel like I'm doing well.
Just been torturing Lemon.
I have been in my current role is probably the least responsibility I would responsibility, but the least managerial role in my 17 years of work, 17 to 20 years of work, I'd say. I have managed various retail, online, content creation teams from sizes of like 2 or
Being
3
around good
employees
people
up
helps.
to
That's the thing about a
14,
team.
15.
Everyone brings
Of,
everyone
like
else up.
across like
That's what they
global,
taught me.
like
The
different
Veiljumpers, I mean.
countries and
A
stuff at the
team's
same
only
time,
as
as well as
good as its weakest
contractors
link,
and
so you
external
make them
companies. I've
stronger.
managed all that type
Like you
of stuff.
do,
So that's
with
the type
all
of
of
stuff that
us.
I look for when I'm
So,
looking for someone who's like,
keep being
can
that
you
kind
do
of
the work?
person.
Are
One
you a good
everyone
fit?
can look up
Does your
to.
voice align
Anyways,
with the voice
thanks,
that we're
Rook.
trying to
I'll
have
talk
for
to you
our
later.
stuff?
Gotta
we are
finish
creating?
this scene.
That is what
Yeah.
I look at. Now, granted, the last 3 years I haven't been doing any of that stuff, so I don't know what.
But no,
the
but like that's
landscape
still
kind of seems
super
like, but
valuable. That's so valuable to hear from someone. Just again, for someone like me, who everything I do is just a leap of faith and a lot of guessing. Any kind of that's not a bad idea, or validation from someone who's ever made any kind of money for just having the ability to say you have professional experience validates just a lot of what you say for me. Like it makes it much like, okay, cool. This isn't just I guess a lot. Like I think it's educated, informed guessing, and I've tried to be someone who understands business and economics and things outside of even my own purview, just because if I ever really succeed at this, I become a business owner and, have to be able to understand a lot of other stuff, right? So like I have that inherent respect for anybody who's made money doing the thing, because there's a big step between you do a really good job and you do a good job and people pay you for it. Like,
yep, for sure. Yeah, it's a big thing, and like a lot of it is luck. It's being in the right place at the right time, and having.
Well, I mean, 100%. Like, I mean, I'm literally talking to you because I sent a tweet to Khalif like, "Hey, I'll play some Concord with you."
And it's about having
right places, right time.
It's about having done the work to make the proper connections in the industry that you're trying to work at. Like that's also a big benefit of college is the whole aspect of fraternities and connections.
Oh god, that would have never been my benefit.
Like you went, hey, you're Kappa Sigma Phi. I don't know what the fuck.
Kappa Sigma Beta Alpha.
Yeah, I didn't do
Sigma.
I didn't do fraternities or sororities or any of that shit. I didn't do that. I just didn't care for that. But there is an inherent value to that. There's so many people in those industries that.
Is World of Warcraft old enough that I can tell people I've been on a Mythic Raid team as on a work CV? Is that still hip?
Have you seen somebody created a professional resume based on their time as a World of Warcraft guild leader?
I mean, like, well, yeah, because I mean, I'm not even kidding. Like, I always tell people
legit,
this is no, I've seen that because like it's especially that's like a step up. I guess I say that just because like that's a step above like someone who can run like the entire thing. Like that's a fucking job. But like I always tell people that my biggest confidence boost and like probably my biggest like step in the right direction in terms of being someone who is like has any kind of marketable skills or abilities was the time I spent playing World of Warcraft, and like this was only a couple years ago. But on my Mythic Raid team, I had to write up an application like I was applying for a job. There was an interview process because Mythic Raiders are not like anybody else. They are 1% of 1%. Like I don't know if you know how WoW works, but it's like Savage. It's like Savage, but so hard that a lot of the community is debating if they might need to finally stop making it harder because it's starting to actually just alienate people. That's how challenging Mythic.
No, continue to make it harder.
Yeah, that's where I'm at.
Weed out the weak bloodlines.
And that's the thing is fucking WoW is Mythic rating in WoW is it's a 1% of 1% thing, right? And like, so the people that were on my raid team were doctors and lawyers and engineers and computer scientists, and these are people who they set aside 3 hours 3 nights a week. And they come home from their jobs and their time is valuable and the time they get to enjoy themselves and relax and work together with people is valuable. For starters, there's a fucking attendance. You don't make 90% attendance, you're off the fucking team. They don't have time for that. You respect people's time. These are professionals. These are adults. They have lives. It was stuff like that taught me the respect of, people's time. It taught me stuff about just like how to work with other people. Like I've never been in a team setting as a young person because like I didn't like sports. I did it, and I had to be the star, or I didn't want to participate. So in a raid environment, I had to just listen to someone else tell me what to do, and learn how to just be a good working member of a team. And it's easy because I might not respect a sports coach, but I respect the hell out of a raid leader.
I would.
You cut out a little bit. What?
No, I watch a lot of TV, and I would love, sometimes I watch, medical dramas, procedurals, or whatever. I would love to see a show where they have a legitimate like character arc where this person is a member of a raid guild.
Yeah.
And this is one of their struggles and stuff.
No,
that
like
they're dealing
I
with,
have
just,
the
balancing
utmost...
working at a busy hospital, with being home in time for a raid. I would love to see that.
So my raid leader and my raiding guild leader. So the guild leader, quote unquote, because they were kind of one and the same. The raiding guild leader were a married couple, right? And he was he was a good old fashioned Southern boy. He lived down in the South, and his wife she immigrated from I think Ghana or somewhere in Central America. I always forget which one. I was gonna guess
Philippines, but that was just a random shot in the dark with no.
No, it's somewhere in it's somewhere in Central America. I can't remember which one of those places.
Chile.
But she so she immigrated here, and they live in. And it's funny because he's a computer scientist or a computer engineer. He works from home. He makes you can tell he makes an obscene amount of money. Dude cannot pronounce a single word in the English language because his Southern accent is so heavy that you would think he's illiterate, and we love him for it, right? But he's one of the smartest people I've ever known. But it sounds like you were talking to the most hick man who's ever hicked ever. When you hear him say progressive things, you kind of have to do a double take because you're like, wait, that voice is only supposed to make a racism.
I always loved
Foghorn Leghorn was a nerd.
Yeah, he's got a very, very thick, good old fashioned Southern accent, and
that's one thing I do love about MMOs is it brings together so many different people.
Yeah, so many interesting types of people.
And and you really develop an appreciation for them.
That's one of those things that's taught me to be just open to any kind of person. It doesn't matter what you. It's one of those things where you really try to say you don't judge people by how they sound or what they do or look or whatever until you see them for their actions or what they say. But we generally, most people I think largely do. And the one thing that's really reminds me and kicks me in the head not to is that interaction in raid. It's that I heard it's one of those things where you hear someone's voice and you associate certain things with a certain kind of people and a behavior, and it's just hearing just literally anybody. MMOs are the only place where you will see such wild combinations of ideology and background and representation that you just go, oh, anybody can be fucking anything. I'm not guessing anymore.
That can be big enough.
Yeah, no, it's definitely a trip. But the raid team I was on was just
okay. Usually
what
I've done is I've made all the mushrooms and stuff in that, and then once I'm ready to transfer it all together, I just add it into
making me hungry.
the noodle pot.
I just have stale pizza.
But if you'd like, I can wash this one.
It's got real
fully
stale
wash
pizza.
it for you.
They burnt my pizza today. That's crazy, by the way. I know it's Little Caesars, but
there's also, or you can cook this one.
It hurt my feelings.
Burning a pizza is crazy.
You have to make the pizza wrong because the oven's already preset. It's a conveyor oven. It rolls through the oven on a timer. You can't burn it unless there was not enough sauce and cheese relative to the bread.
They cook it on a campfire or something? How do you burn a pizza?
Literally, they just made it too dry so it didn't cook right.
God, pizza's my favorite dish, but
when it's bad, sad.
Pizza will ruin my week.
It can't ruin my week because I get pizza so often that it'll just ruin the next couple days for me. This 4-hour Dragon Age stream, I have made basically zero progress in Dragon Age because I can't talk serious.
I was wondering what you were doing. Were you just running around the lighthouse, or were you doing quests?
I'm supposed to talk to the people They each have dialogue scenes, but they're all talking scenes, and I don't want to like. And then I'm talking, and then like I'll listen to Jada talk, and then I'm like suddenly the character's talking, and I can't quite hear Jada over the character, so I'm like, wait, I stop to listen to Jada, and then I'm just frozen looking at Veilguard for an hour, and she's like, what the fuck's your problem? Like,
I've literally been doing like the world, like hub world quests, like the little job post boards, and in like every town, where it's like the characters will describe it, but like I'm not doing any dialogue, and like that's all I've been doing. And I've been doing the Hall of Valor. And
I do
fights.
I do every single quest that like shows up as an exclamation mark.
Right.
Yeah, so I do every quest I can find. Yeah, that's all of them, right? There aren't like hidden quests, are there?
No, but like like
some of them are just like
something,
there's the smaller ones that are like short.
Yeah, that's the ones I've been doing.
Yeah,
just like grinding. Hall
And I
of
would be.
Valor.
I needed to get there before I started talking, but it's too late for that now.
Right. Oh, where are you at, by the way?
I just finished the fight with the. Since Jada's not listening, I don't think. I just finished the fight with the two dragons.
I am listening.
I just finished the.
I just unmuted because I was talking out dinner
good.
plans.
No,
with
good.
my
I don't want to
boyfriend.
spoil for you. No, good catch. Good catch. That's why I said something.
Here. I will take off my headphones. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, sounds good. I just finished the fight with the two dragons, and then I basically am like back at base to talk to everybody and like catch up and like get there.
Oh god.
And yeah, and it's all dialogue. It's just I've been sitting here kind of just like
it was
looking.
Such good dialogue too.
Yeah, so
you
like
would
I literally
been upset if you missed it.
No, I kind of am. Like I kind of skipped through Balara's thing because I was too busy listening, and then I'm like, okay,
Oh,
wait,
no.
like I should probably stop and just like
This
listen.
is like on the opposite end of a
No,
podcast
no,
game to
no,
Suicide Squad.
No, but that's literally my point. Is like this is why I was talking to you. That's why I said just wanted to talk to you about that. Is because like, what did I just do today? What have the last 4 hours been? You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
I could turn this into more content than just my regular me streaming. You know, like.
Yeah.
We have conversations that I think people would find interesting, and like. Sometimes when I'm talking to Jada about stuff, I get curious about like things from that professional side of stuff, but it's just like it's easy to rant about stuff. Like if we were just talking about Dragon Age today, it'd be easy to just keep talking about Dragon Age, like.
Right. Like,
and if I wasn't stuck in a dialogue area and I wasn't talking the whole time, like I would be probably commenting like, "Oh my god, I'm still loving combat so much." If I was doing any combat right now, like.
Right. Oh yeah, like now that you mention it, like I don't think any streamers really like clip their streams when they're discussing like topics such as this that's not like drama or anything.
Yeah, like
in the same way that like a political commentator would, like a political streamer like Hassan or something.
Yeah,
like, I don't think any gaming streamers like here's like a little clip of like me talking about like the layoffs at like this company or like the state of like
I wouldn't want to like draw too much,
Anything useful?
I'd talk to Jada before I'd say anything, but just like as a hypothetical, me having a conversation with someone at IGN, is my whatever, like just because it's bait,
inside source, like
yeah, bro, no, but like it's that idea, right? That like. These are interesting conversations, and I talk to cool people, and I happen to now know at least one person who kind of knows stuff about what's going on inside of things. So it's like, oh, pretty much the stuff I say is the case, makes sense. Like, it's good to hear, but like, yeah, I don't know. I feel like that's the element that's kind of missing is like, there aren't grown-ups talking about the industry and talking about games at the same time, like kind of, but like again, the best example I can think of is not a good person to use, and it's like fucking Colin Moriarty.
Yeah.
Like he does that, but he's just wrong a lot. That's the difference. He kind of does. So yeah, like me, except for I didn't leave Kind of Funny to make a libertarian YouTube channel, so mine would be better, is what I'm getting at. Like, yes, I know that there's probably that, like, in a year, less people probably more people probably show up for one day to like a Secret Symbols fucking stream than a fucking all my videos in a year. But yeah, he says some dumb shit.
God, I tuned in for that. Or I saw that Concord episode, and that was like all I needed to see.
I only watched a couple of pieces of it, and I was just like, okay. Like, I used to really like it. The funny thing is, I used to really like him when I was younger, and like followed IGN, and because I followed him, I followed a couple of the people at IGN when I was younger. Like, I followed him and Greg Miller and a couple others. Welcome back.
Missed all
yeah,
the
like,
Dragon Age spoilers.
Yeah,
that was the plan and the hopeful goal.
And yeah, so I liked.
Talked about it for like 5 seconds.
I liked him. I liked Greg and Colin and mostly those two, right? And I liked them, so I followed them when they left to do the kind of funny thing. But I always kind of liked that. I thought Colin was kind of, I don't know, I liked the way he talked about stuff sometimes. But again, I was a young teenager, right? So like, and then like the instant my red flag was just, oh, okay, he made like I think he made a video on the kind of funny or whatever, but it was literally like why I'm leaving, and it was, bro, what, it was gonna use his history degree to go start an informed history YouTube channel from the perspective of a libertarian explicitly, and I was just like, oh, aren't you guys fake? Like, aren't you just those people that are too? You guys are like. You only put that label on if you're really stupid, right? Like, the answer is yes. There's not. This isn't a rhetorical. This is a rhetorical question. No one intelligent identifies.
Who knew the taxes theft crowd would not know anything about economics?
Yeah. Fucking A.
Such a shock.
It's so true. But yeah, like, right, like, so, and ironically, it's like, oh, isn't it funny how like. Never in a million years would I have guessed. If you had asked me a decade ago, between Colin Moriarty and Greg Miller, which one do you think would be more down to earth? I never would have thought you'd say Greg Miller, but fuck me, you know, like.
Greg is great. Greg is
yeah,
good people.
No, like
good people's. Like I've
always
with them and stuff like that.
That's so good because I've always heard. Like, I've always liked him. I've heard people like clown on him because he was a bit high energy when he was younger. Like, you know, he just.
I mean, he's always been high energy. He still is very high energy and very just.
But like I always liked him. Like he's the reason I liked IGN when I was younger. Is I watched all of the stuff that he did, all of his reviews.
Stance. He's a character, and he plays his character very well. I'm gonna drop out of chat because I'm gonna play some COD with one of my friends.
Alrighty.
I'm gonna do some zombies.
For sure.
So
if you don't get the Easter egg, hit me up.
Oh, we're definitely not gonna get the Easter egg. I can tell you that for sure. That's definitely gonna be the focus. Like, she's just getting into zombies for the first time in like years.
Cool.
So
you're just showing them.
Oh.
Yeah. So we're just hanging out and having a good time.
Okay, can I do this again? Okay. Sounds good. Sounds good. Well, good talking with you, and yeah, have fun.
Yep. Laters.
Peace. But yeah, like that. So. Yeah, I never would have thought that Greg would be the one who like ends up being the super chill person, but like then I see him on Twitter and stuff, I'm like, oh, he's normal. Wow.
Alternate timelines, you know. There's one where like.
And like I remember
Greg
thinking
Miller's,
that like
the new Grums or something.
No, and like again, Colin Moriarty's one of those ones where it's like, okay, he'll trick people into thinking that he's reasonable because he's not actually brain dead. Like he made fun of people who talked about Aloy looking like a man. That doesn't mean he's right about everything just because he was on the right side of this very simple, observable, factually stupid thing. Like,
exactly.
You know, like it was one of those. So I used to fall into that trap of like thinking those people were. I need to actually play the video game. Were right about stuff just because they would be sometimes insightful. When in between bouts of talking shit about everything.
Exactly.
Oh. Yeah, and then seeing that those are the same people that have opinions in space today. Like, bro, I'm sorry. Destin Legary's got to read at like a 3rd grade level.
The more I see.
That's honest to God, that's my thing. And now, I say that, and just because I am a human being, and I can misjudge anybody because I don't know the fucking guy at all. At all.
Yeah.
It comes down to how he presents. Maybe it's because of how he's on camera or what. It's not. I don't really pay attention to when he's written a bunch of things. It's mostly things I've heard him say in front of a camera. What bro is like when he says everything he says when he's presenting, I swear to God, I'm like, dude, like, I don't know if he's trying to keep the audience up to speed or he's just really, really slow. But man, I can't like
see. His
I literally
coverage
just
of Suicide Squad was just
no. He's the one who literally made a video after Xavier Nelson made the infamous. Not every game. Please don't hold games to the standard of Baldur's Gate 3 tweet, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was Xavier Nelson. You know, the guy who's the exact same age as you and I, who is the CEO of Strange Scaffold, which has put out like 5
don't
highly.
remind me.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, if you just want to feel
Having a good
accomplished.
day today.
Yeah, I know, right? Like I hear that he's doing.
voices
Like,
again.
I followed someone earlier, or I saw someone tweet something like a BioWare dev talking about how they played Dragon Age when they were a teenager and how they fell in love and how it became their dream to like make games. And they're like, and you know, today we shipped Dragon Age Veilguard, and one of the first things I got to work on. Like, it's a dream come true. I'm 26, and I'm like, I'm gonna eat glass. I'm like, fuck, man. Fuck. This person fell in love with games at 16. They've only had a decade and they fucking did something. Oh my god. Oh, poor me. Fuck.
Yeah, it's literally the meme. Like, I saw someone younger than me, more successful, day ruined.
Day ruined, literally. More successful in like an explicitly cool way.
Right? Like, their dream came true.
Yeah,
Type of
working on like
successful.
an art that's like awesome.
Like,
And it's not even like they're rich and famous. They're just like, they have a career doing what they love. I'm like, wow, the bar has really... Our generation is just aiming for like employed and not like... I just want to be employed and not depressed at the same time.
Bars on the
Is
ground.
that
they
like
brought
so
a
much
shovel.
to... Yeah, like it's like, I can't seem to have both of those things.
Oh, what were you saying about Destin?
Oh yeah, no, I was just saying, like, he's one of those people who are like, all these years later, I watched this since I was a kid, and like I see him say stuff now, and he's just like, bro, you said, he made that tweet about like Xavier or whatever, and or he made a video commenting on that tweet, and he's the one who gave all the grifters their point, where he literally, I think he both wrote it, and
It can't be time
I don't know, I only saw it in a video, but then like Asmongold reacted to it and a bunch of other people. Right, and he literally made the point for them and put the words in his mouth where he's like, "Are you saying that like we shouldn't like have high standards for games? Are you saying that developers shouldn't aim to make things better? Are you like?" And it's like, and I'm just sitting here. I'm like destined. Like, I don't know. Here, let me find it. I will find this video. We'll watch it together so you can be aghast and dismayed. Okay, here we go. Where does he say it? Is he gonna show the tweet? Where's the tweet?
Wow, I just got 100-year-old Wombo combo.
Where's the tweet? You show the fucking... No, not this. Wait, oh wait, is this actually an IGN video? That's so unfortunate.
Oh, he said it on like an official
I'm seeing
IGN video.
Oh my god. Okay, yeah, wait, I think he said it right here. Oh, this is gonna be painful. Here, I think it'll play through the stream, but I can stream it to you if you just want to watch it on Discord. Here. Apps.
I tried to open the stream.
Okay. Now here, you can let's watch it on Discord. It's easier for you. Okay, I just streamed it to Discord. If you can see it. Can you see it?
I'm pulling up Discord right now.
This is so cringe. Oh. Good. Is it working? Something. We good? Oh, you're like muted. You muted? I wonder if you can't hear me because of the Discord. So I'll just we'll play it. Should be here.
This caliber on day 1. But trip.
Okay, where's the
Rockstar level nonsense for scope that
there we
it's
go. Can you hear me?
foolhardy to set.
Okay, yeah. My mic was muted somehow.
Okay. Okay, now you can hear it. You can see it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Expectations higher, and Baldur's Gate 3 should not be used as a raised standard to RPGs going forward. Why was the first response to defend the current state of AAA gaming as opposed to saying, hey, maybe we can learn a thing or two from Baldur's Gate 3
right now?
and make our game...
Watch stream, but it's not.
Oh, it's not showing up. Lol.
Yeah.
Discord, why are you doing this? Here, are you on your phone?
I am, yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're good. Discord sometimes is dumb on mobile. That's probably what it is.
It is pretty ass on mobile.
Yeah, I use it all the time when I'm talking to Lemon and stuff just breaks. But yeah, no, he literally, I just played it. He literally says, in response to Zalavier saying, hey, don't use this as a raised standard for games, his first statement is, why is your first conclusion to defend the state of the AAA games industry? Should they not like try to reach for and do better? It's like, and it's literally that's the opening remark basically, and it's like the epitome of, bro, you got up on an IGN video in front of a bunch of people and said, hey, I don't like waffles while we were talking about pancakes, you fuck. Like, that's not what, like, he did the meme. He did the fucking meme. Like, I don't like fucking, it's like, no, that's not, they didn't say that at all. That's, you just took your own interpretation of that. That's crazy. Like,
it's like, do they have tenure at IGN? Like, how do you still have...
Yeah, like, I just... Position? And the way he says that is just like it's just infuriating me. I'll stop streaming it so it's not broken. There we go. But yeah, it was just absolutely nutty, like, the things you hear. Okay, so we finished talking to you and you. Now who do we go to? Oh my god, there's still more.
I want to transfer this back over.
Oh yeah, and I will be right back. I gotta run to the bathroom and get some water. I'm gonna just be right back. Okay, and I'm back.
Welcome back.
But anyway, oh yeah, so yeah, I was gonna talk to you about it, but like if you wanted to do something, I didn't actually read your full message because I was really fucking tired. I think you just about yeah, no, I like everything I said there was just 100% it. I need to like, I want to do something where I'm just doing what we do, where we just hang out and talk about games, but like by making it a thing, I can kind of brand it, I can add something to it, I can pull stuff from it for other stuff.
Right.
Yeah, and I mean, and if you wanted to do something with it too, like even if you just wanted to start something just to put it there so you could send people to it other than just to have your name on it, like by all means, like 100%. But yeah, I just need people to talk to about stuff. So I was like, okay, well, the only people I know that talk about stuff that actually play a lot of games and kind of get it are you and Breezu and Jada. And Lemon is awesome at stuff, but Lemon and I have talked about it, and Lemon's thing is that Lemon doesn't know as many things, but that's why I love Lemon's feedback, because they pick up a game and they're inherently good at games even though they don't have experience, so they can give me a newcomer's perspective, and I can trust that none of their feedback will be predicated on them having gotten stuck because they're new.
Right.
Yeah, so Lemon's perspective is really valuable for that, because they really haven't played very many games, all things considered, like hardly any compared to like you and I and Jada and anybody else. Like, and I forget that because Lemon inherently they have a knack for it. They pick things up very quickly. They're just a smart person in general. But like, yeah, because they pick up games really fast and they have a real talent for being good at games quickly, and they like challenging things. Like, Lemon basically hops in, goes to hard mode, dominates shit just like we would, but also has played like maybe 25 games ever. Like,
oh god,
I'm probably that's probably not true. They probably play both, but like, it's really not a lot. Like, they mostly played a lot of Splatoon and a handful of other Nintendo titles, and like a couple of other things here and there.
Oh yeah, are they still?
They're still a competitive Splatoon player. They're on a competitive team.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But they've been branching out. Like in the last 2 days, they did Star Trucker and Hi-Fi Rush. 2 games I want to play, but I still haven't gotten to because I'm so fucking busy with other stuff. But yeah, so I mean, I don't know what your work schedule is like or how busy you are. So that's kind of my big thing, is really just figuring out like how frequently would be realistic for you to like do something, and how long would be you'd be comfortable with, and like just giving it a shot and seeing where we go from there. Just as like, I already do this every day where I get on and I play a game. It's like, okay, a lot of the best things I have to say and that get said on my stream are things that would be a lot better if I could cut them out as a clip or a video, or turn them into a podcast and do that, because people don't care about streams. Like, there's something about it. No one wants to see your clip from your stream. You know, like, they want a video. Yeah. Even if literally people will watch a Hassan video that is just Hassan talking to stream, but because it's uploaded as a bit with just 30-minute streams are massive VODs. No one wants to go take a clip and see your clip on Twitch and have it load a 4-hour VOD and then try and load the clip that you sent them. Like,
exactly.
No one wants that. They just want to click on a video and get the gist of what you're going to say in the next whatever, you know? So, like, I just feel like it's so much more reasonable to find a way to, like, just turn this into just other avenues of making content, because, like, I want to have stuff to be able to, like, show people and put out there. I think just a lot of the best stuff we talk about is, like, oh, I'm trying to also, like, learn how to just, like I was telling Lemon, like, realistically my plan for my Dragon Age script right now is I am going to probably write a bit of an intro, a bit of an outro, and then I am going to talk, and then in the next couple of days, as I get a little bit further in it, I'm just going to like rant and unload all of my thoughts on feelings of Dragon Age to Lemon and record that while I'm doing it, and then I'm gonna edit out Lemon talking back to me and turn it into my Dragon Age video. I'm not even kidding, because we've come to the realization that I am a better speaker when I'm talking to people, and I speak more naturally and I'm more convincing and I'm more compelling. So why am I bothering with all this work of writing and scripting and shit when I could just edit down a conversation into, oh, if I cut out the other person, now I'm talking to the audience. Like, who else am I? If someone's talking to nobody, if they're saying you and they're talking to someone, but the other person doesn't respond, who are they talking to? The viewer. Like,
yeah, that's perfect, actually.
Yeah, so it's essentially my way of getting around having to. The reason I haven't made something in a few weeks is I've spent the better part of the last couple of months like really stuck on the fact that I cannot seem to write the way I speak. I can write well, but my scripts are they're bloated. I use too many big words, not in an attempt to use big words. It's that like I just inherently have this drive to go back and like clarify what I've said. So I try and be as specific as possible. And so I choose the best word. And sometimes that best word is some ridiculous word that makes it sound like I'm just trying to be smart. Like, and it's overdone. People can tell it's produced, and I keep forgetting that, like, Lemon and I have talked about it. People watch YouTube videos because they want authenticity. Like, and if it's scuffed, if you do something scuffed, you just edit in some kind of way to laugh at it, and everybody else will laugh at it too. Like,
right.
And I'm that person where I'm kind of a perfectionist, so I want it to be really produced and really, like, organized and broken down into a very, like, structured way. But, like, that's not what people actually like. And that's not even what I watch most of the time. Like, people like people like the authenticity of just someone talking about a game with their friends to the audience.
Does the fire feel like a part of you?
And I'm like, well, I could do that if I just cut out the part where I can't talk to myself.
Like something
I don't know how to
else
do that.
Inside you.
No, it has to be me.
Has to? What if it's not?
How?
But yeah, anyway, so that's the reason why I'm kind of
the stone magic
planning on doing this, is just
like
because
something else in me.
I think it's a good idea,
It's me.
but it's all kind of dependent on
But it's not me.
what works for you guys
You
and
know?
other people.
You
Like,
have to
I'll
feel
talk to
the
Breezo
magic
about it
as
too. I
part
hadn't
of
gotten around to that yet.
You can't control it
Because
till
I
you
know
admit
he's
it's
kind of
yours.
busy too.
Yeah.
I figure like you play a lot of stuff. You're general, like, even when I haven't asked you, like, I look and like half the time you're playing whatever just came out. Like, you have experience, you have context, like, we're on the same page about a lot of things, like, and if you're one of those people who just, you have stuff to say about it that, like, I find interesting, and you make points that I'm like, oh yeah, that is funny. Oh. I think
shit, that killed me.
What
I'm
did
like
I do?
in this super, like, I'm doing the, I don't know if you did the Blight Dragon yet, in
Which one?
the Crossroads.
Yeah.
And I've gone like full glass cannon on my rogue, and I'm just
Wait,
like,
is it Mythal?
no, it's the other.
The one after Mythal, the final one, the dragon, the end, yeah.
And I've gone like full glass cannon, so I'm like having to be like super locked in to not get hit like more than once, pretty much.
It's the one that Mythal helps you on, right?
Is it? Or it might be the one right before that then, because she's definitely not helping me in this fight.
Wait, so did you beat her?
Yeah.
Or did you talk to her?
I killed her.
That's why.
Oh, that's an interesting little. I have to do another playthrough.
If you talk to her, if you talk her down if you talk her through it without having to fight her, and you convince her, it's a dialogue check thing where you have to get all the right options. So I spoke to Sol. I spoke to Solace before I talked to her, and he told me what to look out for in regards to like what she would. Or no, I think it's not her. It wasn't Solace. It was Morgan. Morgan told me what she responds to.
See, when I talked to Morgan, she was like, she's gonna be insanely fucking angry.
Yeah.
And if I went in there with you, she'd like kill us both on sight.
Yeah.
So I was like, okay, I'm expecting a fight here. Let me get my like good
But
weapons out.
but didn't you go and see her, and wasn't she there to talk to at first?
Yeah, we were in a dialogue.
Yeah, yeah. You say, "I'm not
discussing
here
it.
to fight. I'm not gonna fight you." You have to start with that.
See, the thing I did, there's a special dialogue option. If you're a dwarf and you say "die, Titan Killer," so I was like, I had to choose this song.
Wait, that's so peak. Okay, that's funny. Okay, yeah.
was
So
like,
if
I
you
have to pick this
if you say, "I'm not gonna fight you," she gives you essentially a challenge where by choosing not to fight her, you have a chance to talk her down. If you fail to talk her down, you have to fight her anyway, but you get a lesser reward. Okay.
Ah, okay.
If you talk her down, you get all the best stuff. So if you talk her
Wait,
down,
what do
you get her weapon. You get a weapon for your class from her. So did you get that?
I think
It'll literally be
kinda
like Mythal's blade or Mythal's something like.
I think so. Yeah.
You'll have a knife. It'll be a unique. It'll be red. It'll be like a
Yeah.
Because
I know I got the
and then you get another one. You get like a necklace from the chest in her lair or whatever. And then
I think that's what I got.
And the final reward is she gives you a little statue that like essentially contains her essence, and you can use it. And when you go into that final fight, I think the one you're on, it literally, she shows up as a dragon, and every time as like a scripted event now, as a reward for helping her or for convincing her, essentially, she takes out, she shows up in dragon form, and she takes out the dragon's armor and like a quarter of its health for you right at the start. Every time.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
I got no regrets for saying
You're just looking at that armor bar like, fuck.
Like that. I had like that was pure peak.
That was so good. No, I'm the same way. Like if an option is too good dialogue wise, I go with it. Like I don't care what the ramifications are. Like I'm the same way. You gotta be a role. You gotta role play.
What she did for the to the
yeah. No, you gotta role play. If you're gonna be a dwarf, you gotta care about what the dwarves care about. Like why else?
Exactly.
Like,
I had no idea you could talk to her. I thought it was gonna be like one of those things where it's like,
no, you can literally talk her down, and she's like, okay, here's all the shit you'd get for killing me, and then some, and also I'll show up as a dragon to help you against the biggest dragon. And you're like, oh, okay.
That was my BioWare brain right there. It's like 3 options, but it's like you say fight like dwarfly, you know, like a 3 like color ending.
I had a feeling because like we hadn't gotten a lot of big decision related things you could do other than like the first big city choice, at least yet. So like I was like, okay, well I think the decisions are gonna matter here. So I did, yeah. So I did kill that dragon. I kind of had to cheese him a little bit, just like I cheesed the undead one a little bit, like.
Oh really? Yeah.
Well, when you're a mage, here's the thing: like you have a couple of spells that are like have long cast time. So I have like a spell specifically that siphons, so it gives me health. It applies a leeching debuff, and then but it's like I cast like a channeled beam. And then at the end of the beam, like it erupts like an explosion on the enemy, and I can do it at like any range. And here's the crazy thing: on anything other than like dragon-sized enemies, it doesn't matter. Like even a boss, if it's like a normal character size or like a regular-ish looking enemy, they can be mid attack or like mid like special attack or whatever, and it'll just like grab them and stop them. Like
it like stun locks.
It like instantly interrupts whatever they're doing.
Oh my god.
Yeah, and it does big damage, and it gives me a heal, and the animation for it's really long, so I can iframe through a ton of shit whenever I cast it.
I knew that was gonna be like one of the mages.
So literally I have a thing where I will literally do the siphon, like I'll use I think it's called like Soul Bomb, or yeah, I think it's Soul
Bomb.
Bomb.
One of the death callers?
Yeah, it's necrotic for the Moon Watch. Yeah, for like necromancers. So I literally like siphon their life and then they explode in like corruption. And like yeah, you can you also get an ability where you literally hold down, like I said, 2 buttons. You just tap 2 buttons and your character literally channels mana. And it channels fast enough that like I will hold it down for like 1, 2, 3. I should have a spell cast, right? That'll fill up like 3.5 seconds or so. 3 seconds of it will roughly fill up enough mana to cast a spell that costs the two increments of spell, or like 2 increments of energy or whatever.
Oh my god, so
Yeah, so I can literally just cast spells, channel mana. Oh shit, I'm gonna get hit. Insta cast the spell because you get iframes the second you pause the game when you go into the spell select, and the second you tap cast, the second you select a spell, it instantly gives you iframes. Like instantly. There's no delay. Like you are invincible while casting. Okay, I gotta go get my dogs inside real quick because they're barking near me.
For sure, for sure.
Okay, and I have returned again. So anyway, yeah, I was just saying you get like a ton of iframes on spellcast, so it's pretty busted. I was able to use that to win fights that I realistically was not I would have had to at least respec or like try a bit harder or like min-max more, and I kind of would be able to cheese a couple of those just by using my iframes.
Because when I first saw it, like, in the gameplay previews, like, they would cast abilities, and I'm like, are they taking damage during those? Because, like, if not, you know, a lot of people are just gonna go, like, full uptime and just parry, like, with spells, you know? And just, kind of turn the fight into, like, a...
The thing that slows you down is that you have to generate any... Spells either have a cooldown, or if they don't have a cooldown, they cost mana.
Yeah.
So any spell that costs mana costs at least, like, you start out with, like, I think, like, only 2 or 3 bars of mana, which is, like, each spell should cost 100, and each segment of your mana bar is 50, so you start out with, like, 150, right?
Mm-hmm.
And, like, even and like, unless you're, like, min-maxing exclusively mana, like, you're gonna at most have, like, 6 segments. So that's 3 back-to-back casts. Or you have a spell, and you can only have, you know, 3 separate abilities, right? So that's either 3 back-to-back casts, or 2 back-to-back casts, and like one that doesn't have and one that doesn't cost mana, but now it's on cooldown, right? So realistically, you're always limited by your mana generation more than anything. Like, you generate.
That's true. Yeah.
Yeah, you have to generate mana quickly to cast spells. So, like, that's why your staff and your mage knife / orb gameplay are really fleshed out as well, because, like, there's a, like, and so is your ranged attack. Like, there's a lot of depth to all of those elements, just because, like, some people aren't going to go for a heavy mana generative build or something, or they're not going to go for a ton of high damage spell casts, but mages still have to be able to do damage.
Right.
So...
And I've always been, like, a type of person where I do lean towards like more of like a neutral gamey build where I'm not like looking for these big, huge bursts of damage, like constantly like spamming abilities.
I used to go for more traditional, like play smart. You know?
Right.
Now I go for Unga Boonga, can I make it break? Right? like right now I said, like I mentioned, I got this staff that makes me use health instead of mana. And
I'm
remember,
doing that on my rogue because, you know, it's a rogue.
But keep in mind, spells don't have cooldowns if they cost health or mana.
Oh, interesting.
So, because I'm now using health, and you have a lot more health than you can get mana, I can
see,
do
that's the build I was expecting from like a Deathcaller.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and basically do a thing where I just spam my spells to my heart's content, like, and generate infinite healing and infinite damage. Like, that's my goal.
So is there like a limit to like if you're 1 HP you can't cast?
Yeah.
Spells?
So spells cost 5 times their mana cost. So every spell costs 250 health instead of 50 mana.
Oh, okay, so you can't just be like 1 HP casting spells.
No, you have to have enough health. But because the Deathcaller automatically leeches and stuff.
Right. You'll still have like a bunch of uptime.
Yeah, like my ultimate ability is literally a giant like AoE health siphon, like suck health out of everybody and then explode.
Looks so cool.
Mm-hmm.
They did such a good job with them, like to the point where like I can see where the multiplayer influence was in terms of these ultimates. Like I can
someone
see
else who understands.
Yeah, like I
you
played
playing like a warrior and like they do the little ground slam or something.
I started with, like I said, I started out mostly playing Spellblade just because like the cool teleporting part of it and like the parry and stuff, and just being a melee. Like I just like the idea of being a Spellblade traditionally. But it's literally so cool that like now it's so cool that I'm like now I'm a hipster, that I'm like this is the one. Anyone who picks Mage is gonna play this one because it's fucking sick. It's it's so cool. So I'm like, okay, let's see how good you can make like a more traditional like Death Mage build. And now I'm going like full Blood Mage. I'm like, oh, this is sick. Because I think making action combat on a mage that plays like a mage is far more impressive than playing as a magic assassin in an action combat. You know what I mean? Like, it's hard to make a spellcaster work in an action combat game, but it works. I have my ranged attack. You know how you shoot a bow for your R2, right? Yeah, mine is just fire a laser. Yeah, and I can get different. I can empower it or whatever. It's also really good for like opening all the fucking boxes on the ground and shit, because I can just draw lines across everything. And I just paint with my laser and I get all the loot. Yeah.
It's probably, I gotta ask Jada, like, how does she do that situation? Because the warrior has the little shield toss, and that's on like a cooldown, and it doesn't really
Magic
bounce
is like
if it
steering
doesn't hit a
something
target.
powerful outside yourself.
Just like
It
ignoring
can be
the
dangerous.
Oh, wait, let me
though
say
it
real
stopped being
quick.
frightening
Thanks
once
to
I
anybody who
learned
stopped by for the stream today. It's been fun. I don't know how many people have been here, but appreciate it. Thanks to any lurkers. It's been also obviously not a lot of gameplay because we were talking, but yeah, that's why we're gonna figure out a way to do more of that. So stay tuned. Anyway, I'll be back tomorrow with more stuff. Peace. Have a good night. Bye bye.